Why is this guy back on? I'm tired. I'm tired of looking at my own face.
Oh, I'm so glad you're
Hold
here.
on. I just realized my headphones are on backwards.
It's better than your underwear being on backwards, I guess.
Oh, that's always on backwards.
The worst is when they're inside out and you realize it later and you're like, awkward.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. It's like these headphones are brand new. I got these for Christmas from Roxy
Cool.
because I broke my other ones, and my other ones, the cord hangs on the other side. So I'm just so used to that. I had those headphones for 5 years, 4 years. So it's like I'm just used to keeping it, and so now it's like I got these new ones, and I'm like, why does everything sound backwards? Like it's like it doesn't sound right to me.
So that's why you're putting them on the other way, just because you're used to it.
Yeah.
That's
Actually, I
funny.
was editing a video. For a lot of people that don't know, I edit videos, and I mean everyone in the chat knows I do. But I do video games, and so a lot of games are they have such it's so how much we've come with video games. It's amazing, and one of the things is you can hear how the sound goes in headphones. So the way I'm wearing them now, if somebody is firing a gun over on my left side in the game, I can hear it out of my left, but not so much on the right, or
Really?
vice versa. You can hear footsteps wherever they are. And so I was editing a video a couple weeks ago, and I'm sitting there and I'm listening, and he's like, "Oh, he's over there," and he turns to the left, but I'm hearing the gunfire out of my right, and I'm like, "What is going on? Like, how did he do that?" And then I realized my headphones were on backwards.
Oh man, that sucks. Did you get shot because you had it all backwards?
No, it was me that had it backwards while I'm editing. So I'm
Oh,
like,
just
how
edit.
did he
Oh, I see.
know?
I see what
I'm
you
like, why was the gunfire over here, but he's over there?
Oh
I
my
was
god,
so
that's
confused for a good
so
15 minutes.
funny. That's so
Yeah.
interesting though that they're doing stereo stuff like that with video games. I mean, I'm like old school gamer. I know nothing about
Right.
the new games, so I just know like, Super Mario soundtrack, but I've never done
Yeah.
anything with headphones or anything like that. So it's kind of cool like the evolution of those
It's a,
things.
it's amazing. I bring this up all the time. I'm a huge video game nerd, and I mean, I haven't been able to stream on my own channel because we've been just so busy with music and touring and going to Laughlin, and I'm edit. I mean, I for what November and December were two of my busiest months in video editing. Like I was just nonstop every single day.
Wow.
I had to stop myself from working myself to death because I was editing videos for 13 hours a day. I was skipping
Whoa.
meals, stuff like that, because I was on deadlines and I was just trying to get things done. I was working with three streamers at one point. So I was just like really busy. And then we had the streams. And so I didn't really get a chance to, stream. And I promise, I know like Walt, comes in while I play do my video game streams. And I hope I can do it again. But I'm a huge video game person. I always talk about this. Like, imagine like my very first video game stream I did was one of my favorite games. It's a game called Chrono Trigger, and it's the same people that made the Final Fantasy games. It's Square. Back then it was SquareSoft, um, but it's one of my favorite video games. And I remember when that game came out in 1995, and I was going, look at the graphics in this game. They are never going to get better than this. This is the hit. This is the pinnacle of video games right here. Nothing's gonna. And I mean that game, even today's standards, is beautiful. It's very clean. The colors are just pop and vibrant. The music is amazing. And now look at us, where we have video games that are so realistic that it's like you're watching a movie, and it's just like, where do you go from there? Like, how do you keep improving on that?
There's gonna reach a plateau where it's just like this is as good as it gets. And I feel like VR is probably the plateau where it's like, I mean, being in it 360, like how can it get any better? As long as the graphics look really good and you feel like you're engulfed in
Yeah,
this world, like I don't know if it can get better except for those like sensory suits where it's like
yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever, like maybe like a full sensory experience like that.
That would actually, yeah, I would be interested in that.
That'd be kind of
Like,
cool.
I would be interested, especially in a game like because I'm a huge Fallout fan, and I would love to play like a Fallout VR. Like, I think that would be a lot of fun, or Assassin's Creed VR. Like, I would have fun. Now, see, you're close in age with myself. Do you remember when Nintendo had the Virtual Boy? VR. It was it lasted maybe a year or 2 years.
I don't remember that. I remember Power
It,
Glove and shit, but like, I
Oh yeah,
no.
no. So this had to be in the early '90s, and it was. I mean, you got to look it up, but it was the worst thing you could ever put your eyes on because it was like
Really?
all red and black. It would just give you a migraine within the first 15 minutes. There was only like 5 games they came out with. It was so bad, and but I mean for the time, you're just going, this is the coolest thing ever. It's the future, man.
Like Lawnmower Man, you remember that movie? You know, like
Mhm.
you're like, whoa, this is so fucking futury, and now you're like, oh my god, cheese ball. Yeah, things have evolved so much. It's so crazy in our lifetime what we have seen. And even if people that are maybe like 5 years older than me, they were Atari. I was Nintendo. I remember my mom
Yeah.
bought me my first Nintendo when I was five and a half. They adopted my brother, and they were like, "Oh, there's gonna be a baby in the house. We're gonna need to give you something to keep you occupied." So they bought me a fucking Nintendo, and we didn't have
That
much
is the
money.
'80s right there.
Yeah,
That's the '80s right there. It's like, ah, crap. There's gonna be something else here. We got to keep the kid entertained.
yeah,
Ah, there's a
totally.
Nintendo.
They're like, "Here you go," you know. So here's this Nintendo, but we didn't have much money, so it came with Mario One, Duck Hunt, and Tetris. So I had 3 games at 5.5 years old, and I became the goddamn Tetris fucking master by like six
I know.
years old. I was like, bam! It's crazy.
We were supposed to have a Tetris tournament when we came up, and we didn't do it.
You're coming super soon. Do you want to do one when you come here? We can stream it.
I'll tell I'll tell you what. I actually, we'll talk off stream, but I actually have the hookups where we can actually hook up the Nintendo so we can stream it.
Rather than having
So
to point the camera at the TV.
yeah, yeah, I actually have the stuff where we and I can set it up. So
Oh my god, do you
we can
want
do
to
it.
do that?
Like, well, yes.
Oh yes, let's fucking do it. I've got like so many fun games. I have one of those like little kid suitcases from back in the day, and it's just filled with games. So we could totally
I
play some games.
I I have all of my because I still you have one, but I still have my regular Nintendo. It's packed away still with all my games from growing up, and it still works perfectly fine. People are always like, "Oh, you're still work." I'm like, "Yeah, it still works, and I still play it." Like, I love. I'm glad that video games evolved into what they are today. I'm super happy, but at the same time, nothing beats the classics. Like I remember a couple of years ago, I pulled out my Nintendo. I played Castlevania 2. I never beat that game as a kid. I could never figure out how to beat that game, and then I did. like
You
like
did?
4 years ago, I finally beat a game I had
Yo,
never beaten
that's
before.
amazing. I am very proud because there are some games like that shit is hard. Kid Icarus,
Yeah.
I have
Oh yeah,
never
yeah,
ever, and I don't even know how many thousands of hours that I've put into that game. I love
yeah,
that game. It is almost fucking impossible to even get to the third level of that game. Like,
yeah,
holy shit. And you can't save, so it's not like you can continue and save and keep going. Like, once you're dead, you're fucking dead. So you have to have that
yeah.
shit down. So, I would feel so victorious if I ever beat that in my fucking 40s. So that's awesome. You finally got to beat Castlevania 2, dude. I'm giving you like a
Yeah.
trophy right now.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it's like I'm I was stoked, and I'm like, this is fun. And I remember I did a stream recently. I played Contra, and I remember that game being hard as hell. But my brother and I, like, we could get through it in an afternoon, and I beat it in what 3.5 hours with like 78 lives. Like, I beat it. I'm like, hey, I
That's
got through it.
amazing. I've never beat Contra. I've played it, so I don't actually. That's one that I don't still have. Me and my brother divided whenever I moved out or whatever. He got half. It was like I pick one, you pick one type of thing. So he ended up
Right.
with Contra, and I've just never replaced it because it's so fucking hard, man. Like it's so fun to play, but you can only get so far, and then it's just more frustrating. Just want to start flipping tables over, you know? Fuck,
Yeah.
it's tough.
I saw that Walt asked, what are my favorite video games? What's your favorite video game or games? So it's really, I hate these kind of questions, and it's a good question, but I hate these questions. I hate when people ask me, "Who's your favorite bands? What's your favorite movie? What's it?" Because I'm a person that doesn't have a solid favorite. Like I can give you my favorites. I can give you the ones that I watch over and over again, or play over and over again, or listen to over and over again. But I can't just pick one.
Sure.
But when it comes to video games, I have a top three that I will always say are my all-time favorite games, um, and that is Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, 3 for Super Nintendo, and Fallout New Vegas, which I've been playing a lot recently.
Oh, that's cool. In Vegas. So that's pretty neat for you.
Yeah, it was the very first Fallout game I ever played. Actually, a coworker of mine, he was like talking about it, and he was like, "Dude, I this game," and I'm like, "Okay, what's it about?" And so he's like explaining. I'm like, "All right," and so I started looking into it, and I'm like, "Oh, that looks like fun." So Roxy got it for me for Christmas one year, and uh, I will always like I'm playing that game. This is like the ninth time I've replayed this game, and I'm still finding things in the game I've never seen before. Hidden Easter eggs, little
Really?
things like, oh my god, I didn't know this was in the game, and it's like there's so much in those open world games that
Sure.
it's like, you know,
It's such a different
actually,
world, man. It's so crazy. These open
it
worlds where there's all this shit to find.
yeah. And there's another streamer here on Twitch, Wreck It Renee. She comes into our stream all the time, and we become pretty good friends with her because actually we're more friends with her sister because one of the venues we play, her sister's a waitress at, so
Oh,
it's
cool.
been kind of cool. Um, but yeah, so Renee is a Fallout streamer here on Twitch, and so she used to live in Vegas, and so she comes and visits every once in a while. But we have this whole plan. The next time she comes out, we're actually going to do a Fallout cosplay, and we're going to go to all the different locations from Fallout New Vegas, like the real world locations, and
Yeah.
take pictures. And because a lot of people don't know the real places or never seen the real places before, and it's like, oh, this is what it's modeled after.
That would be awesome. And you're a video editor, so you could edit all those things together and make a fun video and put it out there. I'm sure
Oh yeah,
people would love that shit. People that are into
yeah,
the
but
game.
I don't like doing my own videos.
Really?
I don't. I put those off to the last. I'm like, they're not paying me for this.
I
Crimson Riot doesn't pay me for music
I mean,
videos.
shit like that could go viral though in the communities that
Yeah,
love it. They could be like, "Wow, look at this awesome thing!" Like these people dressed up like that. Who knows? And that could just bring more hits to some of the other shit too. Like you never know what's gonna
yeah.
pop off.
We'll have to get it on TikTok.
Oh yeah, apparently that's the hip thing these days.
I mean,
I
it's a good
guess.
marketing tool, and I was thinking about this earlier today. I had to run some errands. I'm like, I know what we can do on TikTok, and it'd be simple. I mean, we started filming some stuff, and we got to redo it because some of the footage didn't come out right. But we filmed one in Seattle last time we were up there, and we didn't put it on TikTok, but we filmed it for the purpose of TikTok. So we have some ideas because it's like everything you can get onto helps promote yourself, and some things are going to reach further than others. Like Facebook is garbage. If you are an artist or you are a business person or anything, Facebook is the worst tool you can have. The best tool you can have, if you can tap into it, is Twitter and
Really?
TikTok. Yeah, those are the best ones because for one, Twitter's not hiding your post. You post it, it's going in somebody's timeline. There's no pay for it to be higher up. There's none of that. It's an automatic thing. And with the hashtags, it's easy to search things. It's easy. I did a lot of my radio show business through Twitter. I do a lot of my video editing business through Twitter because it's easier to reach people, but
Okay.
it's really hard to see results on Twitter. That's the problem. People see your post, they may not engage with it. So getting engagement on posts on Twitter, it's a lot harder than any platform. But Facebook, I mean, we were we were we were done last night at what 11:30, and Roxy and I had dinner. We were sitting here watching the Olympics, and I looked at my phone and it said that Roxy Gunn had just posted. And I'm sitting there looking at Roxy, and she doesn't have her phone in her hand. And so I click on it, and it was the Twitch link for yesterday's show that she posted at 6 p.m.
It took that
But
long
it
for it to
just
register?
it showed up in my timeline and in my notifications at it was about
Huh.
12:40 when it showed up.
Why would it
That's
do that? Like that doesn't make
that's
sense. That's
Facebook because it's a link and Facebook doesn't want your friends and your people to see these things because you're not paying for it. And then when you pay for it, they screw you over even more. It's a whole algorithm thing.
uh,
We actually worked with a company when we did Top Golf, and they said we asked them, we're like, "What's the secret?" And they laughed at us, and they're like, "Don't promote on Facebook." And this is a company that their sole purpose is to promote Hollywood motion pictures and TV shows and big, huge companies. And they're like, we skip Facebook when we're promoting because they change their algorithm every 2 weeks to prevent people from figuring it out. And so you can do anything and everything, and you can watch your engagements go up and down. I mean, we actually showed it to Facebook. We sent it out to Facebook. Like, how did this post here reach 1,500 people, and then a week later we posted something with a similar? It was just a little different, and it only reached 140. And it's like there's no rhyme or reason why is it that 3,000 people like our page but you're only allowing 100 people to see our
what the
stuff.
hell? Because they want you to pay for the boosting ads or whatever,
but
right?
but then you pay for it and now Facebook goes, oh, they're willing to pay, so then they squash it even more after. So we
Oh.
actually paid for stuff before, and then we noticed after, afterwards we would post like regular things. Nothing. No, no. We went from
Ooh.
getting, 2,000 people reached to 40. And we're like, how does that happen? Why is it that 3,000 people like our page? They said they want to follow us, but you're only allowing 0.03% of what we have to see our post.
Because they're like, oh,
Like it
they're willing to pay for it. So if it goes shitty, then they'll pay for it again. So it's like getting punished for actually giving them the money initially. That's rude. That's
yeah, like
shitty.
I've also noticed if you use the word algorithm in a post, no one will see it. Suspicious.
Ugh, that's crazy, man. That really
Yeah,
sucks.
it's a weird, but it's all about playing the business game, and we've seen things go really well, we've seen things go meh, so it's just embrace the Zuck.
What do you feel like is the best for you guys though, as far as like the best return that you have got? You think Twitter is the most visible to people?
Twitch,
That was gonna
you
be my
know,
guess actually, is Twitch with people in like in real time promoting to
yeah, I
them.
mean, I'm gonna knock Facebook, and Facebook, if it does its job, is great. Instagram's a little bit better, but still it's owned by Meta. That stupid thing. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know. Twitch though is we've seen people buying our merch, our Spotify numbers are skyrocketing, our Bandcamp numbers are skyrocketing. In fact, last night somebody bought the old RGP album on Bandcamp.
Sweet.
So, and we've only released our music video on YouTube, and we've only slightly promoted it on social medias, but we promoted it more on our stream. So we're seeing the views come from that. I mean, like I said, people like Nuckin is and Aaron are watching our YouTube
Watching them
videos
constantly.
daily.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, Facebook owns Instagram, but it's called Meta.
Yeah,
That's
they just did a rebrand thing rather than Facebook owning everything. They just changed like the umbrella name is
yeah.
now Meta. And apparently it was kind of funny. I actually did an article in my weird news thing because there was already a company named Meta that they didn't realize that nobody checked this when you're doing this whole thing, so they had to pay
Like,
out to this small company and be like, we're gonna go ahead and use that name, like you can't have that name anymore. But why would you not check that?
dude, I would have been like, how much you writing?
Oh
And
yeah.
whatever it is, you better. Add 3 more zeros to the end of that.
Absolutely. Because they already made a logo. They already started promoting it. They did this announcement with the name, and then they were like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "What the fuck?"
And,
It's a huge
you know how
corporation.
easy it is to find out if a company is registered? It's super easy.
Google
Like
it.
it is super easy. I mean,
I know.
do I think Anthony Rizzo will return to the Cubs? No. Um, I think Rizzo, Baez, and Bryant are all gone from the Cubs permanently. They're not coming back. Rizzo's going to go, if anywhere. I think Rizzo's going to go to the Mets. If he doesn't go to the Mets, he might go to um, Milwaukee. Um, but
Milwaukee,
Chris,
which is Algonquin
Chris,
for the good land.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I had to.
Milwaukee. We're not worthy.
Yeah. Okay,
Uh,
good. You got it.
Chris Bryant's gonna probably sign with either the Yankees or he might go up to Boston. And Javi just signed with the Tigers, so I don't see those guys coming back. We're talking about Chicago Cubs.
Yeah. Look at Roxy. I mean, we can make fun all we want. I mean, we kind of named our band after an anime character on accident. That's true. That's kind of funny.
It is true. Yeah, we didn't know Crimson Riot. We're like, what is Crimson? You know, it's like that's a really cool name, and so we started promoting it. And I don't know why we never decided to look it up. But then yeah, somebody's like, oh, are you guys fans of My Hero Academia? And I'm like, speak English. What? What is that? And they're like, you don't know the anime? And I'm like, what? It's like I know Dragon Ball Z. That's it.
Oh no, that's kind of funny. But hey, if people are
Yeah, but
searching for that character, then maybe they'll come across you. So that's kind of cool. Maybe like
no,
as we
you know what? We've had that happen early on. People said I was searching for Crimson Riot, My Hero Academia, and came across you guys. You guys are pretty good. It's like,
sweet,
oh well, thank you.
cool. That worked out good. I love it. I love the name. I think it's awesome. That's a good name. I'm glad you didn't know because maybe you wouldn't have named it that if you found out about this character. So I think it worked out good.
Right? Yeah, worked out perfect.
Oh man, so are you excited? Speaking of Crimson Riot, about the new tour that you guys are about to go on. Tell me about the tour.
Well, it's a tour.
Wowee!
Wow.
No, tell me like where you're going and
Uh,
what some of your stops are and who you're playing with or whatever.
you know what? I'll do it the easiest way here. I'm just going to go ahead and look at this fancy flyer that Dusty Rockets and Henry made for us.
Hell yes, it's the coolest flyer ever.
I'll throw it up here. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen
Yeah.
the three headed Sasquatch tour, so yeah, we're going back to Utah, which is the last tour we did in September when we went to Willitown. Our first show was in Murray, Utah. So we're playing the same venue, and it's the kickoff to our tour again.
Cool.
So yeah, it's a really cool venue. We're playing with some cool bands. I'm excited, and then we're gonna do our very first show in Boise. We've never played Boise before.
Okay. I hope that's
So we're
good.
really excited, and that's actually on a Saturday in Boise, so it should be a pretty decent turnout. And it's an early show, so and then after that is the longest drive of the tour, and that is to get from Boise to Everett, Washington, and then we're playing at Tony V's garage, and then we come down to Seattle and see you and Dreadful Children and Goodbye Viking,
Yes, that's gonna be
and then
awesome.
we're gonna take an extra day off to hang around.
Actually,
We
real quick,
I
I just found out that one of my Facebook acquaintances, who actually Tavia is buds with, you are playing with them up in Everett, Kitty Junk. This girl
Oh yeah,
Ryan
yeah,
Lee of
yeah.
Kitty Junk. I saw her post the flyer and I was like, "What? You're playing with those guys?" And I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever met her in real life, but Tavia said she's awesome and she's known her around town for a while. So I'm really excited to come up to Everett and see both of you guys play together and finally get to
Nice.
meet her.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really cool show. And actually, some other people we know that live in the northern part of Washington, like near the border and stuff like that, they said they're coming down. So,
Awesome.
uh, yeah, that's going to be fun. And then let's see, we take the day off. We hang around Seattle for a day, and then we head to Tacoma, which right now is a bane of my existence because myself and the venue are having a tough time filling the bill. And so I'm hoping they don't cancel because right now it's just us.
Okay, I have
And
an idea. I have a fantastic idea. Roxy Gun Project opens up for Crimson Riot. What the fuck? Why not
yeah,
do both things?
because Randy's not going to be there.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe you could do songs that don't need lead and you could just put like a fun jacket on or something to like change costumes. Like that could be potentially doable.
We're so big we only do one show a night. Yeah, I
That's
know. I've actually thought about that. So we'll figure it out. Uh, I was talking to Kevin because Kevin is in 17 different bands,
straight up. He is.
and a lot of people have helped me. They've thrown out like, oh, hit up this band, hit up this band, hit up this band, and I've messaged in the last 3 days 24 bands around the Tacoma, Seattle area. Two have responded, and the rest haven't even seen the messages. And then it goes back to, I posted something yesterday that got a lot of reaction from a lot of musicians and venues and stuff like that. Like, here, marketing 101, okay? I've been doing this. We discussed this last time. I've been doing this shit a long time. If you want to make this a viable thing, you want to be a musician, you want to be in a band, you want to play shows, put what city you're in. Help
I
us
saw
out.
your post about that. Like, what the
And
fuck?
then also my biggest thing is I've been doing this a long time with different bands, and it's like I never took this is a hobby. This is passion, this is life. So I had no problem playing a Tuesday night show knowing I had to work at 5 a.m. Like, I would do it because it's like, it's for my craft, it's for my art, it's for what I want to do. And we run into this a lot with bands is, yeah, we don't want to play on a Tuesday night because, we work early in the next day. We only do weekend shows. And it's like, then get out of the way. Stop playing music because you are in the way of people trying to do this for a living.
It's fair.
And it's like, I get it. Trust me. There were many nights where Roxy Gun Project would end at 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had to be at work at 5 a.m.
Damn. That
And
sucks.
it never stopped me. It never stopped me. I was hurting. Yeah, I was tired, but it didn't stop me because this is my life. This is what I want to do. So why would I allow, oh, no, I got to work in the morning. Screw it. Let's party. I'll stay awake.
I love that.
And
I'm
I'm old.
proud of you for
I'm
doing
old.
that. That's
I'm
awesome.
old. Like, so it's like, so a lot of that stuff, it's like, the other thing too is answer your messages. Because you don't know. I might not be asking for a show. I might be a fan and I'm reaching out because I want to, like, hey, just thank you guys for being who you are, blah, blah, blah. Just, read your messages. Say, hey, thanks. That's all. It's a little act of kindness, but it's like,
Yeah.
I'm looking at my messages here. Out of the 24 bands, and only 2 of them replied, 18 of them haven't even seen the message. They haven't even looked at it. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
that
is,
sucks.
is this a joke to you? Because now you're making it look like, to me, it's like, if you want to come to Vegas and you reach out to me, why am I going to help you? You know,
Yeah. No,
I don't
that's a
want to be that kind
very
of guy. I really don't
fair
want to be that
point.
guy. I really don't.
Well, if nobody else gets on the bill with you guys, then maybe you just play an extra long set, play both of your fucking albums, and I don't know, figure out something fun. Use one of the fake band names and open up for yourself and just play things, whatever. Like, have fun with it. Or shit, make your
Yeah,
own punk rock karaoke. Put a list of shit that you guys can play as a fucking three piece and sign people up and let people come up and sing, Like, you guys can figure something fun out. I know you can.
yeah. I mean, I'm not worried at this point. We'll find somebody, some new band's going to be hungry to play, and there are a couple of bands that I didn't even reach out to because I know 3 or 4 days before us coming there, they're opening up for Guttermouth at the same venue or at a similar venue.
That's
So it's
awesome.
like I'm not gonna ask them to play this show because I know they're gonna say no. Because a lot of bands, or and when you're playing a Guttermouth show, you're not going to be able to promote my show. So
Roxy's
that's
making you a rant counter. That's fucking funny.
well, it's
I
funny
love it.
that you say that because I'm actually right now pulling up, and I'm going to send it to Dusty the counter so you guys can add the Roxy Cries
Oh yeah,
counter.
we got to do that. Oh, Corey.
Yeah.
So Corey, you're asking what dates we're talking about. It's the
So
6th,
okay,
7th,
we
and ninth that will be here, but the Tacoma's the ninth, I believe. And how do you feel
yeah,
about
Tacoma's
marching
the
bands?
ninth. I was a drum major in a marching band, so I'm all good.
Actually, yeah, Corey's husband Cody is in a like punk-ish marching band, I believe. Is that correct? Hmm. Give us a little more details on that, little wild weasel. That'd be pretty fucking cool. Oh, it's Alex. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Oh, yeah. Honk Fest. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, either way, it's going to be super fun. I'm so glad that you guys are making it up here because the last tour, you did not come out here, and I was sad.
Well, we have to, it is a big country.
Got to divide and conquer for sure. Do little sections at a time. It's just funny that the tour that you did before I met you guys ended up playing at a place that is literally like 3 minute drive from my house, and I didn't know you guys. I had no idea, and that's a bummer. Because out of the entire city of Seattle is literally a 3 minute drive from my house. Like, ah, damn it.
Yeah, that's right. We passed by there last time we were there, I
You did.
think.
You did. You drove right by, pretty much. But yeah, it's going to be super, super cool. I am really looking forward to you guys doing this tour. And then you're doing California, doing a couple spots in California, which is going to be good too.
Yeah, and yeah, so from Tacoma we go down to Portland. Then Portland, Eugene, Oregon is another place we've never played before, so we're excited about going back there or going there, which is where our guitar luthier Pat Woodward. That's where he is.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's already said he's going to come out, and then the reason we booked this whole thing was we're actually playing a birthday show for a friend of ours in Sacramento. So we play that show, and then our final show of the tour is in Fresno, opening up for the Coffin Cats. So uh,
Awesome. That'll be so fun.
yeah, we're excited.
I'm so excited too. It's nice you guys get to get out and hit the open road. I'm sure it's always nice to just go and travel around and meet different people and be in different places. Like I love traveling so much, even if it's like you're working, but I still love it. I think it's such a fun thing. So I'm
Me,
envious of you guys to get to do what you love and travel while doing it. It's really special.
yeah, I mean, Chris's rant. Sorry, I just saw the rant. Um, I mean, that's what we want to do. We just want to tour. We just want to play music. Obviously, I mean, we do the Twitch thing, and um, touring is just part of our life that we've always wanted to do. And this year, because of COVID, I mean, we haven't really been able to do anything. And so now it's like, all right, well, where do we want to go? So we do this run, and then in May, we're doing a Weekend Warrior kind of thing. We're going to play down in San Diego, Huntington
Cool.
Beach, LA, and Oakland. Um, and then in September, we might get on a festival. I don't know. I'm still waiting for them to make announcements. Haven't heard anything, but if we don't, then we're going to figure out a different route. But we're going to go back on the road in September.
Cool.
Maybe even do something in August down in Arizona. I just want us on the road and playing shows. It's I'm just tired of sitting at home and not doing what we've always wanted to do.
That's super fair. And you're doing it. You're doing it. You didn't let COVID get you down. I mean, everybody had to stop for a while, but that tour that you did last year, You guys still went and you still rocked out, and I'm really
Yeah,
glad that you did. I know a lot of people
yeah.
were
It was.
apprehensive.
Yeah, and we talked about it a few times. Like, do we do this? Like, should we do this or should we not? And it ended up going, no, we have to do this. We can't just be like, oh, COVID and all that. It's like all these places we're going to have mask mandates. All these places are proof of vax. And I mean, we went to some of the most COVID denying states in the country, and I felt safe this whole
Good.
time.
That's really good.
And
What's your
I
favorite
I, I
part
didn't
of touring? Like, what do you love the most about the whole experience?
meeting new people, playing shows, meeting new bands, um, seeing different parts of the country. Because especially in a touring band, you don't get to do like a lot of like sightseeing. That's not something people are like, oh, it must be fun. You get to go everywhere and sightsee, and it's like, no, you barely get to sightsee. Like you might have a few hours. That's if you're not exhausted, but you do get to see parts of the country that a lot of people will never see. I mean, a lot of people are. If you're going from here to Chicago, from Vegas to Chicago, you're not driving. You're taking a plane. So you miss out on
Right.
all the beautiful sceneries and places and different stops, and you miss out on Beaver, Utah. Like
Totally. And the world's largest frying pan or whatever, like all the weird
yeah.
shit that you see throughout it.
There
Like,
was
it's fun.
there was there was a run we did years ago, and this is Lola days, and we were somewhere in California, and we were driving, and um, we all look over, and there's a bunch of dinosaurs, just like random dinosaurs in this like parking lot, and we're like, what was that? And I will immediately get off the freeway, get back, turn around, get back on the freeway, find the exit, and we go and just like some random place that had these dinosaurs just hanging
That's
around, and we're like,
awesome. Actually, speaking of that, when you drive up
yeah,
from
no.
Idaho, I think that you will be going through Granger, Washington. And Granger, Washington is a small, like, hole in the wall town, but they have dinosaur statues all over the fucking town.
Wait, Granger?
Yes. And me and Tavia actually
Oh,
went there on the way back from our road trip. I had never been before, but I'd heard about it, and we went through there and did a whole photo shoot with all the dinosaurs. There's like a shitload of dinosaurs throughout the town.
okay, hold on, I'm looking
It's fucking
here.
cool, dude. It's
Okay,
so awesome.
so Boise to Everett. Let's see what the path. Okay, it's giving me a couple. That's a 10. No, I don't want to do the 10 hour. All right, let's see here. There's Kennewick, Richland, Yakima.
Oh, wow, fun.
Oh, we're
Super.
going through Ellensburg. No, it doesn't.
Is
I'll
it
I'll look
okay?
for Granger.
Yeah, you got to check it out cuz man, it's pretty cool. It was pretty nice. And
Yeah,
even if
because I
not
mean,
on
if
this
there's
time,
dinosaurs there.
it's chock full of dinosaurs. Even the little park has dinosaur statues just hanging out, like just on the side of the road. There's like a shitload of these like huge fiberglass dinosaurs
Oh no no
everywhere.
no yeah, I see it here. It's just outside of Yakima, Granger. Yeah, we'll be going through there.
Oh shit! You gotta straight up go stop for lunch or whatever, or I don't know, an iced tea at the gas station. And I mean, you could drive through the town in literally 3 minutes. It's not a very time
Okay,
consuming thing, but you can get out and do some photo shoots.
write that down.
It'd be great, dude.
Granger, Washington.
Granger, Washington, man. It's super cool. It's in Atlas Obscura, actually. I was like, one of the weird things in Washington. Like, go check out the dinosaur shithole town. It's great.
Skirt. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, Tavia wanted to do a topless photo in front of the dinosaur, um, which was awesome. So I got a photo of her topless in front of this like gigantic dinosaur. It was fucking great.
Wow.
We had to make sure there was no children present in the park when we did that photo. We had to like wait for the right moment, and I was like, "Okay, go, you're good." And she was all, "Woo!" So fun. But yeah.
I gotta say, I've never posed naked in front of a dinosaur before, but I think I have a goal now in life.
Oh my god, you totally could do that. You could do a Red Hot Chili Peppers thing and just pop a tube sock on and rock and
Yeah.
roll, you know?
Well, all the ideas.
That's fucking great.
Oh, Steve Scott, I need to go there for photo shoots. There you go, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
If you Google Ranger Washington, photos of the dinosaurs come up. All right, well,
It's so fun. It's so
nice.
random. It's such a random thing, but this town has nothing else to offer pretty much at all. It's super, super tiny.
I think and so going back to your questions, like that's why I like being on the road is because you find stuff like that. We, besides the dinosaurs, we were driving through Texas one time. This was right before COVID, and we were coming back to Vegas, and we hit this small town that was completely abandoned, but the highway puts you through this town, and it looked like something out of like Resident Evil Silent Hill. It was just like everything was like boarded up, broken windows, and it's just like, where did everyone go? It's like mysteries of the abandoned. It's like, yeah, everything was still there. That's the weirdest thing. It's like, the shop, there was like a little shop that had like display stuff in the windows still. And it's like, people
Weird.
just like left, just like closed up and went away. And it was just like, what happened in this town? And we even looked it up and it didn't really say what happened. It's like, all
Fucking
right,
alien abduction, man. That's the only option.
it is the Midwest, it is Texas.
It's
So
so
yeah,
cool. I love all those old little towns that are like frozen in time.
yeah,
There's so many of them. And honestly, in Washington, there's quite a bit of them. And I'm from Florida. And in South Florida, the town that I grew up in was a swamp that got sucked out. And they made a town, I think it was 1968. So the history from where I'm from goes back to the ye old year of 1968. So I'm not used to like historic stuff and driving around some of these old little towns in the West and going to Montana and getting to go to so many of these ghost towns, these old Western ghost
yeah,
towns. It's so fucking cool to me to see these places that are just frozen in time. And I'm so
yeah,
grateful that we get to experience these things while they're still here because in a 50 years or 70 years or 100 years, all this stuff, it's made of wood, it's all going to be gone eventually, but we are in this like technological age, but we still get that window into the past and the old saloons and like all that kind of stuff. It's a neat time to be alive, I feel like. So
yeah, and here in Nevada, I mean, we were built because of mining. So, I mean, 90% of our state is still just mountains and small towns. I mean, yeah, everyone knows Las Vegas, everyone knows Reno, some people know Carson City, but then there's Virginia City, which is it's one of those towns. It's still frozen in time. Like you go and it's like, oh, it's still the Wild West mining town. You go up into Calico, Nevada, and it's you know population 400, and those people, their grandpappies came here in 1860 for the silver, and they've never left. The family just stayed there, and so it's like it's kind of crazy. Like Nevada is just one of those states that is literally and take away Las Vegas and Reno, but the rest of the state is really isolated. Where if you're born there, you stay there. You know,
so
they're
weird.
Nye County or not Nye County, Elko, Nevada. I mean, that town is maybe less than 2,000 people, and it's been like their current football team. They just did an article, not this year, but last year. But for the players on that team, their father, grandfather, and great grandfather played sports for that school because they've been there since the 1800s. And it's like,
Wow.
think about that. It's like you have 5 generations that have gone to this school. Like you have never left.
I do
It's
not
just it's
understand that concept at fucking all. Like, how could anybody want to stay in the same place when this world is so big and so vast? I mean, it's one thing to live somewhere forever and then still travel around, but I don't understand, like, just staying trapped. Like, I've lived in 6 different states, and thankfully, I found
well,
Washington that I
you're a
love.
gypsy.
I know.
You're a gypsy though.
And I love having those experiences with different types of people and different type of culture and different climates and different food and all of that. Like I feel like that's a really like I don't know, uplifting experience to change your surroundings and just throw yourself into something totally different and figure it out. And sometimes it's awesome and you stay, and sometimes it's meh and you go.
Yeah,
But I mean, this is going to
yeah. I
somebody of you
mean,
that lived in Vegas their whole life. You've lived in Vegas your whole life. It's crazy.
so I was just because the reason we're doing part two is because I've had that life of like, wow, you've done a lot, but you haven't done a lot, and so people ask me all the time, like, you were born and raised in Vegas, why are you still here? And I can answer that question in two parts of my life. When I was young, growing up, I was proud to be from Las Vegas. I was proud of my city. Then I started getting older, and it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of opportunity in this town, and so when I started Grocery Store Rejects, I didn't want to leave because I love that band. Like I was like, this band's fun. I'm in a band with my best friend, and we're loud and obnoxious, but we're getting booked for shows. People like us for some dumb reason. And I was just having fun. And, I was also, it's like, oh, my girlfriend's here. I don't want to go. So, like, when my entire family moved to Georgia, I was just like, you guys go. This is home to me. This is where I want to be. And then the city changed a lot, like, especially after 9/11. This city got very weird. And it started, for me, that's when I started noticing a change in the city. And now I don't even though I've lived here my whole life, I've never left. It doesn't feel like home to me anymore.
Oh, that's
I'm
so
not
sad.
proud. I'm not proud of this city. I'm not proud to see what it's become. Even driving today, I was driving through a neighborhood that I grew up in. Like I remember, vividly being a passenger in my dad's truck going to pick up parts for something in this area I was in today. And I'm just sitting there looking around. I was just depressed. Like, this is bullshit. Like, this town isn't what it used to be. There used to be like a really tight knit community. And now it's just so corporate. And then it's everyone's ideologies coming in, and it's just like, back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and even in the 90s, Vegas was just like its own thing. You didn't listen. If you came in from California, Vegas didn't listen to you. We didn't give a shit because you're not Vegas. You're from LA. And it's like, guess what? LA closes at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're 24 hours. So keep your bullshit over there.
It's true.
But then more and more corporations started buying up Las Vegas and bringing their ideas in. And then it's just like,
Yeah.
it all changed. So to me, it doesn't feel like home anymore. And it's sad to say that. And it's also, we talk about this all the time. Like, you go to Disneyland and you're just amazed every time. And you're going, it would suck to work here because the magic would be gone.
Yeah.
You get to see behind the scenes. That's not Mickey Mouse. That's Tim. And
Totally.
Tim is always stoned. Like,
Yeah.
it's not Mickey Mouse anymore. That's Vegas to me. Like, I have lived here my whole life. That when we watch people coming in, when we fly in, especially at nighttime, people are just like, oh, they're amazed. Their eyes are big. They're just like, oh my God, this place. And we're just sitting there going, oh, fuck. Like, all right, back to work we go. Like,
Yeah.
the magic's gone. And I don't think I'll ever have that feeling in this city. Like, we talk about that, like, oh, we're gonna move to Canada, and then we'll come back and visit. Maybe it'll be there. And for me, I'm just like, nah, it won't be there.
I mean, you've
And
spent so long there that, yeah, that magic isn't there. You might enjoy coming back, and there's certain things that you maybe would have missed, but that magic definitely, like, how many times do you have to
but
drive past Excalibur to be like, wow, it's a
yeah,
castle, For me, I'm like, it's a fucking castle. That's so neat. And you're like, big fucking deal. It's fucking Excalibur. Stupid.
yeah, it's made of plastic. It's made of fiberglass. Well, and so and people are saying cities change, but then you look at these towns, especially in like middle Nevada, they haven't changed. It's the same.
You're right.
Technology's changed for them, but those people in the mindset in that town is still tight knit. Like it's what Vegas used to be in these small little towns.
You know, Seattle definitely has changed a lot. I wasn't here in the 90s when it was like at its grungy fucking pinnacle. I moved here in 2012, so there was already a lot of growth and change that happened before I got here. But even since I have been here, I have seen so much change. I mean, since Amazon moved in, especially, like they just started buying shit out. All these little businesses that were downtown, little venues and stuff, just buying them out and building up, and it's definitely lost some of its character in the city itself, in the downtown area. But I will say I do feel like the surrounding neighborhoods, Ballard and Fremont and Wallingford and West Seattle and a lot of these places, Georgetown, they're still pretty true to what it
Right.
was. Like maybe the prices have gone up, so the people that can afford to live there maybe are a little bit more bougie or whatever, just it just evolved in that kind of way. But for the most part, like there's still a bunch of us holding on to old Seattle,
Right.
like with our art gallery, like we're the last place in Seattle that has an underground rogue art walk like we do. Like the rest of them are like fancy galleries or it's in like a coffee shop, but like we're holding strong, man. We're not letting go. Like I won't let fucking go until you make me let go,
Yeah.
and that's for the old schoolers. So there is evolution and things do change, and it's just part of, the process that happens in every place. But I don't know, we just gotta either stay or fucking go, at that point.
Yeah. And we talk about it all the time. Like, okay, if we want to leave, where would we go? And I'm at the point it's like I don't want to be in a city anymore. I'm done with cities. Like I I appreciate Las Vegas. I don't get me wrong. It's given me work my entire life, and even in the last 12 years of being a professional musician, it's been able to, I mean, except for the past couple of years, but we've been able to work consistently as musicians. But you see where we live, and before this house here, we lived further north from where we are now. It's like I want to be as far away from the city, even though I got to drive to get to work. But I prefer to live out of the city, away from all that. I know there are people that are like, I got to be right in this. I got to be in the thick things, and I'm like, yeah, good for you. It's like I'm old.
I've
I want
always
my
felt like
quiet.
that previously. I wanted to be in the thick of it, and now I'm definitely not like in that like far outskirts. I'm still in an urban area, but I'm in a little bit more of a calm version. Like I'm not in downtown Seattle, but I'm like 15 minutes from it. So if I need to drive
Yeah,
in, I can drive in. If I need to go north, it's like 25 minutes. It's totally fine. But I do kind of like the aspect of living in a neighborhood right now. I'm in a neighborhood, and it's not just like chaos all the time. So I can see both
right.
sides, but I'm also not opposed to living in the thick of it. Like if we move to Athens, like we're gonna move like to Athens. We're gonna be like in the shit. Which is a little creepy because they have a lot of protests and there's some stuff going on out there. But like I want to be walking distance to a bunch of different restaurants and stuff and feel like I'm part of the community. And that's everybody's different. Everybody wants something just a little bit
Right.
different.
When you look at places like Greece or Italy or the Mediterranean places, sometimes it's for you it's like be right in the thick of things. But then you look at Mykonos, and it's like it's big but also very small, and it's like you're gonna be better off in a place like that than a touristy place like Athens where everyone's coming and show me the mythology, and you're just like, all right, well we're gonna be over here, and or live on an island in the Mediterranean because those places are
Mm-hmm.
more, everyone's closer and nicer, or not even nicer, but
No,
like
you're right
you're gonna,
though. Nicer, more
you know,
connecting. And honestly, that's why we have had this hard time deciding whether we want to be in the city of Athens or if we want to go to Crete, because Crete is exactly that. Like it's nice people, it's super chill, the food is just fucking fantastic, and there's like benefits to both. partially I'm not ready to give up an art scene and a music scene and an active nightlife and a lot of that stuff because I don't want to admit that I'm old and I still want the goddamn options, you know, but Crete has something
Right.
so special to offer too. So it's like I see benefits in both and it's very hard to choose for me.
And with what Roxy just said, no, trust me. If I was in Sammy's position, I would definitely want to live in a smaller part, but I would 100% every weekend go to a different part of Greece and be like, show me the mythology, like tell me, like
Yeah.
ah, where's Athena statue at? Because I have to go. Or hey, where's Artemis? Come on, where's
Yep.
Artemis? Like
That's a big part
I
of it.
would
We want to travel and we want to see all of it. And anytime we go there for vacation, you got X amount of days. I'm packing as much shit in as possible and we're zooming around. And I've
right.
still only seen like 0.02 of Greece, even though I've been twice for like 2 weeks or whatever. So I want to live there so I can do that. So I can go and see all the things and really get to know that area. I mean, I want to go to Olympia. I want to go to Sparta. I want to go to, you know, Peloponnese, all these places. And there's like
Yeah,
200 inhabited islands. Bitch, I want to
yeah.
go to every island. I want to see all
Yeah.
of it.
I I want to go up to the guy that looks like John Stamos and just be like, "Yo, show me where Zeus was like doing that thing with Achilles' mom. Like, where was that at? Like, where's that?
Totally.
Where's that beach at? Like,
Totally.
come on, John Stamos, let's do this."
That'd be awesome. Okay, so that being
So
said,
there's
if you
there's
got to
Greek
choose where to move, if you could move anywhere in the world, like without thinking about visas and bullshit or whatever, but if you got to pick anywhere in the world that you would want to live, not necessarily forever, what would you pick?
Uh, you know, I this is one of those answers that has changed my entire life. And it all just depends on how I'm feeling, though that day. Um, but now that I'm older, um, it it still kind of changes because people annoy me, and so I'm going to show you right here. I don't know if you can see it, but you see this little place right there, that little island. Yeah, it's like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's just I'm done with people, so I just want to live there, like
Oh
away
man.
from everything. No,
Like Easter Island,
so
right? Oh, Dee Dee, what's up, Dee Dee? Welcome in.
what's up, Didi?
Happy to have you, buddy.
Rita's in.
Oh
Hi,
shoot, we were
Rita.
just talking about her earlier. That's awesome.
Hey.
Welcome.
So, for me, I have a few different places. I would love to live in Australia, and uh, if not Australia, probably Italy or Ireland.
Ooh, good choices.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more prone to like it or to Ireland and like small town Ireland because I've had coworkers that lived in Ireland that were born and raised there, and they were just like 100% like, dude, you would love my hair's all
I
like
like that. I saw that. That was pretty cute. Little spike. Beep.
yeah, but yeah, they're like, oh, dude, you would love this town. It's like there's one McDonald's and 17 pubs, and I'm like, I'm in.
Ireland's
Like,
really cool, and everybody was really, really nice. It was an awesome place. We talked about all going together sometime, and I really, truly think that we should do that.
my my brother's ex-wife lives in Ireland, and so she's actually been trying to get us on. Her husband's like a small-time musician, like part-time musician, but they've been trying to get us like on radio stations out in Ireland. I'm like, yeah, that would be
Awesome.
so cool.
That'd be so fucking
Also,
cool.
I don't know if I would live there, but I mean, my bucket list of places to visit, like Japan.
Hell yeah.
I would
Yes.
love to go to Japan. Um, St. Petersburg in Russia, which now is probably going to be impossible
Yeah.
because of everything that's going on, which is bullshit.
Yep.
Berlin, um,
Hmm.
and I mean Australia. I mean we were talking about trying to tour from Japan, do like a week long tour in Japan, and then fly down to Australia and tour around Australia because a lot of people down there. Uh, Doc Linderman, happy birthday, Doc. and Waybug, they're like, we will show you everywhere.
Fuck
Like we will. They're like,
yes.
we will be your roadies. Like they were like 100%. They're like, we don't get punk bands down here. They're like, Bad Religions come like twice in their lifetime, and it's like, we'll come. Like,
Oh
show us
man.
around.
Yeah, when you were talking about it last year about doing Japan and going to Australia
You guys, yeah.
afterwards, I was like, yes. I was like, I'm gonna be your tour manager and I'm gonna hold the shit together and I'm gonna travel with you guys. It's gonna be the fucking best. Like, I'm in.
Like we didn't need a tour manager, but Sammy 100% is like, I'm your tour manager, and we're like, you're our tour manager.
That's awesome. I'm glad we agree.
Yeah,
That's
I was like,
fucking great. Oh, thanks for gifting that sub, Dee Dee. You're so sweet. Thank you.
how is Dee Dee and Rita? Rita's awesome. We Roxy and I lurk in Rita's stream.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad to have you guys in. Thank you so much for popping in. But yeah, honestly, Japan, me and Dusty thought about moving to Japan and we looked into it. His company, he works for this like giant ad agency and they have places all over. And we thought about seeing if he could transfer, but the only thing that sucks is when you have animals to be able to bring them to Japan. This is so fucked up. At least this was the case when we looked before. I don't know what it is now. But you had to have your animals quarantined at the Tokyo airport for 2 months. 2 months.
Wow.
And you were responsible for giving them food and water and playing with them. So you essentially, if you lived inside Tokyo, like the airport is not in the middle of Tokyo, it's fucking far. Every day,
Right.
you would have to go to and from the airport to feed and water your animal that is no doubt going to be fucking traumatized and hate you after 2 months. And I
Yeah.
was like, no fucking way. I will not do that to my cats. There's no way that I could do that to them just so that I could go live in Japan. So we were like, okay, not Japan. We have to look at other places. And before we even decided on Greece, we were like, you know what? I'm going to find out if that's even possible before we even like think about it any further. And they were like, oh yeah, it's fine. You just got to give them their shots and paperwork and good to go. And I was like, all right, we can actually move further with this. Because it's like torturous for poor animals. It's so sad. Oh my God, are we
Yeah.
having a hype train right now?
Yeah. You're in
Holy
a hype
shit.
train.
It doesn't even say that on my thing. Oh shit, that's fucking awesome. Woohoo! Badass. Thank you, everybody. That is making my. Oh, Roxy. Shit, you guys are awesome.
We're starting to pay Dusty for his artwork. We got to start paying that
That's
right
fucking
now.
awesome. Oh, thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of your contributions. Yeah, we got our little bit goal moving up just a little bit. It's good. Little by little, we're making it. Oh,
It's
you guys are
always
fantastic.
good to have a pickle.
And you know what? I just found out recently we have 4 more emote slots that we have unlocked. I just found out last night. So we get to make,
Nice.
Dusty's going to make 4 new awesome emotes for us coming up soon. So,
Yeah, we sometime this year we're probably going to revamp our emotes. Um, because I mean we have a lot of slots open. We're just kind of lazy, which I think we need to fix that. But
hell yeah. Well, good
we
thing you got a Dusty Rockets in your back pocket.
yeah.
He's the emote guy. I mean, you see how fast he whipped up that emu emote.
Yeah,
Which, by
that
the
was
way, you can only use that in your stream. You can't use it
yeah.
in other people's streams. So the emo,
Yep.
it's only in
Yeah,
yours.
it's a free follower emote. So we because we like we like seeing the emu emote.
It's so awesome.
Holy crap! I have to stop myself and say that slowly.
Yeah, I know. Say that 10 times fast. I dare ya. Oh, Dusty, you're the
No, I'm all
sweetest.
right.
Oh,
We're
thanks,
doing
Rox.
dry February, and my language is not like it used to be. I'm like stuttering and mispronouncing words more often. I'm like, what is going on?
The irony of that too, which is so funny. Like I
Yeah,
just don't feel like
well,
myself
because
right now.
we had we've had to perform for so long while drinking, so you have to make yourself not sound drunk anymore. So we were good at that.
That is so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, so okay, so those are the spots that you would live if you could. I like those. I think those are
Yeah,
pretty cool options. And you know what? Italy is the one place on that list that is a potentially viable option. I don't know how much that it is right now, but basically, you can do what they call like a retirement visa. If you show that you have enough money in the bank, then they're like,
yeah.
oh, you come to Italy, you spend your American money. Like, they don't care. Ireland, they're like, nah, we don't want you. Do you have Irish heritage? No. They're like, no, we don't fucking want you. Like, okay. Unless you have a highly skilled profession. Oh, thank you, Dee Dee. You are the coolest. Thank you. Oh, and Lady and Chid and
See,
Roxy.
this is
Thank you guys so
I'm,
much.
I'm liking this kind of hype train because I don't have to do anything. I
I
don't have
know, right?
I don't have to yell out songs like
No, you don't. You just
you
get
know.
to chill. Wow, we're at level
I
four
just get to.
right now. I don't even know if we've got to level four before. That's fucking awesome. Oh, Donnie, thank you. This is so great.
I'm gonna say it's all me. Thank you, everyone. You know, I know
Yes.
you're.
These bits are all for you. I'll
Yeah.
just
Well, no,
send you a check.
they're for Dusty. Man, these are all for Dusty.
I know, right? Dusty's been so helpful with everything for the stream, and it's so awesome
No, and he
that
has,
he's gonna
and
be doing stuff for people on Twitch. He wants to help do people's Twitch backgrounds. He wants to make emotes for people. He wants to do all of this stuff. So he's going to be doing more freelance stuff. So if any streamers out there are interested and want some kind of revamp for your Twitch, hit up
you know
Dusty.
what? Well, you know, this is what we're gonna do, and I'll talk to Dusty about this. Maybe not this week. I'll talk to him next week because we're still in the thick of everything right now. But we got to change our sponsor page. So we might actually just throw Dusty on our sponsor page and tell people, hey,
Woohoo!
there you go, freelance artwork for Twitch streamers, and we'll post the link to his artwork,
That
his
would be
website.
so awesome. That would be very appreciated and super helpful for sure. That would be
Of
great.
course,
Go team!
yeah. And it's funny, Waybug. There's Waybug. We say Waybug's name, and he shows
Oh
up.
my god, we manifested a way bug. Awesome. I'm glad you're here.
Aaron Shane's pregnant. Pass it pass it on.
Oh yeah, totally. I should have put that on the stream description. Also. Oh. Okay, so
I'm surprised I haven't gotten an email from Aaron Shea because I know last night DJ Envy was like, "Wait, is she?" And she like picked up her phone. I'm like, "She is
I
texting
know.
Aaron Shea right now."
That was
Like,
so
I'm going
funny.
to.
I actually
It's like that.
loved that raid that you guys did. DJ Envy, she's awesome. I
Yeah,
stayed in the whole
Neens is
time.
she is
It
yeah.
was great.
Neens she's super cool.
I stayed in literally until the bitter end. I had such a fantastic time in there. She was just killing it. So I made sure to follow. So if she's ever streaming, I'll make sure to rate her up. That was a good one. She's super
Yeah,
cool.
she did stream quite a bit, and then she had some family stuff, and she had to deal with some personal stuff, and so she's slowly getting back into streaming more often. And so last night, I guess, was just a test stream, and then we rated, and she's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna just keep going," and I'm like, "Yeah, you better."
It was fucking great.
so
Roxy, thank you. I
yeah,
love you.
yeah, I mean, somebody just posted in our Discord, somebody that just found us recently, about how cool the community is, and it's like we talked about this when we first came to Twitch, and we started meeting the different musicians. And the one thing we noticed, it was just like none of the musicians here see it as a competition. Like no one's competing with each other. We're just going and playing music. And the cool thing is everyone's hyping each other up. So if I go in and I'm just hanging out and I go over to Risky Biscuit, they're y'all hold up, Roxy Gum Project in the house. Y'all need to go give Roxy a follow. Damn, she was singing this song. What song was that? She was singing oh, that Train. Yeah, Train. She was singing that song, man. She sang it better than Train did. It's like,
It's
and
great.
it's like here in Vegas, everyone they smile in your face, but they're behind your back. They're like, oh, I can hate that band. Like, it's so cutthroat. Like,
Yeah.
literally, bands out here would shove their mother in front of a train to take your gig. and it's oh shit, I literally thought Logan walked in the street.
Hey, that would have been awesome if
Oh,
he did.
oh, I didn't tell you guys. Logan's here, everyone. I need a Logan puppet.
I wish he
It's a
was here.
little,
I
it's a
love
little
that.
puppet. It'd be a little puppet with a crop top.
That's
We
fucking
got to make it
awesome.
happen now.
No, you're right. The Twitch community is very supportive, and I feel like everybody works together as a team, and everybody wants everyone else to succeed, which is so fucking
Yeah.
fantastic. I love that.
Well, it's like no one's here to take your job. It's like, sure, there are times when we're streaming at the same time. I mean, we stream every time we stream, we're competing with Glowstick Willie, but we're not competing with Glowstick Willie because even if either we're going to raid Glowstick, they're going to raid us. If we don't raid them and they don't raid us, they're raiding somebody else and bringing their family over. I mean, how many people? I mean, most of the people here, we don't know you personally. We've never met you, but we met you through other streamers. We met you and Dusty through Risky Biscuit. Um, Lady of the Stream, I think, also Risky Biscuit. Chid, we met on Facebook, but because of Brad from Silly Rabbit. So it's like all these people we're meeting because other streamers are like, yo, you guys got to go watch this band. Last night we've never been rated by Fantastic Plastics, and maybe once, way early on, but
They are awesome.
brought their friend, yeah, and they have Dream Ears in-ear monitors, and they got it because of us. Like they heard on our stream that we were working with Dream Ears, they hit them up, and the owner was like, "Oh yeah, referred by Roxy Gunn and Crimson Riot," and it's like, wait, what? Like, somebody actually bought the ear,
That's awesome.
so
That's
yeah,
so cool.
I love Twitch, and we want to build with everyone. Like we're trying to build everyone. I mean, here I am doing this. This is a podcast. There's no music happening right now. I don't have a guitar in 50 feet near me right now. Um, I was talking to Bradcraft earlier this afternoon, and she's a body painter. So it's like so many cool things here on Twitch that we just like to promote and hang out with. It's like we don't typically raid video game streamers because I don't think a lot of people would like that. But I'm glad that when we raid a DJ, people are like, oh well, it's still entertainment. Let's go and check it out.
Honestly, I like doing different stuff. I like rating musicians sometimes. I like going to Turtles and Chill. Sometimes it's cool. I like going to MXC or, Mystery Science Theater. I like different stuff, because, like, you never know who it's going to be today. Maybe it'll be music.
Ben
Maybe it'll be
Jobby,
a turtle. Who the fuck knows?
yeah, yeah. Ben Jobby has the chicken cam when they stream. It's like,
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't
yeah,
know that. That's great.
yeah. So there's a lot.
It's really, really, really cool. And hey, it brought us together, and that is the coolest thing to come out of
So
Twitch.
I want to answer Dusty. So it's actually happened a couple of times. Besides the Dream Ears, Pat Woodward has actually gotten work from people. So when he moved up to Eugene, Oregon, he didn't know anybody up there. He was passing out and he got a phone call one day saying, "Hey, I need some guitar work done. I'm in Eugene, Oregon," and so they met up, and he was like, "Yeah, I found out about you from Roxy Gun Project on their Twitch stream."
Sweet.
And they said that you fixed their guitars, and he was like, "Oh yeah." So like immediately after that guy left, he like texted us. He's like, "Hey, do you know this person?" We're like, "No, no idea," but it's somebody that watches our stream that found out
Cool.
about that. So yeah, no, the sponsors, yeah, it works. I mean, we don't expect everyone to go. I mean, how many people watch us that live in Vegas are going to go see Deborah White? But I mean,
You never know.
I would if I didn't live in Vegas. I'd come see her.
Even if you get one client out of it, that's one more client than you had before. So I think it's awesome
Yeah,
that you guys do your sponsors. I think it's really cool to just give credit to the
endorsers.
people.
Endorsees.
Okay.
Sorry, not
Okay.
sponsors. Endorsees.
Okay.
we got.
That's fair.
We've been warned that we can't say that on stream. We can't say that because technically they do not. They're not sponsors because they're not paying us.
Sure.
We endorse their products.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
That
yeah,
totally makes sense.
yeah. The tax agent was like, "Yeah, don't say that anymore." I was like, "Okay."
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Endorsements.
endorsements. Yeah, we had to tell Turbo to stop saying "yay sponsors" because we're like, they're not sponsors. Because sponsors means they pay for us to do. And it's like a whole weird jargon thing. And if the IRS was watching, which I don't know why they would watch our stream, but they could be like, oh, they sponsor you, eh? And it's like, no, B.
No, you're right. It's there's so much legal stuff that you didn't really have to think about before when you're just out playing gigs. You know all of that legal shit, but when it comes to this is like a whole new thing for everybody. What a great resource during
Oh,
COVID time. But yeah, it's a learning curve for sure.
I gotta tell you, like, we've been doing this a long time, and sometimes we get new clients to hire us for gigs that have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, and it's just like, stay in your lane. Like, it's so, and then there's other ones where we're doing a show for the Air Force Base here, so we're doing a show for the military, and the amount of paperwork I have to go through just to get us to perform is unbelievable.
Wow.
And it's like, it's weird because this is going to be the fourth time we've done something for them, and every time I have to do all this over again. It's like, just save this. It's not going to change. Like,
Totally.
just save all the paperwork.
That's weird that they don't have it saved and you can be like, oh, nothing's changed, signing off on the fact that nothing's changed. That's annoying. You have to do
Yeah,
it over
but
and
no,
over.
it's the military, and you have to cross the T's and dot the lowercase J's.
But weird. Interesting for a military gig.
Oh yeah. And well, that gig is. Oh, there's a lot of weirdness to that gig. It's in 2 weeks, and it's weird, but we like doing it. We like playing for the military, so it's
What is
fine.
the,
We
is
we
it
did
like a
we did
party
it
that they're
all,
doing? Like some kind of like
yeah,
party for
yeah.
their
So
people?
yeah, they do badge nights. So when because Nellis Air Force Base is a training base, so a lot of the pilots that are here are it's a weapons school and defensive base.
Okay.
So there's a lot of fighter jets, and they're learning how to, basically do their job. And so badge night is these pilots. A lot of them are earning their wings to actually they're done with their school.
Oh, that's really
And so,
cool. Fun.
so this is a different one than what we've done before. This is a special kind of night. So I don't know exactly. They're calling it badge night, but it's something different. And then let's see, we've done two badge nights. Those one of them was really fun. The other one was kind of eh. And then the best was Oktoberfest.
Did you see
We
Dusty's
did the
comment real quick? Sorry, I'm interrupting. It's fucking funny, dude. Dusty's dark sense of humor. For those watching that don't see the chat, if we go to war with China and Russia, maybe you guys can get booked with the new World War III USO tour.
yeah. If we go to war with either one of those, that war is going to be over in 5 seconds.
Fucking A, dude. That's kind of
That
funny.
would be that would that's fallout right there. If those two countries go to war with us, war never changes.
Yeah, but what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Oh,
Steve Scott knows too much paperwork.
that's crazy. Okay, so last time we did our chit chat on here, you were saying there was so many more stories that you wanted to share. We got through your high school stuff. Tell me,
Yeah, so
what do we do now?
I'm going to start with this one here. My parents are awesome, and they know, like, I'm an entertainer, and so whatever it takes to entertain somebody, I will do. Especially when I was younger, it's like I will go the extra mile to make it's. I believed in that. Are you not entertained? Like, you're going to be entertained watching my band, especially Grocery Store Rejects, because it's like, I'm going to make you watch.
Awesome.
So I'm dating this girl, and she's like, "Hey, a friend is looking for a band for a house party." And I told him about you guys, and he's like, "Perfect. I want a punk rock band." And I'm like, Cool. We like house parties. We're a punk rock band. House parties are our
Perfect.
thing. So she gets me more details, and so I'm like, cool, whatever. So we show up, and this guy worked in the adult entertainment business
Mm.
for Peter North's company, and so it's basically a porn star party, like in this house. And so we're set up in the living room, and it's just, I mean, this place is packed. There's probably about 150 people at this party, and I'm just looking around, and everyone's just getting naked, and I'm playing. I'm still playing, and I just say, you know what, screw it. Bob, who's my best friend, I hand him my guitar. I just go straight, just I'm only wearing my Converse. That's all I'm wearing
Oh
at this
my
point.
god, that's awesome.
I grab my guitar, and I just start playing again. And I felt really bad because my drummer's behind me, and he's just doing this.
Because he's got to look at your ass the whole time. Because he's
Yeah, and
watching.
I mean, you guys have seen I jump around. Like I don't stand still. I'm jumping around. I'm doing high kicks and
So you're
everything.
just
And it's just,
flapping all over town.
oh, dude, yeah. And so yeah, that was probably one of the weirdest gigs I've ever played because no one cared. Like no one was like, "Oh my god!" It was just more of a, "All right."
What about
Like,
Bob? Did he get in on it too?
so Bob and our bass player, they got down to their skivvies, but they didn't go full. I was like, nah, it's either all or nothing.
That's so awesome. That's a bold
Actually,
thing
at
to
that point, it was
do.
like ball or nothing.
Totally. Oh man, that's awesome. I could never have
Yeah,
done
and
that, but I'm glad that you
then
did.
afterwards, I just put my guitar down and I jumped in the pool. Just completely just in the buff.
That's so fun. Huh. Was it like a
Yeah.
big orgy kind of thing, or was there just like naked people just
No,
hanging out?
just people just started getting naked and drinking and all that. I mean, there was things going on upstairs. I didn't know. I mean, I was dating somebody at the time, so it's just like I didn't care about that. I'm like, whatever. It's like her and I just hung out for the rest of the night afterwards. But uh, then we played that same house like 2 months later, another party. This one wasn't as big, and so I'm just sitting there, just like playing. And the girl I was dating at the time, she like walked up behind me and just started unbuttoning my shirt, and she was like, "You got to entertain these people." I'm like, "Whoa, hold on here." So like, hold on. I did it once. But so what's funny about that first party is, like I said, my parents knew I'm an entertainer. And so the next day I call up my parents and I was like, how's it going? They're like, good. I'm like, hey, so I fulfilled one of my lifelong dreams last night. And without missing a beat, my dad's like, you played a show naked, didn't you?
Really? He fucking knew?
he knew he knew like that. And
No
so he was
way.
like, oh, and he was proud. He was like, that's my boy.
That's awesome that he immediately knew. And then he just high fived you and was like, rock on, good job.
Well, I mean, at this point, my parents lived in Georgia, so it was just like I could hear my dad laughing, like, "Yeah, that's my boy." Like, he was proud, but at the same time, like, I can't believe you did it. But no, it's weird. It's like when I got my nipples pierced, I was like, "Hey, my parents were living in Georgia. I was like, hey, I got some piercings," and they're like, "You got your nipples pierced?" I'm like, "Damn, you're good."
They
Like,
are good. They know you pretty well, man.
yeah, that's why I couldn't get away with shit when I was a kid. Like, they're like,
Mm-hmm.
"Nah, we know what this kid's gonna do." So yeah, I mean, they're GSR was one of those weird bands. Like, uh, we didn't care. Like, it was you're either gonna love us or you're gonna hate us. There's no in between. Like, oh, I guess they're okay. It was either this band is awesome or this band is shit, and we wanted it that way. We wanted people to be conflicted whether they liked us or not. Like, just like, yeah, I love this band. Fucking hate this band. And it's like I said, we would just go in there with an attitude like, you're not me, you'll never be me, and I'm cooler than you. Here's our first song. And so we're playing this show in a warehouse with this hardcore punk band. And the woman that booked the show, she was really cool with us until that night. And so this hardcore band, they're headlining, we're playing right before them. And so they come up, the band comes up and the promoter come up and they're like, hey, it's getting a little rowdy. Do you guys mind cutting your set down? Just like, we had a 35-minute set. They're like, can you do like 25? And we're like, yeah, sure, not a problem. And we're all being cool, everyone's drinking and all that. And so we go in, we set up, we start playing, and I look around, and the other band is not there watching. They're all outside the venue with their friends and their fans. And I just said on the microphone, I was like, at that point, like I'm like 2 songs in, and I mean, we had probably about 70 people there. They probably had about 70 people. There's a lot of people at this warehouse show, and I just look around and I'm like, these assholes aren't even watching us. You have the balls to come to me and say, can you cut your set short? And you're not even going to watch my band, and you're not going to have your fans in here watching us. So I just said on the microphone, I was like, so they asked us to cut our set short because they asked us to cut our set short, but they're not even here watching us. So I say, fuck them, we're gonna play longer now. So they heard it and they all come in, and I mean they're all faux punks, mohawks. And God, I'm not punk. That guy, the guy, he's got the Misfits patch and the spikes and all. So they come running in, and their fans are like, you and all that. They start shoving our fans around, and it's like we're about to have like this melee. Like it's like Jets and Sharks about to happen.
Oh
Our fans, their
shit.
fans. The promoter runs on stage and she's like, I'm cutting you guys right now. The owner of the warehouse who was doing sound that night ran over, grabbed the microphone, was like, hell no, they're playing as long as I want them to play.
Oh, awesome.
Because
Then
he
they're about to
agreed.
start duking it out, the two of them
Yeah,
too.
he's like, I agree with them. You should watch every band and blah, blah, blah. So there's just like, it's about to just go down. So we look, all the guys in grocery store just look at each other and we're like, screw it. And we just start playing the fastest, hardest song we had, and just like we
Awesome.
didn't care. It's like for one, don't be a dick, because I will fight you. Like I have no problem. Especially back then, I was like, I'll whoop your ass. Like, but don't do that. Don't be that guy. Don't be like, could you cut your set short? Sure, but are you gonna watch my band? Because if you're not, then no.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna play twice.
strange. I wonder why they needed you to shave 10 fucking minutes off of it. Like, why does that even matter?
Because their fans couldn't hold their booze. That's what it came down to. Their fans were drunk and starting to, throw shit around. It was a warehouse, so they were like, "Oh, they're getting rowdy." Cool, cut them off.
Well, if they're all outside anyway, what the fuck does it matter then, Like, let your
Yeah,
fans that came out to your show appreciate it. That sounds like a shitty thing. But did anybody
yeah.
actually
I mean,
start, like, boxing each other? Like, did it turn into any physical shit?
nah. I mean, there was a couple of people after the show that kind of got in my face. I was like, if you really want to rumble, we'll go outside. And they're like, just watch your back. And I'm like, you ain't gonna do shit. Like, I'll watch my back, but you ain't gonna do shit. And they never did. I mean, those people, I saw them plenty of times afterwards, and they just, they talk a big game, but it's like they were expecting me to back down. It's like, no, it's like you're gonna come and get in my face. It's like, look, at this point, I'm 22 years old, 23 years old. I have nothing to lose. Like, it's like I've been doing this shit a long time. I've been bullied. I've been picked on. It's like, all right, you want to fight? It's like I'll lose because I know how many of you are gonna fight me at once.
But you'll
But
stand
I'm
up for
gonna
your
go.
shit, though. At least you're not going to
Yeah,
just roll over.
yeah.
I'm proud of you for
Well,
that.
and yeah, and Bob and Steve would have easily jumped in too. So it's like I wasn't worried. Of course, back then, I mean, I don't really live with any kind of fear except for like heights. There's certain like fear that I live with, but back then it's just like I don't care. Like whatever. In the world, I don't give a shit. It's anarchy. Anarchy on my life.
Yeah. Well, okay. So maybe you've learned a little bit. Everyone feels invincible when they're younger. So you learned a little bit about that. That's good. But hey, you made it through and you stood up for yourself and you probably got some respect.
I mean, I doubt they respected me, but I didn't care about their respect. It's like, look, again, I'm cooler than you. You're not me. Like, that was my attitude. Like, I don't need to wear spikes or a Misfits patch because I am punk enough.
Yep. So what happened to that band? Why did that band end up breaking up?
Which one, Grocery Store Rejects
Hmm.
or the other band?
No, grocery store.
uh, there's a lot of reasons why Grocery Store Rejects kind of broke up, and it. I keep saying we're not broken up; we're on indefinite hiatus.
Okay, that's fair.
Um, yeah, but it comes down to Roxy Gun Project started getting really busy, and I mean, I was making money playing with Roxy Gun Project, and then we had some internal issues that were just never going to get resolved, and it really sucks because those guys were family to me, and the fact that I lost one of my dearest friends because of some bullshit, it breaks my heart every day. But it was time. We were a band for 12, 13 years. We released one album, and it got to the point where it was like I just didn't want to do it anymore. I was kind of burned out. It's like now if that person came back and was like, "Dude, I'm sorry. I want to play." In a heartbeat, Bob would do it. I would do it. It sucks. Our longest running drummer lives in Bolivia now.
Oh
So it's like,
man. Yeah.
but I mean, I know RJ actually played drums for one show for GSR. So I know RJ would do it if I asked him.
Oh
And I
man.
mean, I know, Paul Martinez would love to play bass, or Roxy would even play bass or something. Somebody would play bass and bring it back. But it just, to me, it wouldn't be the same. Even though GSR started with just myself and Bob. Like that band, we played our first show as a two piece guitar and saxophone. We didn't have bass, we didn't have drums.
Oh
We played
wow.
on the balcony of my friend's house, and it was horrible. It was garbage, but we had fun. And so there are times it's like, oh, we could just do it again, and just Bob and I go up there. But
Well, okay, here's the answer to your Tacoma problem. You get Bob to come to Tacoma. You guys do a thing. Fucking A. There's the answer.
if I were to do that, there is a promoter here in Vegas that would literally fly up there and kill us because he has been begging to have the Grocery Store Rejects reunion show. He's like, when it happens, you call me.
Well,
So
that could just be the like, hey, we're just seeing how it goes, and then we'll do the thing in Vegas.
no,
Like,
he would not accept that. He would not. Because he knows we aren't the kind of band that goes, oh, we just want to see how it goes. He knows that if it comes back, it's coming back full. Like,
sorry, I had to grab the cat.
yep, with the eyes
I
too.
know.
It was like, oh,
Oh man.
oh.
Well, I hope I get to see that sometime, and I would love to hear
Yeah,
it. Is
way
there
back.
like a where to or a place to hear this music? Is there a where?
I don't know. Ask Waybug, because apparently Waybug knows all of our music. Like somehow Waybug has found everything about Grocery Store Reject, things I didn't even know, and I started the band.
No way.
Like, how do you
Oh.
know this?
Well, Waybug, please
Um,
put it in the chat. Put a link to
I
the thing.
I'm going to in the next couple months. I'm trying to find all the pieces, but I'm going to put everything on like Bandcamp so people can listen and purchase or
Cool.
whatever. I might not even say purchase. I might just give it away for free because it's just garbage. Like, trust me, it's like I listen to it now and I go, what the hell was I thinking? Like, what was I doing? Like,
Really?
those lyrics don't make sense. Uh,
Well, you could
but
revamp it and change it up if you guys did decide to do another thing. Maybe you could revive it and like spruce it up.
yeah, if we were to come back, we would just play what we would just play the songs um, that we wrote. We would never write anything new because I'm focused on writing for Crimson Riot now. It's
That's good.
anything that comes out is going to Crimson Riot. There's nothing that will be Grocery Store Rejects, and it's done. It was fun. I had a blast doing it. We met a lot of people. We got to play some really fun shows. I mean, Roxy and I got engaged at a grocery store reject show. You
Oh,
know, it
that's
was
cute.
we were opening for Agent Orange, but
Ooh,
it was
good
still
one.
grocery store.
Really? You guys open for Agent Orange?
Yeah,
It's legit.
actually, we're playing on this tour here. We're playing with the Coffin Cats, and that was one of the last shows. One of the last like 5 shows we did before we kind of went our separate ways was with the Coffin Cats.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's gonna be cool to play with those guys again, just in a different band. Um,
That's awesome.
yeah, and it's I've been talking to the bass player from my old punk band, Almost Heroes, and we joke around all the time, like, let's do a reunion show, just as a joke. And he's like, let's do it. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. So,
Nuckin! Oh, thank you for
oh, next
resubbing 9 months, and I'm so glad that you are here. Nuckin
Twitch
Fest. Yay!
baby.
Woohoo! Speaking of babies, did you hear Aaron Shay's pregnant?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
twins.
I twins.
Twins.
Yeah,
Twins. She's gonna name
gonna,
them
gonna name.
Roy and Fernando. That's what I heard.
I love it. Yeah. Okay. So that's a good question. Your show 50 is next week.
So what?
Your 50th your 50th episode is next week. That's what
Oh,
this is, episode 49.
we actually did more episodes, but it was once we started uploading to the YouTube when we started numbering them. So I think we are actually past 50, but as far as the numbers go, it will be officially the 50th, which is pretty awesome. It's so cool. We've been going on, coming up on a year here soon. It's great. Yeah, we're at like 9 months now, I think. 9 or 10. It's so great.
Well, Nuckin coming in with the 9 month sub. I think I saw somebody earlier for 10 months though. But hey,
I don't
look
know.
at
I'm
look
sorry.
at you. You're growing.
It's happening. It's so fun. I'm really enjoying this. I love talking to people. I love learning about people, and this is like the best way to do
Well,
it.
and now that you're out of the wizard bar, you have more time for this.
That's very true. That's very true. I could potentially stream another night if I wanted to. Now that I have more available time.
Just not Tuesdays.
Never. No, I would not do Tuesdays or Sundays. I would never do that. Probably would be a
Yeah.
Thursday, if anything. I've thought about it actually. Thought a little bit about it. Dusty's actually talked about doing a stream too, either doing an art stream or doing like a kind of radio show talking about music and talking about movies and stuff. So that'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to get my radio show back up. That's another thing in my life. I had a radio show for, oh God, 5 years. I did the Church of Punk Rock for 5 years, and I miss it. And so I'm thinking about bringing it back, but not in a radio show form. I want to bring it back kind of like this here, and just talk with friends, and bring on Dominic from Tsunami Bomb, or Darren from Goldfinger, or Jenny from Bad Cop, or Marco from Sugar Cult. It's like, just bring on my friends, and just do like an hour or two just talking with them about the things they did. I mean, there's so many good stories. My interview with Marco from Sugar Cult was gonna be a 2 part thing, because it literally lasted 2 hours. My radio show was only 2 hours long, and his interview was like an hour and 54 minutes. Like, I was able to play a song, and then it was just his interview,
Oh, that
and it
sounds
was really
cool.
good. I was
That
like,
would be
I
great.
would love to bring, my show back. Maybe someday. I have no time anymore.
I know you're
I'm,
busy. You're cramming stuff in. But that sounds so fun. Like you probably met so many
I'm
great people doing your show.
working right now,
No, right.
actually. I'm editing a video. I've done that before. I edited a video while streaming one night.
You know what, Corey? I think that was the cutest thing that you said. I think Sammy should get interviewed for the 50th episode. That's really cute.
Yeah, I
That's
think
very
so.
sweet.
You know what? We'll start it right now.
Do I go ahead interview myself? I'd be like, wow, I've been
I,
thinking, I want to know this
I,
about.
I think Dusty should interview you on Monday.
Oh my god, that would be very interesting, huh? That's worth a thought.
There you go.
It's worth a thought,
I
Corey.
really, I wish we would have kept track because I mean I look at a lot of streamers here and they keep track of like their milestones and stuff like that, and we don't. Like if you asked us when we became a Twitch partner, no clue, have no idea when it happened for us. But it's like it happened.
Yeah,
We just don't know how and when.
whatever.
And so yeah, so it's like I kind of wish we kept track of that stuff, but I can look it up probably. I think I still have the email, but uh, I don't know how many shows we've done. I have no idea how many Twitch streams we've done. It's like I know Risky's really good at keeping track. I mean, you have your episode, keeping track. I have no idea how many we've done.
So many, so fucking many.
So many. Yeah. All I know is, as of yesterday, well, as of right now, we have. I'm looking here. We have 851,000 views on our channel.
Whoa!
What's that?
Wow!
Yeah, if
That's
we hit,
a lot.
when we hit the million view mark, that's when we're gonna party. We're gonna party
Oh
hard.
yeah, that's a pretty good milestone for sure.
Andrew WK is going to be in the living room. If I tweeted Andrew WK, hey, we're about to hit 1 million views on Twitch. Would you come just show up on our camera for like 5 minutes? Just show up in our room and just party hard with us and then leave. I bet you he would do it. But we have to tell him he has to break Kat Denning with him.
Hey, it's worth a try, man. Oh, September,
Yeah,
August or September
125,000.
last year. Nugget is answering the question. I think of like when you got partner.
No, he couldn't. It was definitely not then because we were on tour.
Oh, really? Oh, that's crazy.
Hold on. I can. I know when. Hold on. I have emails from Twitch. I want to say it was closer to November, but I might be wrong. So, or it might have been October. It's sometime.
You made it though. You fucking made it. You guys deserve it. You guys work really hard on there. So you definitely deserve that shit. But yeah, those
Yeah, we were.
milestones, it's like, little milestones. That's okay. You're like, yay, we did the thing. And we're moving along. That's fine.
We were just really shocked that we became Twitch partners. Like we're still trying to figure out how we did. like, like people like us or something.
Because you guys are badass and you had really good viewer counts substantially for a long time. And that's the biggest milestone to hit is the 75 average viewers for an entire month.
Yeah.
And you guys were killing that shit. It was fucking great.
Yeah, but we felt like we were lacking in the viewership. That was the thing. It was just like it was right after tour, like within 30 days. So our tour was in September, so it was October. You know what? I think I know where I can find it. Actually,
You're like, now I need to know. It's scratching in my brain.
yeah. Oh yeah. It's like all right, interview done. I have to go find this now, or else I will never. Okay, Twitch partner overlay came in June. No, well, we became partner, I guess, before we went up to Seattle because Risky Biscuit got denied.
Oh, Justin almost lost his fucking mind on that shit, dude. He was so pissed off. I felt so
I know.
bad for
I mean,
him.
I'm sure he was going, how did that crappy ass band become Twitch partner and we
No, you
didn't?
know what? He definitely did not think that, but he's like, I don't understand why we got denied, but RGP did. Like, we're doing the same kind of shit. Like, I don't understand. Like he just did.
Okay. So we became affiliated on April Fool's Day.
Awesome.
No joke. And then we became partner on May May 20th, I think, because we got the application on my mom's birthday.
Huh. Well, that was way back.
So yeah, we became a partner we became a partner in May or the 1st of June. Well, it had to be around June because we did the Ryan made the partner overlay. Wow.
That's crazy. Oh, Chid wants to know which of the times that I made you crack up is your favorite. Mine is definitely Randall's crotch. That
Crotch camp.
was pretty funny.
Um,
Chid's funny as shit, man. He's so funny.
I think the uh ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but I think that one there made me laugh because I did it in Roxy's reaction to it.
I think I missed that one, but I bet it was fun.
No, I mean, Dusty, I know there's videos on YouTube. I do know, and I mean, by all means, if anybody wants to look at grocery store rejects, I'm not ashamed of it. There's a couple of videos that are really crappy. Like I was just not feeling it that day. Um, yeah, don't subscribe. That's the only thing. I don't control those YouTubes.
That's so funny. He's like, would you fire me as your designer if I shared them? Self
Trust
preservation.
me, it'll take a lot for me to fire you. I like Dusty. Dusty and I are like similar people because like we have a lot of similar things. Like we were talking like, we both got into Creedence Clearwater Revival because of our dads, and it's like Dusty and I, you know, I think when we met for the first time when we came out to Seattle, I think it was kind of really natural. Like we both kind of bonded because it's like we have similar lives. I mean, a little bit different. I mean, he grew up in middle of nowhere Texas, while I grew up in Vegas. So,
You
but
have a lot of similar attributes and like personality traits. You're definitely more like outgoing and like, "Wah!" But I feel like you guys have a lot of very similar ways that you see the world, very similar sense of humor, the cynicism. Like, I think it's very, very interesting. Like, I see a lot of you in him and him in you. It's really neat. It's pretty cool. I dig
yeah,
it.
no, it's I like you people.
Good. I like you too. And then me and Roxy have so much interesting stuff in common too. So it's so
Yeah,
funny. And then me and you have a lot in common as well. So it's like
yeah.
everybody,
Well,
it's great.
I I think one of my favorite parts of coming up to Seattle and hanging out with you guys was towards the final night. We were all hanging out, and we went to the beach, the Seattle beach there, and you and Roxy are rock hunting and all that, and Dusty and I are just standing there, just staring at you two idiots. We're like,
It's nighttime and we have our phones camera or like a flashlight on and we're like on our stomachs like digging through the rocks with our flashlights on and yeah you guys are just like you guys are ridiculous and we're like but we're finding fun
yeah,
things.
yeah. We stood up a monument for this moment. It was like some like beech wood, and it was like just this log and all that. So we stuck it up, standing up. We're like, we need to come back and find this wood because this is the spot where.
Well, we can do that. You guys will be out here next fucking month. That's gonna be awesome. Oh yeah, that weird bug thing, rocks, which we don't even still
Oh
don't
yeah,
know what it was. It looked like maybe it was like a tentacle of some kind of creature that like got hacked off and it was independently moving around. But it was like this weird thing squiggling around that we had no idea. Like we have no idea what this is. That's why we're like, you guys need to come see this thing. We have no idea what this is, and it's still a mystery to this day. But you never know unless you're on your stomach looking at rocks. You'll never see those things.
on on that trip, we found a lot of weird looking things because when we were in the mountains and we were hiking, there was that slime thing, and you're like, this is so weird.
Yes, a freaking slime mold. Like that was a unique slime mold that we found. That was super
Oh,
duper cool.
oh yeah. Roxy just said the caterpillar that was hunting us down and trying to kill us.
So funny.
guy.
Dude, that was funny. We're like, what? How is this happening? And they just kept popping up, but we're like, it's the same one.
It's the same one. He crossed the
It's
bridge
fucking
and
Rebecca.
he's got a knife.
Oh man, I have so much fun hanging out with you guys. Like we have such good times together. I wish you guys lived closer. I really do. Or I wish we lived closer in the middle or something because it sucks.
So I have kind of a little bit of news, and I don't know if it's gonna happen, if we can make it happen. But there's a certain member of our band who said they are willing to get a tattoo if we can make it happen, but wants to get the three-headed Sasquatch tattooed.
No.
There's a member,
Really?
yeah. So you should tell Henry that, like, hey, somebody wants to tattoo this, by the way.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Do they want to do it while they're out here on the tour?
I don't know if it's possible if we even have money for it. That's the thing, but
That's fair.
we'll talk about that afterwards.
That's pretty cool.
But just remember, people, there's only two people in this world that are allowed to get Crimson Riot tattoos that get free concert tickets, and that's punk rock me Maya and her dad. So if you get a Crimson Riot tattoo, you don't get free shows, but they do.
Okay, you're not doing the whole rocket from the crypt thing.
Oh yeah, Alkaline Trio did it.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, Alkaline they did it, and then after the first show, they had to stop it because they sold out the Metro, and it was all free tickets. Yeah,
Oh,
and the Metro in Chicago is pretty big.
oh man. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
he
that
said
sounds
he's
crazy.
100% serious. Yeah, I'm like, you know what? If you want to get it, dude. Well, and Jesse also wants to get a Crimson Riot tattoo. And on our last tour, he was ready to get the Crimson Riot tattoo, and the tattoo shop, well, like, we couldn't work out the timing on it. So we might have to, if you got a tattoo artist that's going to be available on the 8th.
Might be able to wrangle something up. I know a couple people out here that might be willing to do that. So yeah, we'll talk more afterwards and we'll see. That would be awesome. That'd be so fun. Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck
I'm.
yeah.
I mean, I know Roxy is way overdue for tattoo. She's wanting a tattoo so bad right now.
Me too. I've been thinking about it so much lately. I have multiple different things that I really want, and I've been really feeling like I just need something new, man. I need something new.
So all right. Another story about me is I I love my parents, and I'm a punk rocker, and I know it's all about ooh, anarchy and stuff like that. But it's like, you know what? My parents raised me well, and I will never complain. I complained when I was younger, but now I'm older. I'm like, I get it. But so I told my parents, hey, I want to get a tattoo, and they're like, all right, look, you're old enough, go ahead, but don't go crazy. And I told them what I wanted. I'm like, it's gonna be around my ankle. Barely anybody's gonna see it. Da da da. Da. So got the tattoo, and you know, anybody that has a tattoo knows you get one.
Once you pop, you
Oops.
can't stop. Like Pringles.
Yeah. And so then I got my second one, and my mom was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna get too many." Well, I had to so my second tattoo was my treble clef, and I'm like, "But I gotta get the other arm done too." So I got the treble clef over there. So it just snowballs from there. And my mom, every time I get a tattoo, my mom's like, "You need to stop getting tattoos," and I'm like, "Nah, do I
Yeah,
though?"
why? Why do
She's
you
like,
need to? You don't.
yeah, and so she's like, and so I remember it. Like, I got another tattoo, and my mom was like, "You need to stop getting tattoos." And then she, like, 3 months later, gets another tattoo. My mom only has two tattoos, so she gets her second one. I'm like, "You're giving me
You're
shit?"
like,
Like,
I don't think so. My mom
no,
tried that too. She
trouble.
tried the stop getting tattoos thing. Like, why? And now she's just like, oh, are you getting new tattoos? And so she just accepted it over time. She totally is cool with it. So thank goodness I made it through
Yeah,
that.
June 1st was when we did the partner stream. So we had to be, yeah, it had to be May. I mean, like I said, the May 17th was the application. And we were approved within a couple days. So,
That's
ah,
awesome. You looked that up, Donnie. Good job.
thank you, Donnie. Yeah, Trouble Clef. Oh, Roxy just said it. That's Mischief's brother. Is Trouble Clef.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's
we
so
call him
cute.
TC, but his name is Trouble Clef.
That's adorable. Oh.
I have three and two designed and two I'm working on. The three-headed Sasquatch is being complete. Wait,
Contemplated.
what? Did you get?
Oh, contemplated.
Oh, contemplate.
That's
Sorry,
awesome. That's so cool, Nuckin.
I I think Nuckin also gets free tickets if it's not a festival. I think we'll get Nuckin on a guest list.
I think Nuckin deserves that shit super hard, man. I think that's a worthy
There's a couple of guitars that agree with you.
yes, he's definitely his support is unwavering for sure.
And his awesome time we have with Nuckin at Sweetwater was a lot of fun. And I talked to my Sweetwater rep weekly. Like we text each other, and he was like, "Man, it was so cool to meet you guys," and he was like super
That's
excited to like have
awesome.
us come on.
Like
Yeah,
weekly, like
so
you guys
there's
are
a,
homies now. That's great.
yeah. Oh, he sent me his band's music. He has a really cool band. He's really good. So it's so cool. Like the people we meet. Like it's so weird.
That's so cool.
But
I'm so glad you guys got to meet and do that. He was so excited about going with you guys there. He's like, Sweetwater's so cool, they're gonna freak out. And you guys, in fact, did freak out. So perfect.
yeah, I ate shit on a slide.
That's so fun. Oh man, I'm still sad I couldn't do the damn slide at Meow Wolf when we were out there. They're like, "Oh, if
Oh
you're wearing
yeah,
sandals, you can't go on the slide." And then Roxy's like, "You probably didn't want to go on the slide. It hurt. That was a painful
yeah.
slide."
It was a little bumpy.
That was so fun.
Yeah. Actually, we were just at a wedding, and the guy we ran into when we left, when we went to the gift shop there, our friend Kratos, he was at the wedding, and he was like, "Next time you guys come, he's like, call me because I will get you guys in a lot cheaper." And it's like, I get your whole party in. It's not just the Vegas locals and all. He's like, I'll get everyone in on the price, and so I'm like, all right. So
Sweet.
we want to go again because there was so much to see, but you guys had to go catch a flight, and it was just like, oh no.
Yeah. That was super fun though. I loved it. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll always be
Yeah.
back. I love it. I love how cheap it is for us to go back and forth between Vegas and Seattle. It's like the cheapest plane tickets. It's even more expensive for us to fly to Portland than to fly to Vegas.
Well, I mean, Vegas is always, no matter where you are in the world, excuse me, weird. Vegas is always cheap to fly to, always, because they want people to come in. And so there's a deal with casinos and airlines to bring people in.
Interesting. That makes a lot of sense.
It's cheaper for you to come here, and it's more expensive for us to leave here. So
That makes sense. Okay.
yeah,
Sometimes it's like
but
$27 to fly to Vegas, and I'm like, shit, I'm coming for all you can eat sushi. Better get ready. God damn.
oh dude, that was Roxy and I did that the other night. All you can eat
Ah,
sushi.
at that same place, did you go back to that place that we went to?
No, no, we made an agreement that place is for guests only. Like we're not going to go there by ourselves because there's a closer one, and that one there is more intimate for us. We took you to Crazy Sushi,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
We went.
yeah. Oh, that place was great. That
Yeah,
was
the first time.
fantastic.
Yeah, because it's smaller and it's more intimate for us. But the other place was so much fun with the chefs, and it's like I felt like it would be weird not having a whole group of people there to mess with the chefs and have them mess with us and
That's
give
fair.
us the mandingo.
I had to put that on the Facebook post that I did. I was looking
Oh
through
yeah,
photos and I was like, I'm totally putting that photo. That was the best fucking photo of you with the dick shaped sushi. Ah, it was great. It was fucking great, dude.
yeah. Actually, I was just thinking the next time you come out because I know. Oh, hold on. I got an. I got. Oh, okay. Da, 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 da. All right. Anyways, I just got an email from Lucky Liquor.
Oh, cool.
So,
Awesome.
but yeah, it's nothing I have to worry about right now. But next time you come out, and I'll look to see what days they're doing it. But I would love to take you and Dusty to the college observatory,
Yes,
and
yes, yes.
I usually after on they do a weekend show. They do weekday shows and weekend shows, but I think it's on the weekend shows after there's like some space thing
The
the
planetarium
IMAX
thing.
theater, yeah, the
Ooh,
planetarium,
I'd love it.
and then afterwards, then they open up the actual telescope observatories, and I'll find out when they're doing if they're doing it while we're out there because it is so much fun to go and look at whatever's out at that time. I mean, I've done it. So I mean, I did astronomy lab, so I got to play with the telescopes
Oh,
a
that
lot.
would be so amazing. I would love that. I love going to observatories. I remember I was in Atlanta at the time when Mars was its closest that it's ever been in hundreds of years or whatever, and I waited in line at the Oglethorpe Observatory for like 3 hours, and then the fucking clouds rolled in. I was like, no, what the fuck? So I went back the next day and waited another couple hours and got to see the polar caps on Mars and everything, and it was totally worth it.
See, I, I think that was bullshit. They should have been like, "Oh, you were here yesterday, front of the line." Like
You would think.
you
You
would
would
think.
think they did that, but they didn't. I literally waited for hours. But you know what? Kind of cool thing that happened. I saw my first praying mantis while I was in line. It was on the wall
Right.
of the observatory, and I was like, oh, it's a praying fucking mantis. I'm like, okay, well, that was worth it. At least something awesome happened while I was in line. I had never even seen one in my life. So that's pretty cool. Yep.
We see them all the time.
Really?
They're always around here. Um, See, Roxy and I years ago for her birthday, I got her tickets to see Eddie Izzard in Flagstaff.
Sweet.
So the day afterwards, we went to the Lowell,
Yeah.
and they during the day it's they're not going to what are you going to look at? So they're like, we have the sun telescope out, so we were looking, and we actually got to see a slight uh, mass ejection event happen while we were looking through. It was just a little tiny
Awesome.
one come off.
Like a solar
But yeah,
prominence came up. That's cool.
yeah, it was a little bit. It was really cool to see. I mean,
Neat.
I did with the astronomy lab. I mean, I've looked at the sun a million times. So I'm like, it's old news. But to see that actually happen, it happened a few times, and it was like, oh well, there goes our internet for in a
That's
day. That's
cool.
like,
You got to see
great.
that. There's some
And then
Earth facing coronal holes right now, so they're expecting some kind of
yeah,
disturbances soon. And then just a couple days ago,
yeah,
there was some pretty legit auroras. The BZ was north for quite a while, which sucked because it was like reasonably strong, but the BZ was north, so it wasn't creating a lot of aurora. But there was some people, especially in Alaska and up there, like they got some good shit from this last
yeah.
little solar storm. Man, so cool.
Yeah. So Dusty, when I was doing my astronomy lab, there was one night we were out there and we were looking at different planets, and I mean those are some powerful telescopes they have at the college. And at one point we were looking at Saturn, and but I didn't see any rings, and it was so weird. It's like that's Saturn, and with this telescope, I mean you're seeing Saturn, you see Titan, you see
Ooh,
like you can see
cool.
in this little tiny telescope hole. There was like 17 moons you can see in this
Wow.
binder, and no rings on Saturn. And so the next week we went back and we were looking again, and at that point Saturn had finally turned. So we were looking at it, and while it was because it moves like this, so so it's not always turned to the side.
Sure.
So there are points where you'll actually see it and it's flat, and the rings are so thin that all you see is you can see a shadow, just like barely a shadow, but nothing else. And so
Interesting.
then
That's
yeah,
unique, though. At least that's kind of cool.
yeah. I have a pretty good telescope Roxy got for Christmas. She got me a couple years ago, and it's pretty gnarly. If we could get it, if you go further out, it works well. But there's been a couple of times we've actually done. I would just be out there looking, and it's like, you know what? Let's see if I can find it. And sure enough, we found Saturn one night, and it was turned to the side, and that was the first time Roxy had ever seen Saturn and its rings through a telescope, and you could barely see. There was just like a little speck. You could see that Titan was right there too,
Oh, that is
just as a speck. But
so awesome.
yeah,
Ah, you
yeah.
could
So
see
it
Titan. Wow.
yeah, it's a pretty. I mean, but Saturn is it's literally like this big and all that. But you could see the rings, and then we've looked at Jupiter a couple times. We looked at Jupiter's cool because you can in that even in that telescope, it's a low power telescope, but you can see the bands on
Oh yeah,
Jupiter,
and the
and it's like
Galilean moons, like those you can see pretty well. I've
see,
seen
I
those through
think
small telescopes. I'm like, it's the fucking Galilean moons. That's awesome, dude.
yeah, we saw a couple of specks in there, but nothing that I could distinguish as this is this one, this is this one. So, but
Actually, the first
yeah,
time that I saw it, they were it. I mean, obviously, I don't know where they were in their orbits, but they looked like they were perfectly aligned. It was Jupiter, and then there was the four moons, and I was like,
yeah,
"Whoa, that's fucking crazy!" Like, I feel like this is an awesome thing to get to see this. It's so neat.
yeah, Europa,
Yeah.
Europa. I will tell you right now, and I'm an amateur astronomer, and but doing as much studying as I've done, I will tell you now, and you can mark my words, that we will find physical proof of another life form on Europa. There is life on Europa. I guarantee. I'm willing to sell my soul
That's
for the third time.
okay. Okay, so Europa's what you're going. It's so funny. Me and Dusty have had this conversation so many times. He's on Team Titan, and I'm on Team Enceladus. So we've got Europa,
Okay,
Titan, and Enceladus. We should start taking
I'll tell you what.
bets.
Europa has the most underwater volcanic activity than any moon in our solar system. And so we've watched constantly geysers on Europa happening all the time. Well, what causes a geyser? It's a
Geothermal
volcano.
energy. Yeah.
So what we and scientists have determined is underneath the ice shelf, which is they're estimating at somewhere between half a mile to a mile thick. But they think underneath that is a liquid ocean.
Yep. Same thing
We've
with
proven
Enceladus. Same kind of thing, man. Similar little
we've
worlds.
proven that you don't need light for life. We've proven that.
Yep. Very true.
But the one thing you do need is heat. You get down to those underwater volcanoes and you start digging around under there, and I guarantee you start finding life.
You know what? You're totally right. And this is my exact reasoning for Enceladus, for me fighting for Enceladus. I love that. Like both of them I feel like are completely viable options, and Titan also is as well. But yeah, I'm really excited about Enceladus because you keep shooting these fucking jets out, and they're about to fly this craft through the jets to try to take samples
Yeah.
of it and figure out what's coming out. And it's so neat because they actually have helped in the creation of Saturn's rings, which I just think is so neat that it's just spewing stuff out and like making baby rings. It's so fucking awesome.
So I just looked. 15 to 25 kilometers or 10 to 15 miles is now what they're saying Europa's icy shelf is. So
10 to 15 miles.
that's a lot of drilling, but I think we can do it. But we're not focused on that. We're focused on the wrong planets. That's the thing I hate about like I love NASA, but I hate NASA because it's like, well, Mars is the closest that we can get to and cultivate life, and it's like you are focusing on the wrong places. Stop that. Just stop that. Dustin. Oh, hey, Dustin Ware, you see this? Look at this,
Oh,
Dustin Ware.
Dustin!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Set up.
I was stoked to see you were
Of
wearing that shirt to represent tonight. That's awesome. I'm glad you're here.
course. We love those guys.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what kind of things that we can find. I mean, we now have the technology to test these things and
Yeah.
to find out more answers, and little by little, it's one thing at a
It's like
time.
I know you're super excited, and I will be excited once we start really getting James Webb working the way we need it to work. It's like I'm not excited now because I want to see the first images come back because I remember being excited for Hubble and then the first images come back and it's like, "Oh, we're blind." Like, oops, we forgot to calibrate a mirror.
But it's fine to be excited about the thing and
No,
like have the lead up time. That's exciting.
but see, here's the thing. I'm still amazed at Voyager. Like we people are forgetting about Voyager is still out there, one and two, and they're still sending
It's
information back.
crazy. It's so crazy.
They were supposed to die 10 years ago, and they're still sending us information back, and it's going. The I don't have you really like read up on Voyager?
A bit.
Like the
Yeah.
well, I mean, recently.
Not anything recently, no.
So Voyager 2 is on the cusp of nothingness. It's literally at the very end of the solar system.
Oh yeah, I remember it
Where
was maybe like
it,
a year and a half ago. They were like it's got to leave the heliosphere. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's on its way out. Like I remember hearing about all of that leaving the heliosphere region.
so it's funny Dusty says that. So because of this thing launched in the 70s. The computers used for that are outdated and obsolete, but they
Totally.
still have to keep them working to transmit this information. So we actually have NASA scientists that have to work on things less power than a Tandy computer to
Wow.
get information back. Because you can't HDMI this, you can't high def this stuff, you
No,
can't
no, you're
go into
right.
computers.
It's
They
so
have to
true.
use they have to use things that are completely outdated to continue to get this information. And there's one person right now at NASA that has to sit there every day and read this information, this coding that's coming in and translate it. And so it's like, what a lost art form. That person is speaking Latin in computer terminology.
Wow.
I
That's
mean,
a good
nowadays
job
it's
for a
all
boomer, right? You got a good boomer job.
right. Well, and it's because everything now is all JavaScript and HTML and stuff like that. That's not. That is still working in a lot of ancient coding, and so it's so like to read about that person. It's like, how do you sign up for that job? Like the only thing keeping Microsoft in business is that one computer.
That's so crazy, dude. That's
Yeah.
nuts.
So, and the fact that it's still responding to us. It takes a long time. I think they said at last check, it's almost like a week to communicate now with this satellite to actually get it to move or do anything like that. But at this point, they've stopped. They're like everything's shut down on it except its radar, and that's it. They had to move it slightly and then turn it back off because they're trying to just save as much battery power
Yeah.
because they never anticipated it would make it this far and still send us information back. And the last I read about it, it sent back sound to us of what it sounds like, and it's fucking gnarly. It it
Ooh,
just
I want to
sounds
hear
like
that.
hell on earth. It's you just I think it's voyager2.com or something like that. They actually have a website dedicated to the Voyager
Oh,
2. But
that's
yeah,
so
this
awesome.
sound, it's sent back and it's like, oh, here's the temperature, and it's temperatures that we've never experienced anywhere in our solar system. Like how? And it's reading solar winds speeding up in this area. And it's like that's the law work for Voyager. Like it's reading things like this shouldn't be happening, but it is.
That's so cool. Yeah, I can't believe that it's still rolling after all this time. And it's interesting because they thought that the edge of the heliosphere was way further back than it in fact
Right.
was. So that was a great learning experience for us too, where we're like, all right, they're about there. Like, oh, actually, no, there is still,
They added
you know,
another section to this. It's like,
yeah, which
oh,
I love it. And how would we know? We were just guessing. I mean, there was math involved in like, okay, it dissipates at this rate or whatever, but they were wrong.
but I mean, the thing is, and the problem with trying to figure out the universe and our solar system, or just even the planetary rotation, it's impossible to determine because the mathematics and the physics to it don't exist. We have to guess on all of this because, I mean, according to most physicists and even Einstein, a lot of Einstein stuff is being proven true now that we're being able to see kind of some of the stuff. But we were told that the Big Bang happened, everything's going to slow down. And we're noticing that the universe is not slowing down in its expansion, it's speeding up. And it doesn't make sense because it explodes outwards and eventually the ripples will die out. It's like you throw a pebble in and it
Sure.
ripples out and then eventually it slows down and stops. We're seeing the pebble going in and it multiplying and speeding up and going faster. So this whole theory that the universe is a rubber band is what we've been told. It explodes and it's going to come back. It exploded and it's speeding up and it's continuing to grow. So how do you calculate that? You
We
can't.
can't, and we
You
don't know
can't
where
figure
that
that
end
out.
is, where it will finally, if it does do that, where it will finally even out and then big crunch back upon itself. We have
Yeah.
no idea.
Well, and the other thing too is we can't determine the physics because sure, we've been able to calculate when the Big Bang happened within milliseconds. That's how far we can see the edge of the universe. We can't see the actual event. But think about this. We're looking at in our night sky thousands of stars. How many of them are dead?
Probably,
You know, I mean,
potentially a reasonable amount of them. Yeah.
the closest star to us, Alpha Centauri, is 4.3 light years away. So you got to think there are stars. Betelgeuse is something, what, 20 million light years
Six
away?
hundred and 24.5 million.
That star could have been dead. We have no idea.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I mean, we do know that Betelgeuse is expanding. We've noticed that in the last 100 years that Betelgeuse
Yep.
is expanding,
No.
which means
They know
it's
it's on its
getting
way
close.
out. It's using up its fuel, and they know that it's on the line. And even last year, or I guess a little over a year ago, they noticed it dimming out, and they didn't know what the fuck was going on, and they thought, "Oh shit, maybe it's gonna go," and it was just dust covering it up a
Yeah,
little bit that dimmed it out. It kind of like coughed. It was like, and then now it
yeah.
moved away. It will
And
happen
just
though.
imagine, yeah, just imagine when it does and it finally shows here. Orion's going to be missing an arm because that's his
Yeah.
shoulder. It's like, so it's like, but that's the other thing. So we're looking at these galaxies. I sent you that link of the known galaxy, and it's so beautiful. I love looking at that picture. But how many of those galaxies are dead, gone?
I
But
know.
we see them; they're still there, but they're trillions, quadrillion
Yes.
miles away. They're long gone. So it's like we don't
There's
know
no way to know. Like even
really.
with James Webb, like we're looking back to like we're gonna see as far back as 100 million years after the creation of the universe. That's what they're thinking. We're gonna go way back. There is no way ever to know what is currently there at all. So we have no idea what happens evolution wise over all of these millions of years because we're only being able to see what was once there. I mean, our observable
Yeah,
stars that we have in the night sky, I mean, those are all in a tiny little portion of our galaxy like that. We're only seeing a tiny little like thumbprint out of the entire galaxy.
right.
But when we have our telescopes and we're actually looking, high powered telescopes looking far out, like we have no fucking clue what that's like right now. We could be looking at nebulas that are way out there where the stars have already been born, lived out their entire life cycles for millions and millions of years, died, made new things, and we have no way to know. So it's kind of like a joke. It's like you can have as much technology as you fucking want. You humans can have these fancy things and you can see back to the beginning, but you'll never be able to see right now. Ever.
Yeah, no,
Sucks.
and my favorite argument to people that are like, "Oh, we're the only ones in the universe. We're blah blah blah," and it's like my favorite quote is, "Every planet has a star, but not every star has a planet." And it's like, so you can look at every star out there, and almost the majority of them have some kind of planet, some kind of body floating around them. Don't tell me we're alone in the universe. It's impossible. The probability of this being the best there is in the universe is zero.
I completely agree with you on that one. There's way too many
That's
opportunities, and now with
the
all the
other.
search for all of these exoplanets, I mean, just within the past handful of years, they're like bam, 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 bam. You know, and now we're with the James Webb. They're hoping to be able to actually be able to see these exoplanets, like to actually zoom in and
Yeah.
see the terrain. Like, holy fuck, like it's
I
moving so fast.
I love rogue planets. I think rogue planets are my favorite planetary thing because they're just like, screw you, we're out, and just like they're just floating around just at high
Uh
speed
huh.
at whatever they
Now
want. Like
that's a fucking band name right now. The Rogue Planets.
rogue planet.
Called it.
Well, and Bandit called it. Uh,
I
Sammy called it before me.
did.
Well, and so I'm going back to, I love NASA for what they have done. I love the scientists we have, the smartest brains in the universe. I love what they do. But there's one phrase that they always say that pisses me off, and that is habitable planets. Habitable planets. We're searching for habitable planets, and it's like, stop searching for habitable planets, because what you're searching for is carbon-based life forms. Stop that, because what we need to survive is our habitable.
True.
But aliens might have different habitable planets. So stop looking for, well, we got to find Earth 2.0 to find intelligent life. No, no, you don't.
I mean,
Because
I
there's
agree.
intelligent life.
I agree with you. Although I do think that since we have found so many exoplanets, that for us to kind of narrow it down and know which directions that might be more fruitful for us, places that could have liquid water, like I understand them narrowing that search down a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I like the weird. I like, see, that's what I want to find. I don't want to find something that looks like this. I want to find something that looks like your emote there. Like,
Yeah.
I want the big eyes, big head, the fingers. Ouch! Like, I want that.
Actually, you know what? I
You
was
know,
just watching something on Magellan the other
I want
day.
Samuel L. Jackson from Star Wars. I want Samuel L. Jackson from Star Wars.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
the hero.
No, I was watching something about the search for exoplanets, and they were talking about this one system that the light is so much more dim. It's basically like a twilight all the time. So they're like, well, it makes sense that if there are any creatures or life forms on this planet, they would have much larger eyes to be able to pull in more light. And it's just in this moment, like I'd always thought about these things separately, but in this moment I was like, the fucking big eyes. Like if the gray aliens that we see are not in fact spacesuits, which they very possibly could be suits, that could not even be their actual form, but if it is, maybe they're from systems that have a more dimmed out star, which is why their eyes actually have to be bigger to take in more light. I was like, holy shit. It fucking blew my
Yeah.
mind. That's awesome.
See, I'm one of those people. I believe in aliens. Do I believe they've visited us? I'm torn. I think they have. I think they haven't. Do I think they're kidnapping people and probing them? No.
You don't
But
really?
I do believe. I do believe people have had encounters with aliens. But if they have visited us, they're not here now. They're not sticking around.
You
They
think it's
did
like
what they want to.
interdimensional type of stuff instead of physical?
They're, yeah, I think they've come and gone, and they looked at us going, yeah, it's gonna take them a long time before they can figure out how to reach us. Like, they had the technology, and they found a habitable planet, and they were like, let's go check it out. And then they came here, and they found Spud over here in the farm, picked them up, and was like, do you know quantum physics? And he's like, I got a cow. And they're like, yeah, this guy's an idiot, let's just send them back. They're like, they ain't gonna get here. Like,
I
they,
think that
they're
there's
like,
different
okay, these
species
people are
though. So I think maybe it's not just this one race came, checked it out, and was like, fuck this, and was out. Like I think it's possible that it's different kinds from different places. Maybe.
I do have to take a moment, so I shall return.
Okay. When you get back, I will go take a tiny moment. But yeah, I think it's so interesting, thinking about things like this on such a large scale. Because you think about like the amount of time that humans have existed on this earth, like it would be shocking that nobody else has even been able to pop in at any point. I do think that the ancient alien theory could very potentially have some kind of weight. I mean, there's a lot of really strange things that have been observed, and it's very possible that they had been here from long ago, maybe even helped us with the technology that we have. Who knows? But I don't know, differing from what Chris says, like, I do think that they are still active and still visiting on some kind of reasonably common basis. I mean, there are a lot of sightings. And I know that there was probably always a similar amount of sightings, but now that people have uh, cell phones and video
Oh,
cameras, welcome back. Yeah, I think.
what about me?
No, I was just saying that, like,
Yeah, no.
I feel like with video cameras and cell phones, people are able to record more of these interactions. So therefore, it kind of gives more opportunity for sharing what people are seeing. It might not be more sightings than we had before. It might just be more
Yeah,
sharing.
yeah. I mean, it's so funny because I come across those all. Oh my God! Look, everyone, we found a UFO, and then you watch the video, and it's obviously something done in After Effects, and it's like some cinema thing, and it's like, come on, like. Who's falling for this? And then you read, of course, the the comments like, "Oh my God, I saw the same thing," and it's like, "No, you did not." Like,
Well, maybe they did. Okay, I'm taking a quick break. You ramble about space for like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I can still hear
ramble
you.
about space,
Yes.
space, the final frontier. But yeah, I mean, I hope we can meet aliens someday. That's my thing. Is I hope someday we can meet somebody that's like, hey, we bring gifts of intelligent things, and we're gonna help you. And then they I hope they don't land in America because he's different. Get him. I mean, then again, I always wanted to be the first rock band on a UFO. We get on an alien ship. I'll play some music for the aliens.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, Human Juke. How was Juke's show? No, I did not watch Heller.
Thank you for giving me a moment. Hi, Chris Lou. Yay. You know what? If you did play on an alien ship, you'd have to sing some Sticks, "Come Sail Away." That's the
Yeah.
only song right there.
Oh, come on, no. We'd have to do Rocket Man,
Oh, yeah, there could
Space
be a
Oddity,
whole set based on space songs. That would be awesome,
uh,
actually.
Teenager from Mars,
Teenagers from Mars, but we don't care. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Astro Zombies. I mean, there's plenty of songs we can play.
Man, that would actually be kind of fun on your RGP stream to do like theme nights where you're like,
I
okay,
love
what's the theme? Space.
I love Sid saying there. I may meet Turbo someday. Close enough.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we could go Aquabats, Martian Girl from Planet V. Won't you marry me? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, the Phenomenons. God, those guys are awesome. They are so cool.
Yeah.
We saw them at the Funhouse here in Seattle, actually, a few years ago. It's tiny, tiny little venue, and it was so fucking awesome. We're like, who the fuck are these guys? It's amazing. And I bought the
We've
T-shirt. I was sold.
yeah, I've known those guys for going on more than 20 years now. So
Really?
those
No
those
shit.
they're yeah, we've known them for a long time. They're good guys, really good guys.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I'm old.
So when did your like love for astronomy get like started for you? Like, can you remember? Were you always interested, or did something happen that really
I was
like
always
sparked your curiosity?
I've always liked looking at the stars, and when I was young, going up on the mountain here, going camping, and because you're high enough and away from the city that you can see the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way.
You're so lucky
So,
you got to see that as a young person,
oh yeah,
man. I'd never seen anything like that. Growing up in Florida, no fucking way, man. There's like 7 stars that you can see. And the first time I saw the Milky Way, I was like 23 years old. And I stood
good
in
night,
the middle of
kid.
the desert and fucking cried, man. It was amazing. Good night, Chad. I love
Yeah.
you. Thank you for coming. You're
Uh,
the best. Aw,
uh,
thanks, Chad. You're the coolest. You're great.
yeah, Dusty. Actually, we played with them in that link. that you sent, the last video, I think the one that's like 4 minutes, was us playing in Petaluma, California, with the Phenomenons.
That is so cool. That's so fucking fun. I love it.
Yeah,
But yeah, getting to
but
see the
no, yeah.
Milky
So
Way, man. How cool is that? That's like so
yeah,
mind blowing.
I mean, you get far enough away from the lights, you get to see stuff like that, and always just, I would just lay there while we would go camping and just look up at just the stars and just like, I was always amazed by it. But then, growing up and really looking into it, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's these stars, and then you start learning like, yeah, that's only not even a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what's actually out there. And then you start learning, like, it still blows my mind that it's like we're orbiting one star. There are, you can't even calculate it, trillions upon trillions of stars out there, and it's like how far apart everything is. It's just amazing to me. It's like, oh,
So fucking
it's so
far.
creepy but so cool. I was like, oh yeah, this star is here. I mean, there's planets nearby, but it's millions of miles away, and you can't calculate that in your head. You're just like, okay, and then you're learning like, oh, 4 light years away is billions and billions of miles away, and you're just like, what?
It's hard to conceptualize. Like it's so hard, and I think that some people stray away from even like looking into astronomy because it's just too big and it's just stressful and it hurts their brain. But I really try, man. I really legitimately try to have that perspective as much as possible. I mean, you think about 100,000 light years across is our galaxy. 100,000
Yeah.
light it takes 260 million years for it to make one rotation, for us to go once around it. Like that's like forever. And
They Somebody the other day posted that the according to Earth, like if you do galaxy time, Earth is only 18 years old.
yes, I saw that too and I thought that was awesome. I was like, wow, that's really cute. It's true, man. So you've got that, and we're
Yeah.
just sitting in this one galaxy, which is like a reasonably sized galaxy. But the space between us and other galaxies is vastly beyond that. And then you think about the billions and billions and billions and billions of other galaxies that are out there. Like the shit is astronomical. I mean, even like the pillars of creation. When you look at the pillars of creation, I forgot exactly how many light years it is from the tip to the end, but like just that one structure alone, like it would take
Yeah.
millions of years if we were just in a little, rocket ship just kind of trying to check it out. Like it's just, it's so vast and it's so massive
I like
and I
to
love
get
it.
my spaceship really slow. Where it's bound, I do not know. It's a phenomenon song.
That's awesome.
Chrissy Lou, yeah. I mean, any major city is bad, but when you live in the brightest city on Earth, it really sucks. It's like, you know how the astronauts figure out where they are at nighttime? They look for Las Vegas.
Wow,
They're like, "Where's
interesting.
it?" Vegas is the brightest spot on Earth. Nothing is brighter than Las Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
because it's
so
all the lights from the casinos.
interesting. Yeah. I was actually out there a bunch of years ago. Weirdly enough, it was Earth Hour, and they're like, "We're
Mm.
having Earth Hour," and they're shutting everything off. And I was like, "That's so crazy! Get to be in Las Vegas for that." And I gotta say, a lot of places shut down, but a lot of places didn't. Like McDonald's, Golden Arch is still going, and I was like, "Can't
Yeah, yeah.
everybody shut down for just like a minute? Come on, do it. Do a solid." I think it would have been amazing. But there's a lot of empty space in Nevada, like a lot. Like I remember when I
Oh
was
yeah.
traveling through, I was on Highway 50, which they said is the loneliest highway in America. And I actually saw something. I've seen two things that I felt like were potential UFO. I guess it was a UFO because it's unidentified to myself. And one of them was when I was out there in Nevada on Highway 50, and it was, I saw a lot of stars. There was no light pollution. It was great, and I saw something that I could not explain. And I do totally know that it's very possible that it could have been some kind of government stuff, some kind of testing or whatever. It was back
Oh
in
yeah.
2003. So it was quite some time ago. So, I'm not saying it was definitely aliens, but I saw something that didn't make any fucking sense at all. And,
So
oh,
there's a section in the Great Basin in Nevada. in the Big Smoky Valley area. That's near Mount Jefferson, which is almost dead center of the state. And it recently just got a protection in that area because a lot of astronomical societies had come together and filed a petition. And so this whole area, it's something, I think it's like 1,000 square acres or something like that, is completely protected now. And it is what they call some of the darkest sky you'll ever see because
Cool.
it's something around, I think it's 300 miles to the nearest town, and it's, I think,
Whoa.
somewhere like 500 miles away from Vegas and Reno because it's like right in the center of the state, and there's mountains that cover it. So in this valley, and they say that it's some of the darkest skies, and so a lot of astronomical places they come into this area and camp
Cool.
out to get like. So they, yeah, it just got recently protected by the government. So they, you can't build anything near, like in that valley, nothing can be built, nothing can be built on the mountains that surround it, just to
Wow.
protect it from
I
the.
love that. That's fucking super cool. And that makes me think of the dark sky city ordinance like that they have in Flagstaff. Are you familiar with that? It's fucking so amazing. When I lived out there, okay, I lived there for a little over a year. And one of the things that I found the most endearing about living there is that on a clear night, you could be standing in downtown Flagstaff and you could see the fucking Milky Way. You could see the Milky Way from my house, from the town. And it's because Lowell
Yeah,
was like, keep this shit under wraps, you know? So special lights, the lights all point down, they're orange tinted, they're like,
yeah.
specific.
There's right. So you lived in Flagstaff, so it's, I think, an exit or two exits away going towards Vegas. Is Devil Dog Road. There's an exit in the woods, and it's called Devil Dog Road.
Okay, maybe that's on the
And
17, on the Highway 17, maybe.
yeah, it's, hold on, let me look at my map here, but it's one of my favorite places. Yeah, it's on,
Really?
no, it's on the 40. It's on the 40 going towards Williams.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So it's literally an exit off of the 40 called, I think it's actually the actual number is NA1 Mountain, but it's like Devil Dog.
Okay.
But I love that exit because it's in the middle of nowhere outside of Flagstaff, and it like leads to campgrounds and stuff. But as soon as you come off the exit, you go about half a mile, and then there's this giant open field and like a lot and all that, and you park there, and it's everything. You see everything because there is zero light pollution there, and it's like
Wow.
it was one of the creepiest things because I went out there when it was a new moon, so it's like it was even darker. It was just like, oh, like I was waiting for a bear to come out. Actually,
Dude, that sounds awesome.
when we went to when we went to Seattle and we went up to the ski lodge, that was cool.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, the
That was,
stars that you can see from up here are pretty fucking amazing, especially up on Mount Rainier. It really sucked that we couldn't get to the very top because it was closed. To
right.
see the view from up there because it's unfucking believable. But at least from the ski lodge, we got to have some good sky from over there for sure. But yeah, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like being in a dark place, especially somebody like myself and yourself. Grew up in such places that are just light pollution central. I mean, the most that I'd ever seen is when we drove through the Everglades like once or twice at night and I got to see some more stars, but there's still so much pollution that you're just
Yeah.
screwed. And me always being so interested in astronomy from a young age, from a very young age, as soon as I started to like learn about what was going on, I was super into it. I mean, we had Kennedy Space Center like a couple hours away, and I
Yeah.
always wanted to go for a launch, and I never got to go for an actual launch, but I could see when they launched, I could see from my house in the sky,
Right.
which actually, I don't know if you saw my post the other day, but I actually saw the Challenger explode.
Yeah.
And that's fucked up. But like as a young person, I was like 5 and it made such an impact on me. and just learning about the space industry and like wait, we're just sending people to space. Like, what's going on? How do you send somebody to space? Why are we sending people to space? Like, from such a young age, I was so interested, but I was blocked from seeing it. So I would look at the few stars, and every time there'd be a lunar eclipse, I'd get super excited and go out and watch the whole thing, like be like, can I please stay up late to watch the lunar eclipse? They never denied me of that because they knew how much I cared. And honestly, if I was better at math, fucking A, like I would have absolutely been an astronomer. Like, 100%, that would have been my number one dream job, is to learn about the universe.
And I was thinking about this earlier because I'm like, all right, what am I going to talk with Sammy about? It's like, my life is just it's everything. I've done everything. I've been everywhere, man. And I thought about this. Like, I have a degree in education. Like, I went to school to become a teacher, and then I realized how bullshit the education system is in America, and it just turned me off from it. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. So it's like I have this worthless degree, and I always thought about, like, maybe I want to go back to school and like learn, psychology, like, because I'm very good at talking to people, listening to people's problems, offering advice. But I also, when I was younger, there was psychology books laying around the house, and I would read about certain things. So, but and another thing, I was like, well, maybe I'll go back and study astronomy. But then I'm like, I already have one degree that's useless. Why am I going to go back and get another one? Because it's like with Crimson Riot, with RGP, with video editing, what am I going to do? I can't get a job as an astronomer because it's like, hey, everyone, I'm here. Oh, I got to go on tour now. It's just like, I didn't want to. It's like, I don't want to go back and get just another pointless degree for myself. And so,
That's fair, but you'd still get the
the,
knowledge, which would be great. But I understand, like, costs a lot of money just to get the fucking knowledge, for sure.
you can get the knowledge, just by researching on your own too. And
True.
but going back also, they astronomy as a career has come a long way because it's like the health industry. They actually have their own math. So you actually don't have to be good at math. You just have to be good at astronomy math. And they break it down where it's, you want to know what the distance is between these things. Well, guess what? Here's the actual formula for that. They tell you this is the formula to figure that out. And it's
True.
super. I'm not the greatest at math. I mean, I'm a genius compared to Roxy at math.
I'm a genius compared to Dusty at math too, so we have that in common.
But there are it's real simple. They simplified the math. And so, because do you want to spend 20 minutes trying to work on the equation longhand, or do you want to spend 4 minutes with this equation so you can move on, so you can work faster and find faster?
Sure.
That was the thing, is speed up the expedition. How do you make it faster? And it's like, well, I'm going to give you this formula. This is what you're going to use. And there's like 6 different formulas for figuring out different things, but that's it in astronomy. I mean, when I took astronomy in the astronomy lab, it was so simple. It was just like, here's the formulas that you need. And
Well,
and I still have them. I have
that's
my notes somewhere.
good. That's helpful. And with all the tools that we have, I feel like it would be easier to do like computer models and be able to plug things in and have like AI be able to figure these things out also.
I mean, it's getting to that point where we're not finding it ourselves. We're allowing other things to figure it out. I mean, the thing with exoplanets, we're not finding those. We're pointing, these formulas and saying, look in this area, and then we're determining, is this something that's viable?
It's true.
That's that we're doing the easy work while computers are doing the legwork.
It's interesting. When I went to school, like if you had a calculator, you were cheating. Like, you couldn't have a fucking calculator in school. And then people just a few years behind me, like, you had to have these fancy calculators. And when I found out about that, I was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, they were
Oh,
like, you cannot have a calculator, you're cheating. And then they make you get a calculator. Fuck you. It's bullshit. Maybe I would have passed math.
yeah, no. I mean, I knew growing up. I'm like, this whole, you're not always gonna have a calculator. I'm like, they're making watches with
Yeah,
calculators on
you're
it.
pretty much
So I
always going to have a
knew back
calculator.
then. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, there will be a day where everyone has some way of having a calculator on them. So when I got into college and I was, taking my math classes for that, I actually had a college professor say to the class on day one, if you don't use a calculator, I'm going to call you an idiot. He's like, why are you making your life hard? He's like, you're an adult, and my favorite thing is in high school, you always had teachers going, you know, they're not going to accept this in college. You got to be like this in college, 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 college. You're not going to make it. This is how it has. And I can count how many times I had a professor go, whatever you learned in high school, forget, forget everything you know because they've taught you wrong.
That
And I had a
sucks.
math teacher. Yeah, I had a math teacher in college. He was like, use a calculator. Everyone has one. He's like, you're an adult. You can buy a calculator. I don't understand this whole. He even said, and him, I mean, he was an older gentleman. He was in his 60s. He's like, I don't understand this whole. Yo, you're not always gonna have a calculator. It's like you're an adult. Buy a calculator. Use it. Don't make your life hard. Like there you go. Yeah, is it nice to know this? The you can do it. Sure, but if you need to figure something out, use a calculator. Like it's that simple.
I
He
know.
even told us that he was like, if you take an improper fraction and you make it into a whole number and all that stuff, he actually said he would throw an eraser at you. He's like, improper fractions are the right answer. There's no need to do this extra step to make it whole numbers and stuff like that. He's like, an improper fraction is the true
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
And it's like here you go. You have a college professor telling you stop being an idiot.
That's why I was not a big fan of high school because I just felt like they were scamming people, telling you this is how it's got to be. This is so important, and it's
Well,
not.
it's because these old people didn't. I have this argument with people all the time because people always say they should teach how to do taxes. They should teach how to change tires on a car. They should teach sewing. They should teach this. Why don't they teach this in school? And they always say, when I was in school, and it's like, time out. All those things, learning how to do taxes and balance a checkbook and all that stuff, was out of school by the time I hit high school. I'm not at the age to vote. I'm not at the age to go to a school district meeting and demand you take these things out. Who did? That's right, the generation before me, the baby boomers. All those people said, you're teaching these things, it's unimportant, teach these things. So I always hear that, like, I was in school, I learned how to do taxes. Why aren't they teaching it now? And it's like, because you took it out. You said it's not important
Fair
for
enough.
our kids to learn it. And you know why they did that? Because those people were CPAs and tax agents. They didn't want us learning because if we learn how to do our taxes, they don't have a job
That's a
anymore.
good point.
You're
Good
you're
point.
un you're you don't oh well, I don't want my kid learning how to change a tire and change a battery. I'm a mechanic. That takes business away from me. It's all calculated plans to make us reliant on them. Now they're
Hmm.
bitching because they're retiring and no one's there to replace them. And it's like, why? Why is no one there to replace? Because you took it away from us. So,
That's a good
I
point.
was
I didn't
I
think
was
about it like that.
I'm 14 years old. I'm 14 years old. I'm 15 years old. How am I supposed to determine what I'm going to learn? You're not going to listen to me. You're listening to the guy that's in their 30s, 40s, 50s,
Yep.
the generation of the baby boomers. So it's like I hear that, and so these people of, well, you can't use a calculator because you're not always going to have one. It's because you had to learn on an abacus. You're pissed off that I have something else,
Totally.
and it hurts you, and you think, oh, you have it easy. It's like, yeah, because technology is making things easy.
No, you're totally
So,
right about that. I do
and
think
number
more
two,
practical skills would have been way more beneficial for people to learn actual practical things. Like in addition
yeah,
to learning some of these other things, but like Nuckin just said, like all the like crazy shit, all the crazy math that he learned that he's never used once. And that's what I was saying at the time. I'm like, I'd rather learn more practical things, but you're trying to make me learn this math and this shit that I'm never going to need. And I'm telling you that I'm not going to go into a career where I'm going to need it. And if I do decide
Right.
later that I want to go in a career where I need to use this math, then I will take those classes then. At that point, I will learn the math.
Right. I mean, so you know, since high school and college, I've used geometry, I've used algebra, I've used those things. Like I can do algebra in my head. Like it's easy for me now.
Look at
Yeah,
Dustin's comment. He says abacus. Like it's nothing. I
abacus.
have no idea
Oh,
what that is.
abacus.
And abacus is those things that have the little beads on them, and you would do math by like moving the beads around. Like
Yeah.
that's really cute, Dustin. I love that.
But so actually, Roxy and I have had very heated debates. Not like we're screaming at each other and going, "You're an idiot," but we've had very passionate debates about, there's a couple of different things that have happened in the last couple of years that I, as somebody that was going into education and sees the path that we're going in life, understood. So one of those things is there's a school district that is basically getting rid of cursive, writing in cursive. And I agree with it. I agree that, you know what, if you want to learn cursive on your own, go for it. But should it be taught in school? No. And this is my reasoning for that. Out of anybody listening right now, anybody watching right now, how often do you write in cursive?
I say I would probably do it a reasonable amount when I actually write things, weirdly enough. And my writing, it's
But
really
let's
weird,
say,
is a combo of regular, I don't know, regular, but and cursive because I learned it that way.
but see, I know Roxy likes it, but it's like, think about this. Is your signature that you sign your checks or you sign your documents and all that, your cursive there, is it true cursive or is it your own form when you sign your own name? Because when I sign my name, that's not real cursive. That's just squiggly lines. And so
I could see
that's the
that.
thing. It's like cursive, but see, cursive. I mean, how often are people writing nowadays? Physically writing, picking up a pencil and writing things down. How often does that happen every single day? And so to sit there
Yeah.
and go, we need to teach cursive. At this point, we don't, because it's a dead art form.
Even just writing with a pen or a pencil has been so outdated. Somebody, oh my god, I could not believe this, and this gave me perspective big time when I heard this statement. So I was working at karaoke, and you come up and you grab your little pencil and you write your songs on the slips or whatever. And this dude, younger, maybe early 20s dude, he was like, oh my god, I feel like such an idiot. I was writing and I was waiting for autocorrect to correct the right spelling while he was physically writing on a piece of paper. And I would never have vocalized it if I was that guy, because I would have been like, oh my God, I'm the biggest idiot ever. But he said it out loud. He's like, that's crazy. I was totally like, I barely write. I'm used to being on my phone. So, like, as I'm writing this, I was waiting for it to autocorrect. And I was like, holy fucking shit. This is a completely new world that we are in, where not only are people not even writing things, but they're not using cursive
Well,
at
and
all. It's like shorthand. Like shorthand was a thing when my mom was a kid. She learned shorthand. It's
right,
outdated. That's
yeah,
why
and
nobody.
but I mean, nowadays, especially in the last couple of years, because of distance learning, people aren't even writing anymore. It's all typing, and it's
Yep.
just the evolution of the future. It's you know what we write in as cursive today is not what they were writing in cursive. But I mean, do we teach Latin? Why aren't we teaching Latin?
Because that's how
We
you
should be
get
teaching
demons,
Latin.
Chris.
But I mean, it's like you have to evolve,
Yeah.
I get why people like cursive and all that. It's pretty if it's done well, but to say they shouldn't outlaw this. Why not? No one's using it. I don't use it when I'm writing something down. I use it in my signature, and even then, it's not even cursive. It's my own chicken scratch.
It's true.
The other thing, this happened in England, and again, I understand why. Is this one school was ending teaching how to read analog clocks? You know, the big watch faces and all
Yeah.
that. They were, and so we started, and I'm like, well, I get it, I understand it. Now, this is where I'm coming from. Take that time you were going to teach the kids how to read a clock in school and teach them something important. If you want your child to know how to read an analog clock, you as a parent teach them. If you want your kid to know how to write in cursive, you as a parent help your child to write in cursive. That's your job, because then you take it away and you can teach something else. Teach them how to do taxes and the time you're going to spend trying to teach them how to read a clock. And the reason I say I'm okay with this is right now you're looking at a computer screen, right? Take a look up at the upper right hand corner there. You have a clock. What's that in? It's not an analog.
Oh.
You have an alarm clock. Unless you have an old school bell one, it's probably digital.
No,
My phone.
you're right.
My phone is
Things
this.
are totally shifting. But I do have one
We
counterpoint that I think is important, is that for us to be able to understand history and to actually really be able to connect with history, for example, if somebody does not even know how to read cursive, if it's so far removed that they don't even know how to read it, let's say they go to a museum and they're trying to read these old words that these old timey people wrote, they will have no way of understanding what that even is. And I feel like it could remove people from that connection with the past if we sever that tie so quickly. You know, like I feel like I'm glad that I can read that stuff. I can look at an old document and I can read it. Or if I get an old postcard from the, antique shop, like I can read, even though it's way fancier writing than like I would write in cursive, but I can still read it. And I feel like some people might not be able to read it if they didn't know. You know what I mean?
Okay. Counterpoint to that. I am a huge fan of Russian art. The art of the czars. I don't speak Russian, but that little plaque in front of me has already told me what it says. So, to go back to the cursive thing, as a parent, what are you doing with your child to help them be better? There are things I learned in my life I didn't learn in school. My school didn't teach me how to fix a car. My dad did, because he took the time to show me. I learned how to read a clock in school, but I also learned how to read a clock from my parents. So that's the thing, is we are so focused on make the school teach you. No, you as a parent need to also be an educator. So I agree with you if you go to the history. Like, you want to read the Constitution, you want to read the Declaration of Independence. 90% of the people that understand cursive can't even read the Declaration of Independence, and it's in cursive, and they learned cursive, but it's not. It's the King's English. That's also a dead language to us. It's like
That's
we
true.
speak broken English. Like, our English in America is horrible compared to the rest of the world. So, what do people do? I want to know what the Declaration of Independence says. Siri, what's the Declaration of Independence say? It's right there.
It's fair.
It's in cursive, but I have it right there. So, if you want to, if people want to know cursive, cursive all day long, learn it. But to teach it in schools at this point, I understand the evolution of where we are and where we are heading. There's going to come a day when this right here, this writing is gone. You're not going to, there won't be paper to write on. It's all going to be digital. It's just how fast are we going into that? You
But
know, that's my
what does that mean for us when we get a fucking killer solar event that knocks out all the goddamn technology and nobody knows how to write a goddamn thing? and nobody knows how to read
Well,
any of the historic stuff. And here we are with a bunch of fucking idiots who have no idea what's going on.
well, hopefully that as a parent, you help your child learn these things. So if that day comes, but let's counterpoint that. Solar thing happens and knocks everything out. Who has money anymore? I mean, I don't know a lot of people that carry around physical cash on them. I mean, few dollars here and there, but you're not carrying thousands of millions of dollars, so your money's gone.
Yeah,
Now what?
it's
Actually,
gonna be
when I
fine.
used to smoke, I the smoke shop guy always did that because I would pay with my card. That's all I had on me, and he's like, someday this isn't going to be here, and you're going to have to, blah blah blah. And I'm like, this is all I have. Like, I know I take the risk of one day all that digital stuff's going to go away.
It's been weird for me because being in a service industry for so long, I have always been a very cash heavy person. I mean, I would do what
Right.
I would call wallet dumps. Sometimes, like, I'd work, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 shifts in a row, and I would just, like, not be thinking about it. I'd not be thinking about the wallet dump, and I would play the wallet dump game. And I'm like, okay, let's guess how much money I have in my wallet right now. It's like, I have no idea, but let's find out. And usually it was between $700 and $1,200 in my wallet. And I'm like, yo, I need to take some of this money out because I'm just walking the streets, like I get fucking robbed with $1,200 or whatever. Like, oh my God. So for so long, I was so focused on that I was very apprehensive about using a check card. I don't even like using a check card because I feel like it's too easy for me to just be like, oh, oh, the number went down by a few by 40. That's just like doesn't equate to money to me. But having like two 20s in my hand,
Right.
I
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what that means. So now, especially with COVID and everything changing, and even in restaurants, now they're doing it more so where your tips get put onto your paychecks, which is a new
Yeah.
thing, which I personally do not like. But now I'm not in the service industry anyway, so I don't have to worry about it. But it's just that transition. Like, I'm so old school on so many things where
Yeah.
it's like that evolution of changing to a whole new system. It's really hard. It's hard for some people to be so
Well,
used to something and it changing.
it's because we have been, you and I, because like I said, you were very close in age, but you and I grew up with a generation before us hounding us, saying change is bad. They didn't say it out loud like that, but you can see people being afraid of change. The people that aren't afraid of change were the people that came out slightly after me, and then the millennials, the Gen Z, and all that. They are accepting of change because they're coming from the generation just after the baby boomers, the hippie generation kind of stuff. And so there's that whole mentality of change is bad that we had been instilled in us. And now they're, growing up now and growing as people, you accept it or you don't, or you fight it, or you just go meh. So for someone like me, I get it. I was in education, so I get why they are doing it. I agree with you. Cursive is beautiful, but it's dead. The whole thing with clocks. I think we should be able to learn, teach. That the 12 is this, so the clock works. But you go anywhere in the world now, and that's all you see is digital clocks. You don't see analog clocks as prominent as they used to
It's
be.
very true.
And so my argument to Roxy, it's like, okay, you want analog clocks, great. Where's your sundial? You see? Do you see how? Think about this. Your argument about having analog clocks probably came around with people going, "Well, why? Well, if we get these analog clocks, then I don't need a sundial, and my kid's not going to learn how to read a sundial anymore. They're not going to teach him how to read a sundial." And you see how stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
It's like no one's using a sundial anymore. If you are, it's decorative, but you're not out there going, "Oh shit, it's
No,
11:42."
you're right. Times change, and it is really hard for people to let go of things that have always been integrated as a very important part of their daily life, whether it be looking at an analog clock or whatever. Oh yeah, sundials don't work in Seattle.
Yeah, sometimes don't work in
That's
Seattle.
true.
I don't know. Both times I've been to Seattle, all three times I've been to Seattle, it's been sunny.
Yeah, it works during certain months
Y'all,
of the year.
y'all,
You get a lot of sunniness.
no, I think Seattle's lying to everyone. They just don't want people to move there. They're like, oh, you don't want to move here. It rains all the time. It's
That's the
miserable.
joke.
It's always
That's the
cloudy.
local joke, is what people say. They're like, don't tell people that it's actually nice here. Just tell them it rains all the time, so they stop moving here. That's a legit fucking thing. It's so funny.
But then you have people like Roxy and I are like, we love clouds and rain. And
We
you're like,
get
oh
plenty of
crap.
it. There's plenty of it. It's just during a certain time of the year, pretty much like during the winter time and the cusping and end of the fall into the beginning of spring. That's when our cloudy time is. But then once the spring hits, goes into the summer, that shit is clear as fuck. So it's kind of neat. We get a little bit of both. It's nice. I actually enjoy
Yeah, climate change is working out really well.
it. But no, you're totally right. There is evolution of technology that is important, but there is that resist change mentality, which I know I am definitely guilty of that shit. I am like super guilty because I'm like, it's totally fine. Why do I need to upgrade? It's like 1,000,000% fine. You know how hard it was for me to stop using CDs? Yo, I like held on to that shit till the bitter end.
Oh, I mean, okay, hold on. I still have CDs. I still buy CDs. I hate digital form. I despise it because for me, for one, our RV is a CD player. So your digital does not work in my RV. I
Sure.
want to listen to music. But yeah, I'm one of those people, and I love embracing change, but I also hate embracing change. I'll tell you, I was probably the last person to leave MySpace. I think it was just me holding on for dear
I
life,
think
going,
I was there
Facebook
with
is
you.
stupid.
Me too.
It's like you can't customize your profile. You can't have a top 8, well, top 12 at one point. It's like, this is stupid. Like, why are you all going over there? Oh, well, my mom came over here and all my friends are coming over here. And it's like, yeah, but you come on my profile and you get to hear the song that I'm feeling
Yes.
that day.
I
Like,
love that you could decorate your profile. You could have a song. You could have little things like little fun widgets. Like I thought it was awesome. It's way cooler than Facebook is to be able to like show
yeah.
your personality.
And
What
the
was your
only reason I came
songs?
to Facebook,
What was some of your songs?
oh, um, I had an Alkaline Trio song on there, but I know the one that played the most was a song by a band called the Epoxies called Toys.
Oh, I don't know those guys.
I love that song. I think we did it once on our stream. I think Roxy sang it once.
I had Bad Religion on there forever. Like I would go through a
I,
couple Bad Religion songs, but I would totally like rock people the fuck out. Like, oh yeah, you're coming to my MySpace page, rocking your
I,
asses out.
I think I had a Green Day song. I know I had Alkaline Trio. I probably had Continental and then Toys. Human Juke is sliding in.
Oh, what's up, Danny? Welcome to the
Slide on it.
party. Anybody in the
Hey,
chat who
y'all,
does not love Human Juke already, please go check him out. He's the coolest. Are you gonna do a Logan?
y'all need to hold on now. Human Juke coming in right now. Y'all need to go give Human Juke a follow. One of the best streamers here out on Twitch. Y'all don't know Human Juke?
That's awesome.
I'm gonna get a Logan doll. I'm gonna get like a little puppet. Oh, I know who I could talk
Wait,
to.
I have to tell you something. Yesterday on
I can talk to Captain Books. Captain Books. I bet I could get a Logan puppet.
Do it, but I gotta tell you, last night on DJ Envy's stream, at one point she has this fucking puppet, and somebody off stream puts the puppet in, and I was like, that looks like Logan from Risky Biscuit. And Christy saw it too, and Christy's like, dude, it totally does. So there is a puppet. Next time you go and see her shit, be like, let me see this puppet that looks like Logan. She totally has one. That's so funny.
Okay, Roxy, you're making one. Roxy said she's gonna make a Logan puppet.
I love it. That's awesome. That's fucking
My
fantastic.
phone now predicts Human Juke.
That's awesome. Sweet. I'm glad you're here, Danny. I hope your stream was super fun. I was busy. Otherwise, I would have popped in, but a little busy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm taking up taking up all the time
Never
here.
be sorry. We're having the best chats ever. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we got to talk about me playing guitar naked, and that's why I play my guitar so low, just in case I have to get naked,
Just
just
in
in case,
case. Okay, so I know
just in case.
there's more stories, right? You got more cool stories that you wanted to share about some of the crazy shit you've done
Yeah,
in your life?
I mean, I yeah, it's just like I've lived in Vegas my whole life, so it's like there's just so many things. I mean, we talked about me being um, growing up as a child in a strip club, like learn how to shoot pool. But so there's a strip club here in Vegas, and I gotta say they're not strip clubs; they're exotic what dance clubs. Yeah. Um, but there was this one called Little Darlings, and so we would always, I mean, me, my best friend Bob, friend Jose, we would always go there. Always, like when we were doing musical theater, like our after party would be the three of us because we work with a bunch of Mormons, in the theater department. They're not coming to the strip club with us, but we would go every single weekend. Just and we actually became friends with the girls, like on personal level. Like, hey, we're gonna go have dinner. You guys want to come? Like it wasn't like we weren't being creepy or anything like that. It was just like a couple of horny guys going to the strip club. So there was a night where they had Little Darlings has a slogan, and it's hundreds of beautiful women and three ugly ones. And so on Halloween, we were all there hanging out. I was dressed as Mr. Pink from
Excellent.
Reservoir Dogs.
Excellent
Yeah,
choice.
and the manager came up and said, "Hey, Chris, uh, we're gonna have the three ugly ones contest. You want to enter?" And I was like, "What is it?" And he was like, "Just you get up on stage and just dance. Just we'll put on some like song and all that, and it's like but it's all guys." And I'm like, "All right," because I guess like somebody was gonna do it, but they didn't come in or something. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, who am I competing against? And I'm competing against the 300-pound door guy. I'm competing against one of the managers, and I mean, they're full on. Like the one manager is in a cheerleader outfit, and I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I can't compete with this. Like, I'm dressed as Mr. Pink, and I was like, wait a minute. So I go out into my car. I had a blue wig and bunny ears.
Of course you had that in your car. I love
So I don't know why it was in my car. I have no idea why it's in my car. So I go in the back and all that, and my friend Bonnie, she was a dancer there. She just starts laughing. She's like, "This is hilarious," and she's like, "Hold on." So she like threw some glitter on me real quick, and I go out there, and the song that they played for me was "It's Raining Men." I'm like, all right. And so I did everything. Like I tried to climb up the pole. I didn't even get very high. I was just like, oh, I'm weak.
it. You
I,
tried though. That's
I,
awesome.
oh, dude, I spun around the pole a few times, and then I did the whole thing, crawl to the edge, and I mean the edge of the bar or the stage, it was full of guys, and they're throwing dollars at us, and so one of the guys that was sitting there, I just grabbed his head, just threw it straight into my chest, did the whole, no boobs, like straight clavicle or sternum, like I did it all, and I'm owning it. I came in first place. I beat the manager and the door. I mean, I think they did it because I was a customer, but still, I got a it was $150 uh, winning. So I won
That is
$150. Plus, I
awesome.
got to
How
keep
fun.
all the tips around the stage. So
No shit.
I walked out with like $174 or something
Oh
like
my
that.
god.
so,
That's so fun.
so I am one of the ugly ones.
I know. I bet you were like, seriously, like, fuck you. When he's like, hey, do you want to, like, be one of the ugly ones? You're like, come on, man. Rude.
I was like, hell yeah, let's do this. But
No,
I
that's
mean,
so fun.
no, the cash prize was not damp. But no, it
Sticky.
was it was it was a cool experience, and like I said, we became friends with a lot of the girls, like personally. Actually, I before I had to get my new Facebook, I was still friends with one of the girls. She's lives on the East Coast. She's a nurse now, and but her and I used to go have dinner. Actually, yeah, she used to live across the street from Roxy when we were friends. Yeah, so when Roxy and I were just friends, but yeah, they live like right across the street from each other. So
Interesting. Huh.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what a interesting story.
That's why Roxy liked it.
I know that's so cute.
It's so moves. You guys got to check out my moves.
And then yeah, Dusty won the sexiest ladyboy in a competition that didn't exist. That's a fact for Halloween. They were like, "We're making a category for you because you look really hot as a zombie cheerleader," and they gave him a prize. It was fucking great. That's so awesome. Oh, it's really fun. I love that you were just so like brave and willing to just do something unique on a dime. Like you're not scared. You're just willing to just kind of do whatever.
It just goes back to, I was shy. I was voted shy as a kid, and it's like, yeah, but how do you break that? And it's just be out there and be outgoing. It's like I didn't care because it's like anybody that's there that's going to judge me, good for them. I'm never going to see these people again, except I was obviously going to see the girls again. It's like I think like a week after that, I had dinner with my friend Bonnie. Like we went to like some barbecue place. Like I didn't care. All she did was just laugh and give me pointers on my dance moves. Like
Yeah, people think in their mind that people are judging them and people have all these thoughts and everything. And really, like, I don't really feel like that. If I'm watching people do things, like, I'm just like, oh, cool, you did the thing. Fucking awesome. Like,
yeah.
actually, so I went to karaoke the other night for the first time since March of 2020. We went to go support them because they might be actually closing down. So I got to talk to the
Oh,
owner's son, who is actually in charge right now of the establishment, and he was like, "Hey, we had these like what were they called? I forgot what the name of the group was called, but it's essentially like the Thunder Down Under Chippendales type of group. They did a special thing at this bar where they had these dudes come out that were all ripped and they're doing all their whatever gross grinding on people things, and they decided to take some people that were there and have them perform as well. So Micah, who is the other karaoke host, the guy is probably maybe about a good 275. He's a fairly large gentleman, and Larry, the boss, shows me a video. He's like, "You have to see the video from this night." So there's all these dudes that are all ripped doing the thing, and then there's Micah. Micah had a little fucking bow tie on, totally shirtless, just giant belly flapping around. Totally was like in the fucking zone, dude. He was flying all over the stage. At one point, he kind of wipes out a little bit and falls onto one knee, but totally did this recovery thing and was lap dancing people. And it was just so awesome seeing somebody who obviously is a very large dude. His like belly's jiggling all over town, and he had no shame and no fear, and he was just fucking feeling it, and he won. He won the thing, like he fucking won. And I thought it was really cool to see that confidence in people is just so awesome and refreshing, because I'm not sitting there thinking like, oh God, Micah's such a fat ass, he shouldn't. I'm thinking how badass that he is. He's not a fat ass, he's a badass, for doing that. So
yeah. So it's kind of one of those things where you have to tell yourself in your head that the only person that's going to remember if you make a fool of yourself is yourself. That's the thing. Is I can think of zero incidences right now in my head of somebody being such a dumbass that I'm like, oh, I can't believe they did that.
yeah.
Like people are going to remember it for a minute, 2 minutes. That's it. So go out there, have fun, and as long as you're having a good time, you're not hurting anybody. Just don't take yourself so seriously. It's like, go ahead and judge me. I don't care. I don't care if you think I'm an asshole and I made a fool of myself. Guess what? I'm married. She loves me. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No, you're
I'm
right.
happy in what I did. So yeah, that's why I can get up there with GSR and go, I'm cooler than you. I don't. You disagree? Great. I don't care. I think I'm cooler than you. I'm the one with the guitar. I'm the one singing songs about nonsense.
No, I love how
And
you
Crimson Riot, we have,
just don't give a shit.
you know,
Throw it all out there, man. Throw it out there, and if people don't like it, then it's not for them, and fuck them. Like, why are you trying to even like cater to people that aren't interested? It's dumb. No point.
she especially loves when you home bring home stripper money.
Oh, that's so funny.
Exactly.
That's a good story. I like that
You
story.
know, when the pandemic happened and we didn't know what was going on, and we weren't getting unemployment. There were times I was like, maybe I should start an OnlyFans just for feet, like just my feet, just take pictures and post pictures of my feet.
Yo, that's so funny that you said that because me and Roxy talked about that like forever ago too, where I was like, dude, I don't know. I was thinking about doing this like foot thing because apparently like people pay money just for your fucking feet. Like I'll do it. And she's like, I would totally do it too. And then we were talking about like banding together and doing like feet things. And I actually have a friend just recently, so funny. She's like, so I signed up for this thing and it's I forgot the name of the site. She's like, but like I like sold videos of my feet and like I'm making money. I was like, no way, dude, I was totally talking about doing that. Like me and Roxy were totally talking about it. And there you go. Like I got no shame in that. Like whatever. I was like, you want me to put my feet in jello? I'll do it. You want me to play a fucking xylophone with my toes? Cause I will. Like whatever. Like let's do it, you know?
Like, if you're paying for a pedicure, I'll do it. I don't care.
Totally, dude. Yeah, man.
And we actually had a friend that he had a foot thing, and we were talking to him about it, and he's like, it's hard, it's a hard business and all that, but he even told me, he was like, he looked over at me and he was like, by the way, you have really cute feet. He said that to me, and I was like, thank you. Like, cool. Now I know that if I do it, I'm golden. I just
Totally,
gotta
dude.
get some nail polish on these little footsies
The
here.
little piggies. Yeah, I got no shame, man. As far as that goes, like I'm not gonna be banging people on fucking screen, but like you want to look at my feet, I don't give a shit. It's my
I
feet.
mean, I'm not gonna say there was a point in my life where there was an offer to get into the adult film industry, and I turned it down. I was like, no, it's like when you work at a restaurant as a cook and you do it day in and day out and day in and day out. When you get home, you just want to get fast food. You don't want to cook when you get home. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into the industry
Yeah,
because it's like
you don't want
I
to
like
ruin it.
it, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's like I don't want it to feel like a job.
that's fair. I mean, man, I feel no shame for anybody in the sex worker industry. I think everybody should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with their bodies, whatever you want. I don't understand why it's illegal. I think it's so stupid that they made prostitution illegal. Like, who gives a shit? Like, if somebody wants to, some guy over here needs blowjob, chick wants to give blowjob, needs $20. Guy has $20. Like, it's a match made in heaven. Fucking let it be.
Well, I mean, that's why it's like Nevada is the only state that has legalized prostitution and brothels. In fact, actually, Dennis Hoff's Bunny Ranch is for sale. I just saw
Oh shit, let's
that
buy
the Bunny Ranch.
it.
Yeah, the Bunny Ranch. Yeah, let's get
Crimson
it.
Riot headquarters.
Uh,
Let's go.
actually, I mean, we don't have to work there, but never mind. Anyways, I agree with you. It's like it shouldn't be illegal, but I do believe that it should be in controlled situations like brothels, because then you're not just spreading diseases around. It's like we talk about that all the time. I've only been propositioned a handful of times, surprisingly, living here in Vegas. One at a time. Oh man, I almost forgot about this. So I was meeting up with my best friend Bob at that strip club, and so I had to make a stop someplace. I had to go to a convenience store for something, and it was the very first time I had ever been propositioned. This young girl comes up, and I'm getting gas or something, and then she walks up. She's like, "Oh, how's your night going?" And I know immediately, I'm like, "Oh my god, this is the first time I'm ever getting a streetwalker to proposition me." I'm like, "Okay,"
Fun.
so I'm like, "Stay cool, stay cool." And so she's like, "So you looking for company tonight?" I'm like, "Oh no, I'm meeting up with some friends, but thank you." And she's like, "All right, no problem." She starts to walk away, and in my head, I'm like, just out of curiosity, I have to know. So I was like, if I was interested, what am I looking? And she said $200. And because I had just gotten off of work, I was working at Pizza Hut. I had $220 in my pocket, and I was sitting there going, I know where my boss lives, and I know he's home right now. I'm like, I could send this woman for $200 to my boss's house, and my boss had a very sick sense of humor. He's one of my best friends. Like, this dude was awesome, one of my favorite bosses ever. And it's like, I could send this girl. I could drive her to his house. Like, here's your 2 bones. Have fun, and just let her go knock on the door. Like, I contemplated for a good 10 minutes. I'm sitting in my car going, do I want to go to the strip club tonight? Because I could call everyone and be like, change of plans, grab the camera. Like,
That would have been funny. Do you think he would have gone for it?
oh, he would have been. I know he would have been mad, but he would have been laughing hysterically. I don't think he would have gone. I don't think he would have done anything with her, but still, just the fact that just to get his reaction would have been golden
That would
for
have been
me.
perfect. Dude, when you come out here, you
Yeah.
have to ask Dusty about the door to door pimp story. It's a good story. Out in Dallas, door to door pimp. We'll make sure Dusty tells you the story because they were just knocking on doors. Pimps with chicks.
I mean, sure.
It's pretty funny.
Uh, what am I supposed to call them now? Call girls,
David Jeff!
working girls.
Yay! Thank you so much for coming in and thank you for the bits. It is so wonderful to have you. Hooray. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm a
what'd
huge.
she say? What can we call them?
Oh, the working girls.
Working girls.
Well, but there's a difference between working girls, streetwalker. I mean, yeah. Anyways,
I'm curious.
ladies of the night, ladies of the night, or
Yes.
my personal favorite is courtesan.
Ooh, that sounds very
Which
fancy.
also anybody out there, I actually have another story. For anybody out there interested, if you ever do end up going to a brothel, they are not prostitutes. They are not ladies of the evening. They are courtesans. That is the correct terminology for that occupation.
Really? I'm glad to know that. I had no idea.
So we we I was drumming for this weird funk experimental band for about a year. It was kind of a pickup gig. They would call me like, "Hey, we got some gigs. We need a drummer," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So they call me and they're like, "We got a gig in Pahrump, Nevada, which it's about an hour away from Vegas, 45 minutes an hour, but it's in Nye County, which is where prostitution's legalized, the closest to Las Vegas." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're playing at a brothel." And it was for this particular brothel had a barbecue yearly for the Sin City Chamber of Commerce, and it's not like actual Sin City, but like the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, but the Sin City. So it's basically all the strip clubs and brothels and stuff like that, massage parlors. So they had a barbecue, and there was like vendors, but we were the band hired to play.
That sounds fun.
And so we're playing outside at the pool. So like we're right next to the pool, and they're like, "You guys are gonna play during the parade. You're gonna play during the parade of girls." And we're like, "The what?" And so yeah, they had like a beauty contest. And so every I played this show clothed because I was drumming, and anybody that's a drummer knows you might want to keep some clothes on for that. But yeah, and yeah, these girls are marching around and they're just like showing everything, and I'm just sitting there like they're like, "You okay?" I'm fine. But yeah, and so
You're like
it
hitting
was
the
just it
cymbals
was
with your
what
boner.
was that extra shot? Don't worry about that one. But yeah, it was weird, and so we were talking to the madam, She was super sweet. I mean, she was probably early 60s, super sweet lady. And she's like, "Well, would you like a tour?" Yes. Like I didn't even hesitate. I'm like, yeah.
Totally.
So they walk us in and they're like, this is the process. They handed us a menu and it has all the things that they offer and but they tell you like all the rules are in there and then they showed us like the different spots. It was a really nice place. Like it's not like you see in like it's not like a dingy motel. It's like super like bougie. And it was just like, all right, like
Interesting.
cool. I don't have that kind of cash on me, but all right.
Yeah, what were the prices like?
Um, what you would expect at a brothel because you got to think it's you know clean. The girls have to be tested constantly, and these girls are not like your run of the mill. These were gorgeous girls. Like honey, what you could be a model. Why are you here? And it's
You
like,
could
well, it's
be a
easy money.
part-time model.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but they were explaining that a lot of the girls only work three nights a week. A lot of them, and some of the girls actually had like real day jobs in like Vegas. But you go out there and it's easy money. It's like I'm gonna do it anyways. Might as well get paid for it. And so, you know, some of the girls were a little bit more expensive, but you were looking at $200 for just something simple on up. And I mean, like the high end package was something like 6 grand, but that's it, you arrive in the afternoon and you don't leave until the next afternoon. It's the whole girlfriend experience where you're with that girl for 24 hours
Okay. And they
and
sleep with
you
you and snuggles and the whole
get
kind
a
of thing.
room, you get a room, you get dinner, you get breakfast, you get lunch, you get everything
Okay.
for that. So it's you know, and if you want to leave the brothel, you are allowed to leave with that girl, but you have to stay in per rump because at that point you have bought a lady of the night, a courtesan. You can't come into Clark County because then it's illegal. So, but they, because a lot of times, like there was a couple of casinos nearby, so it's like you wanted to go and see a show with this girl, you could take her to go see a show at the casino. So,
Okay.
but
That's
yeah,
a
it was.
nice
I you know
option,
what
for people that
I
need company.
think I'll have to look. I think I still have it. I think it's in my cymbal bag because I still have all my drum equipment. I think in my cymbal bag, I still have the menu.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
I'll
I would
look.
love to see that. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I would be very curious to see.
I mean, we could just take you up to to the Sherry's Ranch there, so you can get an
Oh
experience.
my God. That
Or
would
yeah,
be
no, actually,
interesting.
Roxy just said the best one. We got to take you to the Alien Brothel.
There's a fucking alien brothel.
Yeah, it's pretty close to here. It's a couple hour drive.
Like they dress in cool costumes and stuff like that.
Oh no, no, well, it's one of those. All right, we're just gonna have to take you there. We'll just take you there because there's a diner. We can eat at the diner that's next door. Which the girls, when they're not working in the brothel, are the waiters or waitresses at the diner.
Oh, really? Oh, man. Okay. All right. I'm in. I'm in for
Those well,
experiences that I've never had before. I would be very curious to learn.
exactly that one there is very that one's very close to the back gate of Area 51. So where they were gonna raid Area 51, it's that actually that plaza was the staging area for the raid Area 51.
Interesting. Okay, so let me ask, what are your thoughts on Area 51 since that's in your region? And we all know the stigma behind it and all of the history surrounding it and the lore and whatever. You living
You
out
know?
there, what do you think personally? And what have you heard around town and what have you?
What we want to be there is not there. It was,
Yep. Okay.
but it's no longer there.
I do know that, like, for sure.
I do believe that there are things there deep underground, but it's not what we want to be there. There are no flying UFOs there. That stuff is moved. But is there alien technology deep underground? Yes, that is still there. 100%. Actually, tour story. We're coming back from tour in Lola. This is our GP, and we're coming back, and we needed to stop for something, and we're miles away from anything. So I take this exit, and we start driving down, and we notice down the road is a military checkpoint, and we're like, this is the point where we turn the RV around and fuck
Yup.
right off.
Yep.
So yeah, that we have seen the gates of different entry points of Area 51. So
Interesting. Have you ever met anybody that's like, back in the day, I used to work at Area 51, and here's the tales and stuff?
oh no, I worked with a guy that worked at the Nevada test site, which is right near Area 51. It's part of Area 51, and but the dude was tight-lipped. All he said was, "I work at the test site." He had to disclose that because he said you're going to be called constantly about me. And I'm like, okay, as your superior, your manager, and all that, sure, whatever. And sure enough, probably anywhere from every 2 weeks to a month, I'd get a phone call for me on a secured line, and they would just ask me a bunch of questions about, what does he do? Has he talked to anybody? Did he describe what his job is? And I knew what his job was. I said, yeah, he operated backhoes and tractors and stuff like that, and that's all he told us. That's all. His 8 hours was that, and they're like, okay, we have to call but it's a federal offense if you are lying to us. If he's told you anything, you must tell us and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm like, the dude was off. He was wacky. He was a fun guy to work with. His marbles were just like. So I think they did some experiments on him, but he was a nice guy. But yeah, he never told me anything. Um, but I mean, most people that next time you come out to Vegas, I mean, there's a lot we can do. We'll stay by the airport and watch Janet take off. Why can't you drive to Area 51 anymore? Why must you fly in? Why can't you drive to the test site? You have to fly in on Janet Airlines.
Really? What's the
You
deal
know,
with that? I don't even know about that.
it eliminates you bringing in anything that you're not supposed to have with you, and it eliminates you taking anything off. So it's four
That's
times a
smart.
day you can. Yeah, 4 times a day you can watch Janet Airlines take off from Harry Reid Airport now, but take off from the airport and fly out towards the northwest here.
Interesting. Huh.
So if you live here, it's like, oh, there's Janet.
That's so strange. But I think that's smart. Like you saying that, that's totally smart. You can't smuggle anything out or in if they've got like super intense, TSA on crack type of thing. I'm
Oh
sure
yeah,
they're
I
checking
mean
everybody.
it they have their own entrance to the airport, and it's their own hangar, and yeah, you're going into a top secret government facility.
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. I remember
Yeah,
hearing
we
that there
know
was
nothing.
supposed to be a UFO convention that was near Area 51 where they were like demanding disclosure. There was a like storm the gates thing that was supposed to happen last year. I don't even remember hearing what the update was on that.
I mean, they did the raid Area 51 thing,
Yeah,
and
that's what it was.
people showed up to the gates, but the Air Force and and the military basically said you don't want to storm the gates. Like that's a bad idea. But they were being really cool with you can drive up to the gate, and that's as far as you can go. Like the moment you step in, it's shoot to kill.
Yep. Yep.
It's you're trespassing on top secret. But you can go up to the gate. The soldiers there are going to be nice to you. They're just going to tell you this is as far as you can go. You know, you want to take pictures, but you're taking pictures of the desert and a mountain
Yeah.
because
It's not
everything's
very exciting.
another. At each gate, it's another 10 miles before you even get close to Area 51. So it's like, go ahead, take a picture of the gate. Congratulations, that's all you got. But there is another place in Rachel, Nevada called the Little Alien Inn, and it's a restaurant, and it's one of those places where if you are a UFO hunter and stuff like that, you go there. It's like Mecca.
I want to go. That sounds so fun.
That one's a little far away. I think Rachel to the little alien inn. I think it's about 4.5 hours
Ooh,
from
yeah,
here.
that's a steep fucking journey. Have you ever been to Roswell?
No,
Been through there
no, not
a
yet.
couple times. It's really not that cool of a town, and I would have hoped that they would have like, I don't know, camped the alien thing up even a little bit more. Like the one thing that I thought was really cool is the light poles are alien heads. That's pretty damn cute. So I like that.
Nice.
But honestly, there was a bunch of like cheeseball shit. Like I don't feel like they are really catering to people that really want to know, with one exception, the UFO Research Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, is a fantastic resource for anybody that's interested in actually seeing the declassified government documents. It is not cheeseball. They are not trying to camp it up at all. It is crazy. I went twice actually. I went a long time ago, and then I brought Dusty there. And if you have a few hours to spend, you can just read all the shit that's on the walls, all these affidavits from people, like witness statements and all this like actual government paperwork, just posted up for you to see all the Majestic 12 stuff. It's actually pretty informative. So I would recommend it.
You know, and that we have this conversation all the time. You know why I don't believe that aliens are on Earth right now is because if they were, Donald Trump would have told us. Because
I
that dude can't keep a
Well,
secret.
the thing is this is something that I actually learned while I was at this museum, is even the president is not told the truths and the stories about everything, which I found very interesting because I was reading some of the like government, like the MJ-12 paperwork. And then I saw what, I forgot who the president was at the time, but I saw the statement that was told to the president and what was signed by the president, and it was not the same. So what I really think, I think that there is, like the government within the government, there's people that know, and they say it's like a need to know basis type of thing. It's actually like need to know, and the president, who is a temporary employee of the White House, doesn't actually need to know these things. If something happens, if there is some kind of situation that arises, um,
An alien invasion.
yeah, if there's an invasion, then they're going to be like, you need to sit down. We need to have briefing. We need to let you know what the fuck's really going on. But from what I was observing, it seemed like, okay, it's a need to know basis. And there's so many people that are in these little, like, secretive clubs where they're like, it's not necessary for the president to know unless we have to have something signed off specifically by him. So I do agree that he's got a big fucking mouth, and he would have run his mouth about some dumb shit for sure.
Yeah, God forbid that the aliens decide to show up right now, or God forbid they showed up, during Donald Trump's time, especially now, because I mean, we're being invaded, Mr. President. Huh? What?
Yeah. What?
What's Kamala think?
Invade. What are we talking about? I forgot. Like, oh god.
Uh,
So
I uh, I think I remember what you were saying.
see, even Dusty said the same
Yeah,
thing. Like the presidential position is temporary. They're not telling them anything. The top secret classifications go deep and way beyond the level that the president is given access to. Like I really do think that that is
I,
the case a lot of times.
I love how Roxy and Dusty are now quoting Mars Attack.
Yeah.
Please do not run. We mean you no harm. We come in peace. Pew, pew.
Fuck yeah. That's Dusty's favorite movie of his whole entire life. That's his number one. That and uh, Ace Ventura, two. his total favorites. Okay, speaking of favorites, you were saying earlier it's very hard for you to claim favorites in a lot of things, but I know that you are super into film and movies, and there's certain directors that you absolutely love. What are some of your most favorite movies that you just love through and through? You've seen a million times. Like, what are some of your favorites out there?
I haven't seen a Quentin Tarantino movie that I hated. Just everything he's done,
Yeah,
and
agreed.
recently, probably within the last 20 years or so, I've gotten more into watching movies, not just so much for story, but also how is it filmed, the cinematography behind it, the editing that goes into it. It's not so much into like the special effects. I mean, special effects are great if you're watching a Marvel movie. It's you need it there, but I like watching Quentin Tarantino and his way of filming and telling a story because, sure, you can tell a story with dialogue, but you need the 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 cinematography to be there to tell the story. One
Totally.
of my favorite scenes of all time is Reservoir Dogs. Mister Blonde is torturing the crap out of that cop, and he's like, "I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere." And then the camera follows him out the door to the car. He opens up the trunk, pulls out the gas can, closes the trunk, and the camera follows him right back into the warehouse. One shot. And I love that scene. That shot right there holds so much of the story because it's like, sure, we could have watched him. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, and then come back in. You go out the door, and then come back in with a gas can, and then torture. And you're just like, okay. But the fact that Michael Madsen just slowly sauntered outside. As soon as he got outside, he looked around, make sure there's no cops, there's no witnesses, there's nothing. Goes over, fixes his jacket or fixes his shirt a little bit, make sure it's all tucked in, opens it, and slowly. And it's like that's psychotic,
Yep.
and it tells the story. It makes his character so much more of a psycho than what could have been told and what some filmmakers will show you. And
Right.
so it's things like that that I watch, and I just appreciate everything about filmmaking. It's like tell a story with a camera with no dialogue. That whole sequence, there's no dialogue after he says don't go anywhere. There's no dialogue until he gets back inside. It's just physical body movement with a camera following. I
Yeah,
love that.
I feel you on that. It's
The
building
other
that suspense too because you're like, oh God, we know what's going to happen. Oh geez, and you're just it's building that suspense without having to have a soundtrack that's building the suspense or telling
well,
you to feel
and
suspense.
the soundtrack at the time is Steelers Wheel stuck in the middle,
Yes.
and when he and the music and the fact that they're taking the boom out with him, so the music fades out and then comes back in because he's coming back inside. It's like such brilliant. And Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick, again, I have never seen a movie I hated by Stanley Kubrick. I well, hold on, Vanilla Sky was
Oh, I
garbage,
like
but oh
Vanilla
wait, no,
Sky a
that was
lot.
oh that wasn't him.
Mm-mm.
I forgot he didn't have anything to do with that. That was just Tom Cruise, and I hated him. Sorry.
Wait, hold on, real quick before you move past the ear cutting scene. I have something I want to tell you that I think you'd appreciate. So we talked previously about how I was in a like burlesque freak show when I lived out in Colorado, and I would do a lot of really dark and fucked up acts. And one of the acts that I wanted to do was a Reservoir Dogs burlesque act, and I had somebody make me a fake ear, and we did a whole thing where we had somebody sitting there in a cop outfit, and we dressed up and we had fake blood and chopped the fucking ear off to the Steelers Wheel song. And it was like
Nice.
one of the pinnacle moments. I was like, fucking nailed that shit. Like, that was awesome. That was so cool. And I'm like, does
Well, I
anybody
love
know what we're referencing right now? And Colorado's pretty lame. So I don't think it got as much love as I would have hoped. But I just thought you would appreciate that. It's fun.
no, the ears in the jar.
Yep, yep. It is up in the horror room, so you can see that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I just love like it takes you out of the bubble of torture, and it's like yeah, I've always loved how Quentin Tarantino tells a story with cinematography because again, you can sit there and tell a story by talking, but you have to also physically show it. People hated Eightful Eight. They hate that movie, and I'm like, I love that movie. Yeah, it's a bunch of people talking in a cabin. It's like it's a bunch of people in the middle of a blizzard stuck. You have a psychotic killer, you have a bounty hunter, you have a guy that's been tricked in his life, you have an ambush. It's like, what did you hate about this? And the cinematography, how the camera just moved around the room to see the tension. And it's like, I love
I
this.
should see it.
Like
I never
I
saw that one. Somehow I missed it. I'll give it a go.
Oh, hey, we saw the roadshow version of it. So it was filmed in the 88 millimeter, and there was an intermission in the middle of it. It actually
Oh,
came with a book, like a playbook and all that. It was really cool, and Roxy and I loved it. You
that's
know,
awesome.
but again, I haven't seen a Tarantino movie I disliked. I've loved every movie, and I love the way he tells stories. Stanley Kubrick, I just loved his movies because they made you think, and also hearing the stories about how much of a tyrant he was as a director. That he made George C. Scott continue like 40 takes for one scene, and chose the one that George C. Scott hated this one line, like this scene so much, and that was the one he took. That Kubrick's like, good, we're gonna use that one. Like, I love that. But again, and also a person that his camera movement is what's going to tell the story. As Clockwork Orange is if somebody held a gun to my head and said favorite movie, Clockwork Orange.
Really?
That's it.
It's a
Yep.
fantastic
What
film. But the gun to your head, that's your one. Wow.
that's the one I say, and I have loved that movie since I first saw it because the it makes you break down. Can you break down somebody that's psychotic? Can you break them to the point where they're no longer psychotic? And the whole movie, you see that after the whole rehabilitation and all that, and then you get to the last scene when he's laying in the hospital bed, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't mean it to go this far. We're very sorry." And then it goes into him smiling, and then there's the cloud, and he's with all the naked women and all that,
Yeah,
and it's like
I've been cured.
he was not cured. He was not cured. He pretended to be cured, and now everyone's apologizing to him. And it's like that is a psycho right there that knows how to play the system. And I mean, in my head right now, it's like I want to watch the movie. I just like I want to. It's like, bye, Sammy. I'm gonna go watch Clockwork Orange.
It's so good. It's actually funny. The first, like, probably 7 or 8 times that I watched that movie way back in the day, I fell asleep around the same fucking part so many times when he goes into the hospital. Because, like, so much happens. That's like, wait, it's deep into it. But I would watch it late at night, and I seriously fell asleep like 6 or 7 times. So I didn't even get the full end of the story until way later on. And then I was like, holy shit, that took a fucking turn. Like, oh my goodness, that was awesome. But yeah,
One of my favorite Kubrick movies besides that would be Eyes Wide Shut, and I hated that movie for so long. But now, but I watched it before I was really into like cinematography and editing and stuff like that. And his use of darkness in that movie, and also the costume design for Eyes Wide Shut, it's like
oh yeah.
the thing that bothers me the most is Tom Cruise's acting. Like he played it very plain. And it's like I know Tom Cruise is a good actor, but in this movie he played it very just like plain. And then watching it later on, I'm like, I get it now. It's like I understand why Tom Cruise played it that way. And I mean, hats off to Nicole Kidman in that film. She was phenomenal in Eyes Wide Shut. And so I love that movie. It's not my favorite. It's in my top 5 favorites of Stanley Kubrick films. But I mean, Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket, 2001: A Space Odyssey. What else? Yeah, I think Eyes Wide Shut would go there.
I need to rewatch it.
Yeah.
I saw it when it first came out, and I think maybe I saw it one time after it first came out, but I don't remember a lot of the details of
Oh,
it.
Apocalypse Now would actually be
Mm.
above. But yeah, and I tell people if you watch Eyes Wide Shut, pay attention to the whole film. But the key to solving what the fuck is going on is at the very end of the movie in one line. And it's the scene where he's meeting with oh god, I can't remember the actor's name, but they're in the billiard room, and he says this thing to Tom Cruise, and it's almost at the very end of the movie, and Tom Cruise is just like, what? And that what moment there, if you listen to what's being said, it makes you go, God damn it, and then just flipping tables. No.
Okay, I'm gonna rewatch that. I remember it was pretty damn heavy, but I like really heavy, fucking weird, fucked up shit. So I should revisit that one for sure.
No, see, I like 2001. I like 2001. It was a good movie, but it's I'm again I was there was a lot to that movie. I mean, the fact that the scene where he's there, the spinning, where it's like it looks like he's walking on the ceiling and all that, and how they filmed that in the 70s. It's like that was advanced technology. That was no one's ever done this before. How do we do it? And it
Totally.
was.
Oh,
I mean, there's a lot
that's
to that movie.
remarkable for sure. But it was just very drawn out. It just felt very kind of lackluster, you know,
Eh.
which is
But yeah, so that's I mean I wasn't always into filmmaking and stuff like that until later on when I was watching a movie and I was just like, I really like how that was filmed. And then I started like watching other movies going in, wow, I really like how that was filmed. And then, you know, we just watched The Kingsman, and that whole movie I'm sitting there going, whoever edited this is a genius. Like they need an Academy Award for editing because it was just so flawless. And it was just like it was like ballet the whole movie, even though there's a whole dance sequence thing in there. But the way it was filmed and the transitions and everything, and the slow mos, the flashing, and just how it was just all pieced together. I'm sitting there as an editor going, "Whoo, whoo,"
oh, that's
got
awesome.
me excited a little bit. Like, wow.
Are you a Stephen
So,
King fan? Do you like Stephen King movies?
um, some of them.
That's
Like
a
I
very
like the
fair answer
original.
because there's a whole
Yeah,
spectrum of them.
I mean, I like the original Pet Cemetery, um, and I I disagree with Stephen King on his thing with The Shining. I get why Stephen King was upset, but I think Shining was a great movie. I mean, it's one of Jack Nicholson's best movies, in my opinion.
You know what? I really enjoyed the miniseries, the longer miniseries version of The Shining, more so than the original because I felt like it gave so much more insight onto Jack's madness. Like it really made you connect with him more and connect with the family, and then see these like little things start creeping in. Like I felt like that really did wonders to illustrate that like descent into madness. If you haven't seen it, you
Oh,
should.
David Jeff. Yeah, I actually didn't even think. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Doctor Zhivago is a really good movie. If you've never seen people out there, if you've never seen Doctor Zhivago, is
Mm-hmm.
probably one of the best classic films of all time. I know
Interesting.
it's on the list of like top 50 films of all time.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as Stephen King goes, I feel like it goes from the most cheeseball ridiculous shit to some really good solid movies, but then you have Shawshank and The Green Mile, which are two of my top five favorite movies of my whole life. And it's almost hard to believe that they're Stephen King movies when you see some
Yeah.
of these ridiculous, silly Stephen King movies out there. Like, how on earth was he able to like bridge that gap between like the most epic tales of all time and then like Tommy knockers or
Yeah.
something silly? It's
No,
crazy.
I love Shawshank Redemption, and I love the chemistry, and that's one of those movies where you can always pick a movie and say replace this actor with this actor and the movie would have been good. Replace this actor and the movie would be good. That movie was just so flawless on the acting
Yeah.
because take Morgan Freeman out of it, that movie fails. You take Tim Robbins out of it, that movie fails. Like every actor in that movie was 100% perfect.
Absolutely.
Green Mile, same thing. I don't know any the Tom Hanks and the Green Mile
Oh my
was
god,
one of the most
so good.
heartfelt performances.
I
So
completely
it's like,
agree.
yeah,
That's the gun to my head favorite movie. Green Mile is my favorite. gun to my head movie
I mean, the
for sure.
we if I say it right now, Roxy will start tearing up. But the that final I don't blindfold me. I'm afraid of the dark kind of thing. And then I just don't want to hurt anymore, boss. I don't want to hurt any more people, boss. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, like oh. And the fact that it's just like you can tell like none of those people wanted to pull the lever, and it's just like, oh
No.
man, it's just
Yeah, how they're all like
yeah. That was
crying and
one,
he's like, go wipe your face and come back. Like we got a job to do. But everybody did not want to do it. Oh my God. What a fantastic movie in all aspects. Like the first time that I saw it, I remember I was living in Georgia, so it was, maybe 98 or whatever. And I watched it and I like needed a moment. I needed to go remove myself and go sit by myself for a little while and like process what I just saw. And very few times have I ever had to like have that kind of response where I needed to
right.
process it. It affected me so profoundly that it has just continued to be one of my all-time favorite films. And same thing, I think every single person that acted in that movie was exactly who needed to be in those
Yeah,
positions. Like, god damn, it's just so good. And Shawshank, it's so great on its own. But that's more of like a realistic story. And with Green Mile, it's so realistic, but there's this element of magic that you don't even expect from when you're first watching it, and you're like, wait, what the fuck is going on, and just bringing that magic in and never really explaining where it comes from or anything. It's like it doesn't even matter where it comes from. If you were there with them at that time, you wouldn't know where it came from. John Coffey didn't even know where it came from. It's just the way it was,
right.
and it's just part of the story, and that's the end of that. So what, oh god, what a journey and a half. I just love it so much. They're both such
Yeah,
great
no,
films. My friend Rick, actually, he was over here last summer, and we were talking about movies, and I was telling him those are my two of my all-time favorite movies ever. And he's like, I've never seen either of them. And Rick is 58 years old or 59 years old. And I was like, you have never seen these movies. He's like, I was in the movie industry and I don't know, stuff that was like big and popular. I just kind of like didn't watch. So he's like, I would love
right.
nothing more than to finally watch these movies with you. Like, will you show me the Green Mile and Shawshank? And I was like, oh my God, like I never thought I'd have the opportunity to like show somebody because everybody's pretty much seen them before. So I was like, oh my God, I get to do this with you. I get to go on this journey and see it through your eyes for the first time. And he loved both of them. He was very grateful for the experience. But man, like trippy. It was super trippy to
Yeah.
watch it with the full blown adult where I'm like, you've never seen Shawshank. Like, what? It's fucking crazy. Super, super crazy. But yeah, I like
We
really
all balled
epic
in.
movies.
No, I mean, it took me a long time to fully get through Schindler's List because it's one of those movies where it's like halfway through you're just like, I want to jump through and just strangle Ray Fiennes, and then you're just like, okay, you know what? So Roxy and I watched it years ago, and that's another one of those. Just the cinematography in Schindler's List, brilliant, and every actor in that, it's like, oh, such a great movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one for a long time either. That was a really good one. I remember that being a really, really good, powerful film. I need to
Yeah.
revisit that one. Dances with Wolves is another one of my top fives forever. I love that movie so much. You don't love that movie?
I have a love I have a love hate relationship with Kevin Costner.
But that movie was so fucking good.
I know, but
Tell me your
Kevin
thoughts.
Costner, just Kevin Costner,
Like his
like
his acting or
that
just his
dude.
face or what?
Yeah, it's that Kevin Costner is one of those guys that just showed up on a set one day and just like, I think I could do this, and everyone's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm the lead actor, and they're like, oh, okay, and then just started like, no one ever questioned it, and they're like, I guess this is the guy we, and then he just kept getting more jobs. I do not, for the life of me, know how Kevin Costner ever got famous and how he became a leading man in Hollywood. Now I will stop myself because he he was he's good in a few films, but there are films out there, and I just go, why? Why is this guy even around?
I mean, I can see that he's not like the best of all time, but I feel like he's good enough to be able to get the emotion out there. You know, like I really felt his emotion in Dances with Wolves. Like I felt it. Man,
Oh, well,
that's so
okay.
good.
I'll be fair and or be honest. I haven't seen Dances with Wolves since I was 10. So maybe it's one of those films I need to revisit and say,
Yes.
okay, yeah, he's good
I
in this. But
really would love for you to revisit that film. It is seriously one of the most like moving movies. It's seriously it's on the very top of my favorites. I think maybe you would
I
appreciate
mean,
it differently now.
Chrissy Lou, let me just I agree with you on this, but when you have a film powerhouse that has Alan Rickman playing probably one of his best villain roles, and you make Robin Hood look like an idiot, I have a problem with you as an actor because it's like how you have this amazing cast. I mean, huge names, and then you have Kevin Costner who can't even do an English accent for Robin Hood. Everyone in the film is British, but Robin Hood.
Yep, I feel you
And
on
I
that
love Robin
one.
Hood.
Yeah. Unlike
I love
other
Robin
Robin
Hood for
Hoods,
the
I can speak in an English accent. Love it.
this guy's really starting to kill the mood.
God, now that's a funny fucking movie. Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah,
That's so good. But no,
yeah,
I do feel you on that. Like
great.
I don't think he's the necessarily the best of all of them. But like Dusty said, out of all of the Kevin Costner movies, like that is the movie. That is the one.
Okay, I will rewatch it.
We can watch it together when you come out here if you want to, or you can watch it whenever.
Yay!
You're like I'd rather
Hey,
hang out.
hooray. Yeah.
No, that's true. We'll have limited time. But yeah, do it, and report back. And I would really genuinely like to hear your
Well,
report.
I don't think Roxy's seen it either. So
Roxy, oh, Roxy's gonna cry. That movie is so good. Roxy's gonna love that movie, even if you don't. Which I really think that you'll really will appreciate it. But Rox, especially, I think is gonna really love it.
yeah, no, David Jeff, yeah,
Oh yeah, I
yeah,
did not want to comment.
yeah. There's a lot of so many good moments of that movie, and yeah,
Well, yeah, I'm
but
gonna revisit that one. There's certain ones that I need to revisit that are like good epic tales. Actually, just during the quarantine, we did Fiddler on the Roof and
oh,
not Mary Poppins, Sound of Music. Because I was like, it's been so long since I've seen them, you know, and as an adult, I want to go back and see both of those movies. And man, Dusty had never seen either of them, I don't think. And it was really good because there's so much more to those movies than I
if
even
I was a
remembered.
rich man, if I was a rich man,
Yeah.
da 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 da. Gwen Stefani got that. It's actually Dr. Dre. So "Rich Girl" by Gwen Stefani. If I was a rich girl, na 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 na.
Really? She took that and made a
Doc,
thing with.
doc,
Oh, wow.
it was Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre sampled "Fiddler on the Roof" for that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That was honestly such a good movie. Like, I think I saw it probably when I was a little kid because my mom loved musicals and also growing up in a Jewish family, she was like, this is an important tale for you to know. And I hadn't seen it since, but watching it, I was like, wow, this is a really, really good movie. And it also, you know, it kind of hit home because a lot of my ancestors were these people that ended up getting run out, you know, and had to leave with all the stuff on their back in the middle of the night, you know, at the end of the movie. So I was like, wow, totally nailed that shit. It was pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, there's a few movies that I need to go back and rewatch because I watched as a young kid and I was just like, I don't care about this. And now I'm older. I'm like, maybe I should check that movie
For
out. Like,
sure.
why was that my dad's favorite movie? Like,
Yeah, when we're kids and we don't understand as many of the concepts, can't really connect with that or what it feels like to be an adult having go through these things. Sometimes things can be like, it's boring, as a kid. You're like, I don't even know. I don't get the politics. I don't get the innuendos and stuff like that. But going back and watching some things as adults, I'm like, holy shit, there was a lot more. Like with Sound of Music. Yo, that's like so full of Nazis. Like that is the
Oh yeah.
most
Well, I mean,
Nazis, you know? Like I didn't as a kid, what did I know about Nazis? I know there was fun songs and whatever, but
I
like
think there's more Nazis in The Sound of Music than Schindler's List.
fucking A, there's so many Nazis and I was like, God damn, like
Saving Private Ryan, not enough Nazis.
fucking
The
A.
Sound of Music, all
All the
Nazis.
Nazis. I know, man. It really was shocking to me because I had seen a stage play when I was living in Flagstaff. Sorry. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Flagstaff. Somebody was like, "Hey, I have tickets. It's Sound of Music live on the stage. It's like a college performance. Do you want to go?" And I went, and there was some Nazis on the stage, and I was like, "There's fucking Nazis in this movie?" And they're like, "Yeah, dude." Or in the show, they're like, "Yeah, haven't you seen the movie?" I'm like, "I don't know." When I was a kid, and they're like, "Dude, there's totally Nazis." I was like, "Okay, I
Like,
definitely forgot that." And then it took
there's a lot of
there's a
Nazis.
lot of Nazis. Then it took me 10 whatever years to watch it again, and then I was like, "Fuck, it's Nazi Central."
Sammy did not see that coming.
I did not see it coming. But oh, hello, welcome, young opiate. Welcome to the
Looks
chat.
good. Just sitting here talking about my wildlife and movies now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what about more stories? Do
Cabaret,
you
yeah.
have more fun stories to tell? I know you're chock full of stories. Tell me some more stories.
Trying to think. I mean, see. We play. Uh, I don't know. I mean, there's been so many. Like I said, it's like it's hard for me to go back and just be like, oh yeah, and then I did this. It just comes out when I'm talking about my life, and I'm like, I don't know,
No,
just
for sure.
and then sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I forgot I did something like that.
You know what? I'm
But
curious about
I
your radio interviewing show where you would interview a bunch of like old school punk dudes. I'm curious
yeah.
about some of your favorite interviews that you did or some of your favorite people that you interviewed. Like, what was some of the best experiences that you had while doing that?
Um, I'll tell you, my first interview I ever did was literally a week and a half after I started my radio show. I got my first big interview, and I interviewed Chris number two from Anti Flag,
Cool.
and I interviewed him on the street, like on the sidewalk, but where punk rock bowling was happening. So I interviewed him, and all these people walking by, they're like Chris number two, and like stopping, and he would say hi to everyone that said hi to him. And then like in the middle of the interview, Mark Stern, who's one of the creators of punk rock bowling, stopped and like was part of the interview for like three
Cool.
minutes.
Awesome.
So that will always be like one of my most memorable interviews because it was just like the first one, and it was just so how like easy it was. And even Roxy heard the interview afterwards. She was like, "Wow, that was like really, really good." Like, I didn't fangirl. It's that was the hardest thing I think doing in some of the interviews was not fangirling at some of my idols.
For
So
sure.
like when we did I interviewed Jello Biafra from Dead Kennedys. It's like I've been told that he doesn't do interviews, he doesn't talk about Dead Kennedys, he blah 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 blah. And so we get this interview with Jello Biafra, and we're sitting there at the Pepper Mill having dinner with him, and he said, "This is how the interview is going to work. You're going to take your recorder, you're going to put it on the center of the table. Whatever comes out, that's your interview." I'm like, done. So I went in unprepared. I had no questions. So we had a conversation, and we talked about everything, like how he grew up, how his parents were hippies, how he was all into liberal stuff when in the 60s and 70s and all this stuff. And I'm like, holy crap, like cool. And then I was warned, Jello does not talk about um, Dead Kennedys. He doesn't. Don't ask him. He'll cut an interview off. So we're in the middle of dinner, we're eating and all that, and he's like, so then that was about the time I started the Dead Kennedys. And Roxy's sitting next to me, and all I feel is her hand on my leg just squeeze, like, And I'm just sitting there, like I'm trying to keep a straight face, like professional, but I could see her eyes going.
Here it comes. Oh my god. Exclusive.
So I'm like treading the water, like, yeah, I get it, and it's so with the Dead Kennedys, like, I didn't ask about the breakups and stuff like that, but I did talk about like, you know, what made him want to do like political punk, and so he gave this. I mean, it was beautiful. We got done with dinner and all that, and take him back to his hotel. It's 8 in the morning at this point, and we're just driving home, dead silent in the car. Roxy and I are just
Processing what just fucking happened.
10 minutes into the drive home. Did that fucking just happen? Like we both at that point just like finally like came to like, did that just happen? Because it was so weird how the whole process of I I put in an interview request. His manager got a hold of me, said he will contact you when he's in Vegas. I go the whole weekend. I have no interviews for my radio show. Every interview canceled.
Oh.
We're leaving Punk Rock Bowling on the final night. We're walking down the street, and Jello Biafra is standing on a street corner on the phone. And I'm like, I got to go over. And I had this book called the Encyclopedia of Punk. I still have it. It's on the RV actually, and it's every punk band ever. If you were a punk band up until the year 2000, you're in this book if you're
Awesome.
relevant.
Cool.
And there's two sections. There's Dead Kennedys, and then there's Jello Biafra. Well, I have all the Dead Kennedys autographs except Jello Biafra's. And so I'm holding it, and he looks over, and he just like kind of glances. He's like, I don't sign vinyls. I'm like, it's not. It's actually a book. And he was like, huh. So he finishes his phone call. He's like, can I see that? And so he's looking through this Encyclopedia of Punk, and he's like, I've never seen this before. So he's like, oh, and so I show him the Jello Biafra. It's like a good full size photo of Jello Biafra, and he's like reading what they wrote about him. He's like, this is pretty cool.
That's
He's
awesome.
like, where'd you get? I'm like, somebody got it for me, and he was like, huh. He signs it. Now,
Sweet.
mind you, we're standing on a street corner. There are people passing by, have no idea who this guy is, no clue. So, a couple of people are like, Jello Biafra, and I'm like, oh my god. So I tell him, well, he's signing, and I'm like, so I put in an interview request. He was like, oh yeah, your name's Chris, right? And I'm like, yeah, Church of Punk Rock. He's like, look, I dropped the ball. It's my fault. I'm really sorry. And I'm like, it's all good. Um, and he's like, well, you still want an interview? I'm like, I would love one. He's like, well, I'm about to head to a business meeting. What time do you go to bed? And I was like, dude, we're musicians. We're up until the sun comes up. He's like, good. It's like, I'm going to call you, and I'm going to meet up with you at the Double Down, and then we'll go have breakfast. You get your interview. I'm like, okay, cool, awesome. So we leave. We go to punk rock karaoke, and I get an interview with Darren last minute. Like show's ending, and I'm like, Darren, I have no interviews. Can I interview you? So I do this quick little interview with Darren Pfeiffer from Punk Rock Karaoke. So Roxy and I were like, no one's called, no one's called, no one's called. I'm like, let's just go eat and just go home. I got an interview. So we sit down at Denny's, we get our drinks, we order our appetizers. My phone rings with an Oakland area code, and I'm like, oh. It's 4:30 in the morning. I answer. Roxy goes to the bathroom. I answer, and he's like, hey, I'm at the Double Down. Come pick me up. Cancel our order. Roxy's walking out, and I'm like, we have to go. And she's like, what? I'm like, we're leaving right now. She's like, no. And so we get in the car, and we haul ass to the Double Down. So he just finished doing a DJ set. So he's like, he has all these vinyl records with him. And so he's like, okay. So we put him in my car, and he's like, oh, let's go get breakfast. And we're like, Peppermill. It's the perfect place. Like, if you want to impress somebody, take them to the Peppermill.
Okay.
And so that's where we go. That's where my interview was done. It was at the Peppermill in Las Vegas, and that interview was about 2.5 hours long. But I was able to edit it down because there was a lot of dead air in there. But I mean, we talked about everything, and it was so it was so refreshing to have an interview like that because it wasn't going in. So in 1979, you formed this, and then doing my research. This was I'm just going in blank
Yeah.
and having a conversation,
It's just a
and it was so
conversation. Totally. That's how I like to do my shit too. It's like I don't need to have a bunch of questions. I just want to talk and see what comes up, like, and see where the conversation goes. So that's awesome. You got to do it in that kind of like organic way. It made him feel more
there
comfortable
was
too, I'm sure.
there's a moment, and I left it in the interview where Roxy had French toast. He ordered chicken parmesan. That was his thing. Roxy had French toast, and she had stopped eating. We're an hour and a half in, and he looks over and he was like, "Are you gonna finish that?" And she said no, and he's like, "May I?" And she's like, "Of course." And like hands him, and so he starts eating, and it's on my tape recorder right there of him taking Roxy's French toast.
That's so awesome, dude. Dude.
I want to respond to Dusty there. You don't go to the Peppermill because we took you guys to the back to the '80s cafe
Yeah.
and all you can eat sushi.
Yes. Which was totally awesome. Totally fucking
And
awesome.
that back to the '80s cafe is so good. It is so dumb,
I'm
so
so glad
good.
I found it on Facebook. It was just a Facebook thing. Like, hey, go check out this place. And I was like, oh, it's in Vegas. Like, you guys want to go to this amazing place? And you're like, yeah. And it was the
You did
best.
not hesitate. We're like, yeah, let's
Yeah,
do
it's
this.
so cool.
George Y hanging out there. It's like,
It's so cool. It's such a cool spot. But that's so
yeah.
amazing that you got to have that interview with him. He didn't respond, but you found him on the street. Like, how cool is that that you were able to find him?
It was like everything like came like full like just like the gods and the planets and you know Zeus got done doing his adultery thing and was like, "Oh, we must help this kid," and it was like, "There you go."
Totally, dude.
So I'm just gonna look right now. Do I on this computer here? So I've interviewed. Let's see, Go Betty Go. I interviewed Greg Hetson from Bad Religion, Jay Bentley from Bad Religion, the Mad Caddies, Marco from Sugar Cult, Spider. The Bouncing Souls is probably one of my. I think Bouncing Souls is one of my favorite interviews we ever did because they were a lot of fun. Dominic from Tsunami Bomb, uh, Bad Cop was a good interview. So I've been able to interview quite a few people, and Jay Bentley was another one of those where it was just like he's standing right there. I have to go, and it was a quick, maybe 10-minute interview, but he was standing in the middle of the casino, and I'm like, Jay Bentley, like, hey man, how's it going? Like you're Jay Bentley, like,
That's
you
so
know.
cool. You got
And
to hang out with so many of these people.
what's funny is that interview with Jay Bentley was immediately following my interview with Greg Hetson. So it's like I had two Bad
That's
Religion interviews like
awesome.
back to back.
Oh, that's so fucking cool, dude. That is so cool.
My best drug story. I don't have any drug stories. I okay. I had to get some dental work one time, and I when they woke me up from the nitrous oxide gas and all that, I kept sliding off the chair and giggling.
I can see that.
Nuckin, I only did punk rock bands, so that was my interviews, and I might bring it back in a different form. I might do something like this here where it's just video chatting with some of my friends. Oh, Sean Stern, I forgot about that. I interviewed Sean Stern from BYO and Kevin Lyman of Warp Tour. Yeah, I interviewed Kevin Lyman from Warp Tour. Um, uh, the Sean Stern one was a lot of fun because I do my research as an interviewer. It's like I did so much research before going in. So there were stories I would bring up, and I asked Sean Stern about this one thing that's out in the internet, and he was like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "I'm surprised you found that. Like that's so interesting." He's like, "Who did you talk to?" I'm like, "I just know some people, and I have my ways of finding out information." But he was like super impressed. And in fact, after the interview, because I talked, it was a phone interview, and I'm like, "All right, go to commercial or whatever." And so we're ending. And I always thank them and all that. He was like, "I am super impressed that you know this stuff." He was like, "This was one of the best interviews I've ever done." And he's like, "I've been
Awesome.
interviewed by Rolling Stone, and he was like, this was perfect."
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
cool. That's great. Oh, that felt good too. Feeling like, oh, I'm actually doing a good job. People are enjoying, having these conversations, and the
Yeah.
fact that you actually were bringing up stuff that they wanted to talk about. That's so cool.
Uh, Yeah, Jenny from Bad Cop, Bad Cop. I had some information that people had passed on to me, and I brought it up. And she even says in the interview, she's like, she starts giggling. She's like, "I'm surprised you even know this." I'm like, it's my job as an interviewer to know these things. It's like I always took my cue from Howard Stern, the way he interviews, and it's you have to make your guests feel comfortable. If they feel like it's an interview, they're gonna go, okay, here we go. I'm doing a movie. But if you get to know them and treat them, you make them comfortable. Oh, you get shit left and right. I mean, like I said, my interview with Marco from Sugar Hill's 2 hours long
Oh, that's
because he
awesome.
was just like, I'm gonna just. He's like, oh, let me tell you this tale. So we get Tara Reid to be in our music video, and he tells this story on how Sugar Cult, who was still kind of a relatively unknown band, got Tara Reid to be in their music
Huh.
video, and it only cost them a bottle of champagne and a carton of cigarettes.
That's awesome.
This is no joke. I have the interview, and I might start putting these interviews up on SoundCloud so people can hear. But he's like, yeah, they film, they got asked to license one of their songs for Van Wilder, and Bouncing Off the Walls was a song. So movie comes out, da 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 da. They get flown to someplace to be in this Hollywood after party thing. And there's Ryan Reynolds and there's Tara Reid. And Tara Reid's like just drunk, and she's like, I love you guys. You guys are cool, blah, blah, blah. She's like on the lap of one of the guys, and they're like, you got to take one for the team. Like, so they made a comment. They're like, you should be in our music video for the song. And she's like, totally, whatever you guys want. You tell my agent, I'll do it for a carton of cigarettes and a bottle of champagne. So the next day, they're calling their manager, like, we got Tara Reid. And so their manager's like, there's no way she said that. And they're like, no, seriously, she did. So they called Tara Reid's agent and was like, hey, she said she would do it for this. And they're like, oh, well, if she said she'll do it for that, she'll do it for that. And she showed up and did the music video. Like she said, she's like, I'm a woman of my word. And it's like,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I'm giving you the paraphrase version of it, but it's a 30-minute, like, so this is how we got Tara Reid. And it's like, I'm sitting there, and it's a phone interview, and my mouth is just on the ground. I'm like, what?
That is awesome. Yeah, and to be able to make people feel comfortable where they can just like ramble and not feel like
Oh,
they have to like cut it down because he's like, we only have 25 minutes for this entire interview, like get through it. Like I think that's the way to do it for sure.
yeah, and I always tell, my guests, I always told them, like, hey, if you got to go, by all means. Like, we can cut this interview short. I don't care. If there's anything you don't want to talk about, it's like, by all means, we don't have to, I don't have to blah blah blah, and I've never had to edit something somebody didn't want on the air because they're like, if I say it, I say it. I'm like, oh, that's why I love punk rock people.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a phone call a day later like, hey, can you cut that? It's like, nope,
So
not
who are
now.
you the most nervous with? Would it have been Jello Biafra? Do you think that was the one where you were like, oh my god?
No, I wasn't nervous there. If I was nervous, it was I didn't want to say the wrong thing.
That's fair.
Nervous fangirl wise would be Bouncing Souls was very hard for me. Oh, Buster Shuffle. I interviewed Buster Shuffle. Resistance. Yeah, Resistance 77. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about all the people I've interviewed.
Yeah. No, go through
It's
it.
the, no, yeah, Bouncing Souls, I was nervous because I didn't want a fangirl. And my interview was only meant to be with Greg from the Bouncing Souls, and it ended up being Greg and Pete. And Pete actually was kind of funny. So here's this story. So I start my interview. I'm talking to Greg. We're back and forth, and he's like, "Oh, there's Pete." He just says, "Oh, there's Pete," and Pete's walking across the street from us. So we go, "Hey, Pete," and he's like, "Oh," and he goes like this. He's like, "Hold on." So he goes down to the crosswalk, comes across, and then he runs over, and he's like, "Hey guys," and all that. So then here it is. I have the Pete and Greg in my show, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I'm entering. We're talking all kinds of different things, and then Pete goes, "Oh my god, I totally forgot. I have to go get something because I promised somebody they can use my equipment, so I'll be back. So he runs off, and Greg and I, you could hear it in the interview. Yeah, he's not coming back. We're like, whatever. He had to get out of the interview. 5 minutes later, here comes Pete running back.
Awesome.
He's like, I'm sorry about that. And it's like, oh my God, like you're not even supposed to be in this interview, but thank you for coming back. But he was like, yeah, I was having, he was, and his reason, I talked to him afterwards. Roxy was there. She was taking pictures. And his reasoning was, well, I was having fun. He was like, he was having a good time with this interview.
Oh, that's
And
so cool.
so, but I was nervous about them. I was nervous about um, Greg Hedson a little bit because it's just like it's a legend, you know.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
I don't think I could actually interview Greg Gaffin from Bad Religion. I think I don't know if I could physically do it because I would just sit there and go, uh huh. He won't even be saying anything. I'd just be
He's my number one. If I could sit down with anybody and talk to, it's him. And I told Dusty, we're going to the show in April. They rescheduled their show, and I am going to do my best to actually be able to meet him. I not in a like a fangirl groupie kind of way. Like I genuinely respect him so much, and I just have a fucking minute. I'm gonna write him a letter, so even if I can't get to meet him, I want to try to pass it to somebody to pass in this letter to be like, listen, man, I just want to like talk to you seriously. Like you're a person, I'm a person. It's not just because you're a rock star guy. Like I know that he's a real dude, and he probably wants real connections in this world. So like I'm a real person reaching out for an actual real connection. Like please let's open a dialogue. I think it would enhance my life hearing your perspective on the world. So I hope it works.
I mean, if I had the money and I lived closer, I would have in a heartbeat taken his class at UCLA.
I know it's
I
almost
would
like
have
I just
taken
want
his
to
class.
move there just to take his class, just to meet him, which is something I've thought about putting in the letter. To be like, okay, I'm not gonna move down there to and enroll in a school just to get to fucking meet you, but like seriously, like I really do want to like have an actual conversation, like a really just genuine conversation about the world and the way of the world. And it doesn't even have to do anything about fucking music. It's more about like who he is and how he sees the world. I love the way that he sees the world, and he's my favorite lyricist of anybody ever. Like in my band, I used him as my inspiration. I love him.
Roxy always says that she just wants to be yelled at by Greg Happen. Just have him just standing in front of you, just yelling at you. And it's like, okay, like, yes.
I just want to pick his brain, man. I just want to talk to him. Just want to have a dialogue.
Well, and that was the cool thing about Jello Biafra because Jello Biafra is the older version of Greg. So because Jello, was the late '70s, well, mid to late '70s punk rock, early '80s. Like the band that Bad Religion formed themselves after was the Dead Kennedys. Like political punk came from the Dead Kennedys. So sitting there listening to Jello Biafra about it. So then I ran for mayor of San Francisco, and it's like, okay, and it's like. So then they started running smear campaigns against me, but I didn't care because I knew I had. And it's like, like, but I'm sitting there as a professional. Really,
Yeah.
you don't say.
Totally. Hold it together, man. You're like, this is the best interview of all
I
time ever.
turned it a blind rumble. I was like, tell me more. It's like,
Yes. Yeah, I feel like
yeah,
I would be
James.
pretty good at
Yeah,
not fangirling out. Like, there's been quite a few times I've got to hang out with band members that I've like love so fucking much, and I have totally been able to hold it together. So I'm so glad. I've like observed myself, and I'm like, I did good when I was hanging out with Les Claypool and fucking Gene Ween and shit like that. Like, whew, okay.
I also interviewed Kate from Tsunami Bomb. Sorry, I'm like thinking. It's like now I'm like going through because I mean 5 years, and I was getting interviews constantly, and especially during punk rock bowling, there was one punk rock bowling we had 6 interviews. My secretary over here, she's like telling me which ones I've done.
My love.
Oh, Western Addiction. Western Addiction was one of the funnest interviews because that guy has a weird job. So the lead singer of Western Addiction. So when I do pre-interview and then interview and then the post-interview and all that. So pre-interview, I'm like, so this is what I want to talk about, but what would you guys like? Because, obviously, if you get a new album coming out, you got a tour, it's like, we got to talk about that. So he's like, oh, I'm down for anything. He's like, new album's out, so if we want to talk about that, I'm like, great, because I got the advanced copy of the album, so we'll play the songs. And so then he's like, yeah, a lot of people want to talk to me about my job. And at that point, my ears perked up. I'm like, what about your job? And so he tells me he has a very interesting job, and his job is he names things. He works for an ad agency, but it's a company that names products. So out of his office, Swiffer.
I can't believe you just said Swiffer because that's the first thing that popped in my head was fucking Swiffer, and that's so random. I pulled that out of the ether.
Yeah,
Weird.
so his office came up with Swiffer, and then they have to, they all, then it goes into what Dusty does, make what the logo looks like and stuff like that. But they sit around and are like, okay, this thing is Swift and it's a sweeper and a Swiffer,
That's such a cool
and
job
so
coming up with names for things.
yeah, his job is coming up with names. And so he was telling me about like some of the different products, and the one that he came up with, the I don't remember, it was some kind of streaming platform. It failed already, but he came up with the name of that thing. It was like Tubi or something. Yeah, Tubi. Yeah, he came up with, like, he personally in a month came up with Tubi.
Wow.
And I mean, so his job is that. And he was like, I'm like, so what does that pay? And he was like, a lot of money. Like, he was like, it's ridiculous how much companies will throw at these companies to come up with the name of the product.
No
Because, a
shit.
lot of times it's like, if it's a new product, the person that invented it doesn't have a name. It's either a patent number or something generic, and they're like, that's not going to sell. Like, Sweepy Broom, not going to sell. Super, sounds cool.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I spent a good 10 minutes in that interview just like, how do I get this job? And he was like, it was random. It was like just pure luck. A friend of his was working and was like, hey, we're hiring for a position. Are you interested? And he's like, what's the position? They told him. He's like, I don't know about that. And so then he went and interviewed, and they're like, come up with the name of this product. And it was like a pencil or something like that. And he just threw a name out there, and they're like, you're hired. It was like that. and,
Wow. What
and
a
he was like,
bizarre.
really? And they're like, we hated the name, but we saw your resume. So they're like, you were already hired when you walked in, but we just wanted to see what you would do.
Huh.
Sweepy Broom is the wish for.
That's really strange that, like, right before you said Swiffer, that's the product that I saw in my fucking head. Like, and I almost said it. Oh, like Swiffer, but you fucking beat me to it. I wish I said it first. That would have been fucking
Yeah,
awesome.
that's where we're canceled. The interview is over now. Now we're starting to link thoughts and all that. And
I'm
I got,
telling you, I fucking picked up on that shit. That's crazy. I mean, it's not too out of the norm for me. I do that shit all the time, but that was a pretty like distinct one. That was cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, to just get to pick people's brains and like get to know who they are beyond just their music. Because a lot of times when they get interviewed, I'm sure it's like, oh, tell me about your music. What are your influences and all these like very generic things. But you're like, no, like tell me the real shit. Who are you?
yeah. See, and now more's coming, and more people are coming into my head. I interviewed Jeff the Girl, uh, from Five Iron Frenzy, um, Leonore. I interviewed her, and it was really interesting to hear about how she grew up in a musical family, but then how she got into Five Iron Frenzy, and then she had her own project afterwards. That's why I was interviewing. She actually released her own solo album, and yeah, she was uh, one of my first interviews on the phone. And then Roxy just reminded me, Karina from Dance Hall Crashers. I got to interview
Oh,
her, and
cool.
again, it was like, got to talk about her childhood, and I got full confirmation that Dance Hall Crashers will probably never get back together. Like, she said, the chances of Dance Hall Crashers reuniting is slim to none.
Damn.
And I got it's like, it was one of those, like, people ask me about Grocery Store Rejects. It's like, that part's done. It's over. It may come back. It may not. Don't hold your breath.
Sure.
And it really broke my heart when she told me that. I was like, no.
Oh.
Like, I never got to see Dance Hall Crashers.
That sucks.
But, but then again, the other day, Tim Armstrong and Jesse Michaels d- performed together. So Op Ivy
Yes.
reunion is in the
I
air.
read an article about that, and they were like, it was kind of the same thing. Don't hold your breath. Like, it's that we're not saying it's happening, but we're not opposed. So, like, who knows? It could happen, but this doesn't mean that it's happening. And I was like, damn it, that would have been so
This
cool.
is the closest that it's ever been because a lot of it has always been Tim and Jesse weren't on talking terms. And Jesse Michaels and everyone else is like, yes. And then Tim Armstrong's like, I don't need to do that. And then Tim Armstrong would say, well, I want to do it. But then Jesse's off doing his art. So it was like the timing was never there. This is the first time that the two holdouts perform together. So do I think Op Ivy will reunite for Punk Rock Bowling? No. Do I think Riot Fest might get them? Yes.
Mm.
Riot Fest is going to offer them the most money.
God,
And if it
Riot Fest
happens,
looks
I'm
so
going to
awesome.
Chicago.
I want to go every time I see those flyers. I'm like, oh God, like it's
I know,
fucking
like,
crazy.
I'm already starting to look like, can I book my tour around that?
Oh, totally, God. Well, I mean, maybe you guys could get on Riot Fest. Like, what the
Oh,
fuck?
dude, we had been trying for years to get on Riot Fest.
Really?
In fact, actually, RJ got told by Riot Fest, please stop emailing us. You're
Oh
because RJ
no.
was trying to get he was emailing him like every day going Crimson Riot, Riot Fest, hello, it makes sense. And they finally were like, yeah, you need to stop.
They didn't even like
Yeah, I
give
think they
it a
blocked.
listen and like check it out. Damn.
I mean, in their defense, they get 5,000 submissions a day. I'm not Eve 6. I can't get their attention.
You guys are
Maybe that's what I got to do.
badass. They got it. They
Well,
got. They
not
gotta listen.
that.
Even if it's like annoying, maybe if other people start trying too, then it'll be one of those like, okay, fine. Who the fuck are these Crimson Riot people? And then they'll be like, well, they're actually pretty awesome.
It's the thing about social media. We've tried doing stupid stuff like that, and you might get like a few, but yeah, it's like uh, we tried that on Twitter once. Like, who thinks, and we just named a band or a label or something should tour with us or sign us and all that, and it's like we get 4 likes and a couple of retweets, and it's like, come on, people! It's like everyone, come on, all hands on deck. You got a Twitter? Come on, just like this post.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know,
We've done that.
man.
How many likes? Maybe I should do that. The Riot Fest. How many likes to let us open up or play at Riot Fest? Maybe we should do it. Who knows?
I mean, it's not gonna hurt. It's definitely not gonna hurt in any
Stupider
way.
things. Stupider things have happened.
Ah, man. I mean,
You
you
know?
could also make a video too and email it to somebody and like some kind of video where it's like you guys like, hello, we're Crimson Riot, like check out our awesome shit or whatever. Like it could be like a video interview, like a 2 minute thing that's quick. I don't know. I mean, I feel like you guys are perfect
Hello,
for it. You
hello,
could
Riot Fest. Do you like cookies? We will make cookies if you allow us to play Riot Fest.
totally just start bribing them with things. Well, I know
Yeah.
you know Johnny Larson as well, at least via internet. He made a video a few weeks ago. Him and it was Kids on Fire. Actually, they were trying to get
Was it the
sponsored.
Liquid Death?
Yes, yeah, it was the Liquid
Yeah.
Death. Like sponsor us. Like, hey, look, we love Liquid Death. Like, I thought it was brilliant. It was fucking awesome. I hope that they actually get sponsored from that.
I my I'm trying to think. They probably know. I would be shocked if Johnny or Kevin doesn't know Toby from H2O because he would be the person that they would reach out to because he's like the co-owner of Liquid Death.
Hmm.
Um,
Interesting.
if not, I know Kevin knows Polly Van Dam, and she worked for Liquid Death.
I
So it's
wonder if
like
they
there's,
made that video and sent it to those guys and just put it on social media
I'm
too.
like it's this the 6 degrees of separation to the Liquid Death is down to like 1 or 2 people for these guys.
Totally. But yeah, I don't know, something creative like that maybe for Riot Fest. Like maybe it'd work. Because, God, can
Yeah.
you imagine getting to play with all of those bands, being in the green room and shit like that, and having like an artist pass? Holy shit, balls.
We would Wayne's World the shit out of that.
Totally. Okay, so remember how you don't need a tour manager, but I'm your tour manager? That's when you're like, I'm bringing my tour manager and my driver, and Dusty will be your driver, and we will come assist
Have
you.
you met my security, Sammy?
Yeah. Oh, goddamn right, I'll be your security for fucking sure. I'll kung fu people to the ground for you if I need to. Just get me a shirt that says security. I used to have one when I was in high school. I thought it was funny.
Security.
Yeah, security. I'm in charge of
Security.
things. But yeah, man, that'd be so great. I would love that for you guys. But maybe it'll
Well,
happen.
now we have to start getting the forces of Discord, and Twitch. Start a campaign to get us on the
Oh hell
on
yes.
Right Fest. I think if we got all the artists like Glow Stick Willie and Risky Biscuit to start petitioning their fans to get Crimson Riot on Riot Fest, I think it would work. That'd be a couple
Yes.
thousand people.
I think that would be amazing, dude. Oh, I'd love it. So that would be like that's your number one festival or show that you would want to play. Is that the one?
Oh no, I mean no. For us, we want to play punk rock bowling, but Riot Fest is up there. I would love to play, Pooza or Fest. I mean, there's a lot of good festivals out there
You haven't
that
played
we would
punk rock
love to be
bowling
on.
yet?
No, they won't take us
Why?
because we won't break up afterwards. Like literally, almost every band that plays, like every local band that plays punk rock bowling, breaks up like immediately after for some dumb reason,
That's
or
strange.
they go on hiatus, and it's like
I mean, you guys are local
almost,
Vegas punk band. Like, I'm shocked that they are not
yeah.
interested. That's stupid. Have
No,
you?
I mean we'll play it one of these days. It's when the time is right. And but the weird thing is the people that book punk rock bowling know who we are. Like they know Crimson Riot, and it's just like you gonna no, still no. Okay, well, you sure? No, all right. So when it's our time, it's our time. But also at the same time, I don't want to play punk rock bowling as a local. I want to play it later in the afternoon when people are there. It's like that's the problem is when you're the local, you're right when it starts, so you're getting maybe 100 people to watch you. It's like no, it's put us later. It's like I don't want to be that kind of person like demanding, but it's like we've paid our dues.
Yeah, no, you
Like
absolutely have. You're not some like newer band that's trying to make it, Like you guys are an established band and you play
yeah,
all over Vegas and you do countrywide tours constantly, Like I feel like you guys have earned it. And it's their loss if they
yeah.
don't take you. Stupid.
I mean, our philosophy moving forward is we're not going to stop. No, and nothing's going to stop us. And if things come our way, things come our way. We're not gonna push hard for something that's not. I want it to happen organically. So if a major label wants to come and sign us, I'm not going to push for it. I'm not going to sit there and be like, sign me, sign me, sign me. It's whatever happens, happens at this point. But I think I will do something with the Riot Fest thing. I think that it would, if anything, it'll just get some attention from somebody. You know.
Totally. I mean, can you make like a petition type of thing where people can sign it, digitally sign the things or whatever? And we have like, you know, 5,000 people that think we should play or something like that. Maybe there's a way to do that and put it on your Discord or something.
Or yeah. I mean, or I think I can figure out something. I mean, it's all about marketing it right and posting it at the right time to see what they say. So who
I
knows?
believe in you. I'll help be your cheerleader for the campaign too. Be the leader of
Yay!
it. Yes.
We're all gonna do it. Everyone's gonna get on it. Everyone's gonna get Twitter now. Everyone needs a Twitter
Yeah, I
account.
don't have a
We'll figure it out.
Twitter or a TikTok or any of that kind of stuff, but I'll get it if it helps the cause. I'll do it.
Everyone gets 17 fake burner emails and sign up for 17 accounts. Let's see, if I get at least 100 people, that's 1,700 votes.
I mean, you're not wrong. It could happen. It's a little cheatery, but
You barely have an
yeah.
Instagram. Yeah, I spend more time on Discord now.
So you
But
guys mentioned before that you're working on some new songs for a new album potentially.
good night, David Jeff.
Good night, David. Sweet dreams to you. Thank you
Uh,
so much for coming in. We appreciate having you. Okay.
yeah, actually, we were gonna do it today, but I got backed up doing a video edit. It was a last minute video edit. But probably tomorrow, um, sometime in the afternoon, Roxy and I are gonna sit down and jam out some songs and write out our set list. We have to write a set list for Friday. But we've been a couple weeks ago. We sat down with the guitars and started writing some riffs, and we got some, we got the gears running right now. So some of the creative juices are starting to flow a little bit, and
Awesome.
it's just we want to give ourselves enough time to write a lot. We want to actually go into the studio now, and we're going to go in December, and we want to go in with at least 17 songs, either almost done or done, and then go, these 12, 13 songs are going to be on the album. Like, have enough material, because right now the last album we wrote, and once we got 12 songs. All right, let's just hash these out and then we'll record them. And so we're never going in with options going, ooh, I like this song, but I think it's not gonna fit on this album with everything else. Or, yeah, I'm not really sure about this song. I think this song is better. So we want to have an option. So that's why we're kind of starting the process of writing now. Um, you know, I never stop writing riffs. I always, I have tons of audio notes, just, of just little riffs, not completed songs. So it's now let's start putting these little puzzle pieces together and see where they form. Is it going to be something good? And also writing now. It's only February, almost March. By the time December comes around, do I hate playing this song?
It's true.
Does it annoy me? Because, you know I know this. Thank God, some of the people that have the second album, there are certain songs on our last album that I just don't want to play. Like, I look at, and when I see it's requested, I go, all right, we'll play it. But I'm like,
What songs? So I know. So I won't
I
request
don't
them.
want to.
You don't want to say?
No, no, no. But that's the thing. Is like, I don't mind playing them. Like, I will never physically go, oh, I don't want to play that song. But there are songs that it's just like, we have other songs. Like, it's songs that get requested a lot, and I'm like, we have other songs. Request those, please. Like, somebody, anybody. And so some of those songs we don't play on tour. It's like we play them enough on the streams, and so
Okay.
it's kind of bad because I know, um, like, if people come to the shows, I know people are going to expect to hear certain songs, and certain songs probably won't be played at that show. And it's like, you got to understand, we got to play what we want to play. We're trying to please everyone, but what makes sense for our set. I can't play all of our songs. We have 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. We got to play the songs that are going to make people that don't know us want to listen to us.
Sure. For sure.
So,
No, that makes sense.
yeah, but
That's good. You have plenty
yeah,
of
so
time and you don't feel rushed because the creative process is stifled a lot of times when you're like, oh shit, we got to get this shit done. Like, come on, come on, come on,
yeah,
come on. So this gives you guys plenty of time to like organically figure out what it is that you're feeling, and you have
Rock,
time to chuck something if you don't like it.
Roxy wrote a full song without. I mean, she didn't write the lyrics yet, but she wrote an entire song one afternoon, while I was out, and so it's like, that's cool. And then I have, hey, this is a song I have. Let's work with this. So there's a lot of good pieces there, but we're just going to keep going. And right now is a good time because because we are on a good, comfortable path right now. We're not stopping ourselves going, oh, I don't want to write because I have A, B, and C to do. I don't want to write because I got to do this, and I just don't feel like writing. Nothing's coming to me right now. It's just like I could pick up my bass and I'm gonna write three riffs, and some of those riffs, it's like, wow, that's really good, but I don't know, it sounds like this one. Well, maybe it'll fit with this one. Oh, look, those two corner pieces work together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put everything in the middle now. So there's it's gonna be fun.
And you
I'm
got a Henry
excited.
song coming too. You guys are gonna write a Henry song.
We're gonna write a Henry song. We've been discussing it. I mean, we have to sit down and take a lot of notes. I hope he's not like wanting the song like tomorrow, because it's, we don't write like that, because we want to make sure that it's good. And I mean, it it may be a song that ends up on our next album.
God, that'd be so awesome.
But we're gonna take some notes about Henry. We have a couple of really fun notes about him, and it's kind of a little, investigating. That's how we did Tom Urban. I mean, Tom Urban's song was a lot of going through Facebook and looking at this and talking to people that know Tom to write that song. And so we're going to be doing the same thing with Henry's song.
You should re-listen to the interview that I did with him. It's on the YouTube. There was so much in that. I think that would be a lot of history and like stuff to draw from on that one. He shared a lot of stuff in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. When we write songs, build lyrics around the music or vice versa. Yeah, no, it's always write the music first. For us, Roxy is, we call her tackle box because she's just full of hooks.
Haha, that's
And
so cute.
so we write a lot of the guitar parts and then start building lyrics around. What's good? So how we write is we write separately, we write together, and then we will finish a song, we'll record it, and then we listen to it over and over and over again. We pick apart things, we take things in, we take it out, and then we might start writing lyrics. But she'll start writing lyrics for something and be like, "Hey, can we change this part because I have an idea for lyrics, and then we can change it." And I listen to everything in a I we're all producers, but I'm kind of like the executive producer, where I will start really picking apart a song because I stop listening to it as a musician and I start listening to it as a client or as a consumer or as a producer. And I go, does this part work? Does this part not work? Why doesn't this part work? Can we change this part? And I start picking apart the song, even though I wrote it, but now I'm listening back as if it was Sammy listening to the song, and he's saying, "Well, I would have done this. I would have done." So many times I do that, listening to songs on the radio, and I'll be like, "If I was the producer of the song, I would have done this." And
Smart.
so I do that, and then we get a finished product. It's a lot of rearranging and molding. Roxy, or the song "Girl Fight." Girl Fight was a lot different than what you hear now. Um, the original part, or the original Girl Fight, was the verses were built like the bridge. So dun 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 like that. It was, and then early on I'm like, I don't like this. So then I just started, messing around, and I was like, oh, let's change and put this as a verse. And so what you hear now is as a verses is was what we changed it to, and then what was the original verse is now the bridge of the song, right
Interesting.
before we do the shut up and, or not shut up and pay me. This doesn't have to be a war. That section,
Mm-hmm.
just give us what we came for, and then so that part there was the original verse, is now the bridge. But one thing, we were ready to get in the studio. We were getting close. And I ran in one day. I was listening to the song in my car while I was driving around. I was like, we need to change Girl Fight. And they're like, what? It's done. I'm like, no, 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 no. I want to add something. And I'm like, so we're all playing. And I'm like, when it gets to this part, I just need you to play A minor, but like just strum it out like individual strings. And we're like, okay. So it gets it gets out of the chorus, and then right before the second verse, she does that. It's just one note, just playing A. And as soon as we finished playing that, everyone just Roxy and Ryan were just like, "Whoa!" And I'm like, "Exactly." And I'm like, "I need you to do that again." Right after when the bass comes back in, it's just bass and drums. I need you to do it again before we go into the verse. And that little tiny 4 seconds just sent the whole song to a different level. And it was
Oh,
like,
that's
that's
awesome. Well, it's cool
good night,
you're able
Dusty.
to do that, like, and like change something that you already felt was done. You know. Oh, good
Yeah,
night,
and I mean,
Dusty. I
even
love
now,
you. Thank you for being the coolest
even,
mod in the land. You're awesome.
yeah, the other mod just left to go get food.
Oh, she banished
So
Dusty on the
yeah,
mod.
the thing is like even now, even though songs are recorded, if you listen to us play a song live, I'll add in extra harmonies or I'll play a different bass line. Like the bass line I play for Poison Mine live and on stream and stuff like that is not what's recorded.
Interesting.
And because I can change things up. I can do whatever I want. It's our song. I can do what I want. Like,
You're
oh,
so
you don't like
right,
that?
dude. You're
It's like,
totally right.
oh, you don't like that bass line? I wrote it, and I'm gonna play it the way I want to play it.
Yeah.
So
No, that's really
yeah,
cool. A lot of people feel like when something's set, this is the way it is. They don't want anything to change from it, and that's really cool that you are more flexible with that kind of stuff rather than feeling like this is finished product, it's done. Like they're like it's done and you're like it's not done though. I just had this idea and I'm glad that they were open to giving you that chance to try it and then everybody loved it. Like how cool is that? That's great.
yeah. And I mean, it comes back to I've been doing this a long time and writing songs, and I mean, no slight at Roxy. I mean, she is a genius. I will never deny her songwriting ability, but it always helps to have an outside perspective listen. And there are, I mean, when we start writing a song, if I'm in the up in the air about something, like if I'm unsure about something, I'll send a demo to some close friends just for their opinion. And but those people I'm sending it to have successful bands. I'm not sending it to just anybody. It's like, okay, this person has been signed for this many years. This person's on this label. This person's played with this band. It's like, I have a select couple of people that I send if I'm unsure about a song and just get their opinions.
Sure. Well, they got the ear
And a
for it
lot
because
of
they write as well. They've heard like 50 million
people,
songs.
and, and they're also with no vested interest. Like we may come up to a point and it's like, oh, I really like this song, and I really like this part, but you don't like this part. Well, I think this part should say, you think it should go. All right, let's send it to somebody that isn't in this band, and then see what they say. And there's been a couple of times where they're like, "Ooh, if you're going to do that, do it this way." And they constructive notes. I mean, we've never had one of our friends go, "Oh, this song's crap." And so that's always good to have, and it helps. It's always good to ask for help too
Oh, for
from people
sure.
that have been in this business a lot longer.
Yeah, and especially when you're so close to a project, it's hard to see. You have to step away sometimes and then look at it. It's like that with art too. I'll be like in a thing, but once I just like step away and look at it, I'm like, okay, all right, I see things a little bit differently when you remove yourself
Yeah,
just enough.
yeah. I mean, I have guitar riffs that I've been writing for the past 4 years on my phone and various phones, and there's a couple I listen to now, and I'm like, oh, like that's dumb. Why did I write that? Why did I think that was cool then? Which also helps me go, okay, if I don't like it now, then I'm glad I didn't make something of it because I'd hate it. I would get to the point where I'm like, I don't want to play that song.
Yeah.
And when I said I don't want to play the songs, it's not because I don't like the songs. It's just I'm burned out playing them. Like, you know, I will play any song that somebody wants to listen to, Crimson Right wise. Now, if you come in and like, I want to hear you too, I'm gonna be like, no, go away. But with Crimson Riot, yeah, it's like I'll play any song you want to listen to. But there are songs that I'm just like, all right, here we go. We'll play this song. Like, yeah, I don't want to give examples. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And
Now
it's
I'm so
weird too.
curious, though. I'm really curious.
It's weird. The songs that people latch onto are the song. Like a lot of the songs that people have latched onto are the songs we didn't think people would like.
Really?
Maybe it's you. We didn't think anybody would like that song. We thought that was. We thought maybe it was you was a filler song. It was just like, we wrote it. We need another song on the album. Let's put this one on there. We did not expect it to have the reception it does.
It's super catchy. It's really it's a cool song. It's catchy and it's got a whole different, unique sound than the rest of the songs too, which kind of makes it stand out. I think a little bit more too because it's different.
Yeah, and it was weird. It was so weird to us. Like it was why? Like we actually asked that. Like why that song? They're like, we like it. And I'm like, but why though? Like I'm Ryan Reynolds and Harold Kumar, but why? Like,
That's
I'm
funny. I
confused
don't
by
know.
this.
I think it's cute. It's a cute
Yeah.
one. Of all the songs on the album, that's the song our local station decided to play. Huh. So they didn't even ask you what's your like hit single from the album that you want to play. They just listened to the album and chose it.
I don't even think they listened to the album. They just looked at a song and were like, this one. And you're supposed to be driving right now. What are you doing?
At a stoplight, maybe. What about what's your favorite off of the newer album? What is your personal favorite?
Oh, Girl Fight.
It's
I
so
love that
good,
song.
dude. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
Girl Fight, Poison Mine, and the Oi song are probably my favorite songs. To play live is definitely Girl Fight. Um, and the Oi song or to play live are two of my favorites. I mean,
Awesome.
Poison Mine's always fun to play. Um, I mean, I like playing all the songs live. Um, it's just some of them I like better than others like to play. Some of them are probably my fault. I wrote really boring bass lines, so the songs that make me really work, I love playing. Like "Girl Fight," my hands moving constantly through that song. Anchor Me, I rewrote the bass line, and I love playing that because it's like I challenge myself because I got to sing and play that bass line at the same time.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. Um, there's really nothing on the new album I don't like playing. That I think is yeah. But my favorite, yeah, Girl Fight. I love playing that song live. I love the reaction too. You know, from people when we play that live. It's like, eh.
Dude, it's a banger. It's good. That shit rips, dude. And the lyrical subject matter is on point. It's a it's a great song all around, like all aspects of that song. I fucking love. I love it. I totally
Yeah,
love it.
it's a great song.
It's fast too. I mean, I like the real fast shit. I like all different, the different songs for different reasons. But I like really heavy, fast shit. That's why like Girl Fight and Gatekeeper are my two favorite off the album because it just gets me amped up. I'm fucking amped when the songs are happening. I fucking love it.
Stay out of my way. I'm gonna punch something.
Yes, I'm just gonna start punching shit right now. It's great. I fucking love it. But I like the diversity. It's nice because like even though Bad Religion is one of my all-time favorite bands ever, you can listen to an entire Bad Religion album and there's not a lot of diversity throughout the songs. They have a very similar
Right.
tempo. It's kind of all sounds similar. I mean, if you know it well, you can definitely pick out the different songs. But somebody that had no idea, they'd be like, "It all sounds the same." You're like, "No, it does not." But your guys' stuff, like, there's ebbs and flows, and it does different tempos and different stuff, which is
Yeah.
fun.
I mean, you and me have a disease. And then you go into 21st century digital boy. It's like the same thing. It's like 21st century digital boy. It's like right in that that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's true. And they
but
have so
I
many
mean,
albums. They have the most albums, dude. There's so many fucking songs. But I love that they haven't changed their sound. I love that they stayed true to that shit and they just keep doing what they have always been doing, but kind of enhancing it and evolving it. And the lyrics are kind of going with the times more, which is super, super
Right.
cool. Um,
It,
so
Roxy's exactly right. We avoid sameness. Like we want you to listen to our album and go, "Wow, this album is so diverse, but it's so familiar."
mm-hmm.
And you Waybug, I we played it once recently.
Donkey Punch Your Boss's Daughter. That's a great
Yeah,
song title. Holy
that's
shit.
that's that's grocery store rejects.
That's fucking great, dude.
Um, and the song has nothing to do with that. It's just that's just a title. I was very hateful in grocery store rejects, so a lot of my songs are about how much I hate people. So
That's fair. That's
that song in particular, I so here it goes. Let me get straight to the point. All you ever do is disappoint. I hate your. Why don't you get out of your face and something? Yeah, yeah. I got to
Do
remember,
you want to
but
play an
yeah, talk about.
acoustic version of one of those songs for us on the guitar right now? Just sing one for us.
I don't have a guitar nearby,
What a
and so and
liar.
plus my voice is. I know seriously, like they're all way over there, and my voice is all
Okay,
like
that's fair.
messed up
I was
tonight.
like, you have like
I got it.
87 guitars in your house. What are you talking about? But fair enough.
Yeah, it's plus I'm on vocal rest because we do have a gig Friday and gig Saturday and Sunday. We have 3 nights in a row.
Oh, damn, really?
Well, I
Ooh.
mean, the Friday is an original gig. Saturday is Mickey Finn, so that's a long night. Something about getting hit with a brick, yeah. That's part of Donkey Punch. And then Sunday we're playing on Fremont Street for Super Bowl Sunday. So it's a
Oh.
it's a
Is
long
that going to be
it's
a
a long
shit show on
weekend.
Fremont for Super Bowl?
We don't know. We've never played Super Bowl Sunday on Fremont Street, so we're kind of interested. So
Yeah. Me and Dusty are going on
we
our pre Valentine's Day date since we have the stream on Monday. We're going out on Sunday. I finally get to go to a Brazilian steakhouse. We've never been to a Brazilian steakhouse, but I've
nice.
heard about it forever. And I realized afterwards, I'm like, when is the fucking Super Bowl? And I'm like, oh, sweet. It's totally when we're going out to dinner. It's going to be the best. It'll be super slow. It'll be awesome. We don't have to hear about sports. Dude,
Yeah,
Waybug,
thank you,
thank
Waybug.
you. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. You're so sweet.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
I might have to. I think I might cook dinner for Roxy on Valentine's Day. I don't know yet what our plan is because I mean our life is so hectic. It's like I never know anything anymore. I know I all I know is that the day after Tuesday we have to get up early because we got to take Dolores into the shop. So
Oh, she's getting a nice little tune
yeah,
up.
yeah, and hopefully fixing an issue on it, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. And then next week we also get our new Crimson Riot T-shirts in. We have a new design, so
I want to see your new design.
they will be. We will show them on stream, but they will not be available for purchase until the tour. They're actually we're gonna whatever's left over from tour, we'll obviously put in our store, but we're gonna have them for the tour. So
Sweet. Oh, I'm very
yeah,
excited. I'm
it's
gonna buy
really cool. It's a really
one.
cool.
Uh,
It's a really cool shirt. Like I'm. It's gonna be the first unique shirt we've ever done between all. Well, no, not really. I guess there's an RGP shirt that's kind of unique. This one is like really like I like it. I'm like I'm impressed.
oh, that's so awesome. Who designed that shirt?
Ryan did.
Cool. I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. That sounds super fun. I like that you're doing new stuff. I like it. Keep it
Yeah, no,
fresh.
we're trying to change up a lot of things. So
And your poster too. That's
can
cool.
I
You're gonna have
no
posters. Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna. So, actually, it's getting sent to the print tomorrow. So we're gonna have the tour, the full tour one that has all the dates. Um, that's gonna be made into a poster. So we're gonna have those for sale when we go on tour.
that's
So
awesome.
And it will actually be the first time we've ever done tour posters like this. Usually it's like, oh, we send out the posters to the venues and they do whatever. This is the first time we're actually, because I mean, it's a Henry for one. Actually, I was
Totally.
talking to a friend of mine. Oh, I was talking to Taryn Seattle, who streams here, and she just moved up to Seattle. But I was telling her about the shows, and I was like, yeah, we got Ryan Henry to do our artwork, and I sent it to her, and she freaked out. She's like, "Oh my god, I love his art!"
Oh,
It's like
that's
because she
awesome.
so she was like super like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this!" And I'm like, "Yeah." It's like we met him randomly at a ski lodge, and I mean that's a story right there. It's like just how we met him and how super nice he was to us. Like we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know who this guy was. We were like, "Oh, this is the guy that painted your garage and your back
He's
wall." And
like
then
the fucking
we meet him.
best.
Yeah, we meet him, and I'm like, "I want to live with this guy." Like, I just want to like he seems like the coolest guy ever.
He
Like,
really is. I mean, as in addition to him being such an amazing artist, but like totally separately aside from that, he's just one of the most amazing humans that I have been lucky enough to know in my life. He's a really stellar fucking dude. And I'm super glad that he just happened to be there at the ski lodge that night when we were driving by and drove his car into the parking lot to get reception. And as soon as he got reception, I called. Like, it was like kismet.
yeah,
Just
it was
perfect.
so perfectly timed, and like how random we were. Just like, "Oh, what if we go over here?" And then we drove up, and you're like, "Oh yeah, that's it." I think Ryan might be up here painting. He's probably not here. And then just like, boom, there he is, and it's like,
It
okay.
was awesome, and we got to get the inside scoop about like the lodge. Get to walk around a lodge when it's empty, and see all what he's gonna be doing. Like it was just so cool. It was really cool. And then you're like, "Hey man, we'd love if you do our poster for our tour." And he's like, "Totally. Just let me know. Hit me
It's like,
up."
hell yeah. I was like, yeah. Roxy was like, "Are you serious?" Like, and what he came up with was so. Like, we didn't know what to expect. We're just like, okay, he's gonna, maybe like Seattle or the Pacific Northwest, and then he comes up with that, and we're just like, yes.
So
Like
good.
instantly, we were like, that's it. Like, don't change anything. That's it. That is the image. I have a unicorn horn.
You
I'm in
have a
love.
unicorn horn. Because I told him to make sure to get your guys' hair right. I was like, Chris has dark purple hair right now, so make sure that you do him dark purple hair. And I was like, and Roxy's is like rose gold. And he's so cute. He like Googled rose gold and then took a screenshot of it and sent it to me. And he's like, so kind of like this. And I was like, yeah, like blonde with just like a little bit of pink. And he's like, okay, I got it. So like he was really trying to be very mindful about that. But when I saw your unicorn horn, I almost fucking died, dude. I was like, that's the best thing ever. It's so good. And I was getting progress shots. He was sending
Yeah,
me like the outline and then like phase one, phase two,
yeah.
phase three, and I was all
Well, and then you said you're like, you guys want to see it? We're like, no, wait until it's. And then afterwards, that's when you said it. Yeah, had the top of Rainier been open, we wouldn't have seen him because we were trying to go watch the sunset from that one peak.
yep. And it was
Yeah,
freaking closed, which was so stupid that I thought the road was going to be
but
open and it wasn't open in June.
yeah,
June.
but hey, you know what? It worked out right. It worked out perfectly for
It
us, and
did.
and we're extremely great. I mean, we're extremely grateful for you and Dusty because you guys. I mean, you welcomed us with open arms. I still remember the conversation of Roxy going, "So, you interested in going to Seattle?" And I just stop and I'm like, "Seattle? Like, why?" And she's like, "Well, Sammy and Dusty want us to come up." And I'm like, "You want to go to a person we've met on the internet's house in Seattle?" Like, it made no sense. And so, and she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "You know what? Screw it. Let's do it."
That's
And I'm
awesome.
glad we did. Because I mean that adventure was so much fun. It was so much
I'm
fun.
so glad. I mean, at that point, too, me and Roxy, we'd been chatting a bunch and we realized that neither of
Oh,
us
I
were
know.
creeps. Like neither of us were creeps. They're like, okay, we see each other, we trust
Okay,
each other.
that's debatable.
But not like bad creeps of
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
creeping.
yeah.
But no, I think that was it was really cool. I'm glad that you were down to come. because I had to talk to
Yeah.
Roxy more, and I had seen you on stream and stuff like that, and you'd like popped in on the camera for a second and said hi, but we didn't have time to like get to know each other, so it was kind of a shot in the dark. You just had to trust Roxy on that one.
Yeah, and I'm glad I did because I mean, you and Dusty are amazing people. So
Thank you.
we're gonna be up there. We're gonna be up there in a couple weeks, and it's gonna be
Yay!
fun.
I am so excited, and I think you guys are fantastic people too, and it's so awesome that we found each other via this fantastic Twitch, and it will be a friendship for a long time, forever.
Yeah.
Hey,
With that though, my food is here, and it is dinner time for
I
me.
can
But thank you for
smell Roberto's through the screen right now. I can smell it.
not Roberto's. It's not Roberto's. It's we got Cane's chicken.
Oh, Kane's chicken. That sounds so good. Damn, dude.
Oh, it is. It's delicious.
Shit.
Dusty said Bog Pod 2 is live. Yeah,
Oh, the
so
bog pod guy. Dude, that's
yeah. So
awesome. Yeah, he had come in previously and was really nice and said he was trying to get his stream going. So if they are still going, that would be an awesome raid. I like that.
are they still going? Oh, the raid captain is looking.
Okay, thank you, Red Captain.
Oh, okay. But thank you, and we'll see you on tour.
Oh, they have
On
zero
tour.
viewers right now. Bog Pod 2 has nobody. We're
Aw,
gonna
well, we're
we're
going.
gonna go in, and that's gonna be super nice thing to do. I'm so glad that you came back on. This is awesome. I always love hanging out with you and chatting with you, and then everybody gets to hang out and learn about you and ask questions and everything.
Now,
It's great.
now you got to interview Randy.
I do actually. I do. I was talking about that the other day, where like Randy's the only one that I haven't done yet. So yes, we're gonna totally. I'm gonna do Randy. I'm gonna message him. We'll do him. I'll see if we can do next
Uh,
week. That'd be so fun. Cool. Well, thank you for
all right.
being on, and I will see
Bye, everyone.
you very soon. All right, let's do it. Hit that right button. Woo! Bye, guys. Thanks, everyone. Hey, 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 hey. Roxy's not hitting the raid
Just waiting
button.
for. Go
Bye. Thanks, Rox. I love you.
ahead. Yeah, see, the mobile is so far behind.
Perfect.